Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're here with Bomani Tamba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment and my good brother, College Genesis Radio from the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we're the dynamic duos of Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. And the kings of Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, I should say. Greetings, my good brother, College Genesis. How you feeling?
What's going on? I'm feeling great. Feeling great. I know some Negroes out there just slobbing down some ribs, and everything like that. So put the beer down, the fireworks. Join us for this discussion, for a second. We're gonna talk about some shit like, people are gonna put their. I know you people in there with their barbecue chicken. They're out there. I'm not trying to bash because I know all y'all Negroes are out there doing your barbecue with your family. Hey, have fun. So get together. I got nothing to do with that, but whatever. I'm not going to.
Genesis. I know you're out there celebrating the 4th of July and enjoying yourself with the rest of everybody else.
Yeah.
It's all good. We know we're not here to not hustle, but family, we got another dynamic topic for you. Should Pan Africans celebrate America 4th of July or Liberia Independence Day or both? Live with College Genesis and Bomani Tamba family, and we're here to break down the Afrikstan analysis. And family, before we get more into details on these things, let's pop up our Liberia flyer. There we go, brother. That is a Liberia flyer.
Yep.
And so people may look at the flyer and see the flag, and may just look and see the resemblance or the similarities between the American flag and the Liberian flag.
But there's no real similarities between the two. There was one that they had absolutely nothing to do with each other because remember
when an average person looking at this flag, as I have people looking at it, and when they look at it, they see one big star versus the 50-something stars. I'm not sure how much numbers they're up to now. I don't keep track of these things. But nevertheless, Color, absolutely, brother, you get to break it down and things like that.
Right.
Finally, this flyer represent Liberia Reconnection and Investment Tour, March 29th, April 9, 2024. So this is the solution that we have organized. Me and my good brother working together. Two good brothers should be doing the same efforts of Pan-Africanism and nationhood, working together to deliver something that's dynamic based on the trials and tribulations of the repatriation movement and the traveling to Africa, living, doing business, all those are wonderful things, which I applaud everyone that have tried their best to make these moves. And some have been very successful. Some have been, less successful, and some have been absolutely failure. But nevertheless, we like to present you the Journey of a Lifetime to Liberia, which includes business and investment conference, networking, and just a whole lot of education aspects as far as someone being open to a new country, whether they want to do tourism in Africa, whether they want to live, do business. Our goal is to deliver all those things, and it's no different than what we have built in Ghana or what you see other people may be working on. But the difference is we want to deliver something special for our people because we realize that this is an overlooked country, and the great opportunities are available. So we'll try many countries. You know me, family. I get out there and we just travel many places, but some places have been very disappointed, especially countries like Senegal or Gambia, just to name it two. Don't want to just reel off a bunch of countries, but for those people that wanted to live, do business, and connect, and we're here working on something incredible. So you can be part of the fact-finding mission, energy, and also laying the foundation down and be pioneers, or you can see how things grow and then join in. But that's the goal, family. That's why you see the flyer, the energy going up. And then we also have other journeys right there on our website at africafortheafricans.org, so you can check them out. Also, it's one of those things I get right to the point with details. You click on the link, you see the prices, the details, the flow of what we're doing, and then you see the history of everything else that we have done across Africa. So when people ask us what's the level of us delivering, I say to the highest level. And we've done this over and over in recent, whether it's Senegal, the Gambia, South Africa, Tanzania, and so on, and you name the countries. So we have a better game plan, and we have a more organized network, which is the most important thing. And we're building an incredible staff. So when we do these things, we don't take them for granted. Like, we always gonna have another chance to do it. So when we step out and we deliver you our best and then from beyond our best, we just grow from there. And yes, family, I'm talking about delivering our best layout and energy to just get you connected. And we feel your pain for those people that are suffering, dealing with the foolishness, trying to do things whether in Senegal, the Gambia, Tanzania, and so on, or even there in Ghana, where we have seen some people fail, some people succeed. Here we go. So that's what, and my brother Kala Genesis is gonna lay out and reassure you all the things that I'm talking about and a whole lot more as we get into it. So, family, once again, this is our topic. Should Pan Africans celebrate America 4th of July or Liberia Independence Day, or both? So this is the Afrikstan analysis. So, Kala Genesis, set it off, brother. Let me know where you want to start.
Okay, I want to talk about first of all. I want to talk about the 4th of July in America. And the one thing we have to understand is America is a republic before it's a nation, okay? An American really is a white person for the most part, or somebody who basically adopts the values of this founding of this country 100%. They believe in the founding, they believe in the Constitution, they believe in the manifest destiny of America, right? From sea to shining sea. I mean, this is all important, what I'm about to say. Sea to shining sea, how America was conceived, right? And most people, human beings, don't agree with slavery, but they realize that slavery was a necessary thing, and it had to happen for America to succeed. What do you think about the atomic bomb drop on Japan? Well, some people will say it was necessary to end the World War II. If you agree with that, then you're an American. If you agree that the Japanese America was right for interning the Japanese during World War II, then you are a true American. If you believe it was all right to take land away from Native Americans and put them on reservations, if you think the Trail of Tears was justified, you're an American. If you basically do believe in all the stuff that America did, whether it was the sinking of the Maine that caused the Spanish-American War, which was fabricated, so the United States was justified going into war with Spain to take its possessions in the Caribbean and the Philippines, then you are an American, okay? If you basically believe in, let's say, the segregation or states' rights, that means states have the right to regulate things, and the federal government basically, if the federal government doesn't step in to protect black people, whatever, provide for black people, and you're basically on your own, whatever, then you're an American. If you believe that people who have wealth that was inherited through slavery and all kinds of stuff like that given to them and is justified, you're an American. If you believe that the Homestead Act and everything, which gave lots of land to white farmers and everything, while black farmers got nothing, you're an American. Now, the question I need to ask is, when black people say, I'm an American, and I'm celebrating the 4th of July, what exactly are you celebrating? Okay? What exactly are you celebrating? Where's your independence, right? Where is the fact that when you talk about this republic, this nation, right? It goes to war on the will of the people, right? America was angry at Spain during the Spanish-American War. America got war. America was angry with Germany and declared war, okay? Black people, we watched our people get murdered, killed, everything. Where is the entity, the government body, that ever responded to our anger and desire? No, it doesn't. Generations, hundreds of years of black people have went to bed and died with their anger, dying, choking in their anger and despair over injustices and everything like that. So therefore, if America always delivers for its people, and those people are basically white people, okay? So they have a lot to celebrate for getting rid of the British, right? Establish themselves as an independent nation, manifest destiny, which means that the justification of taking land from Native Americans, Mexicans, whoever, the discrimination and the chattel slavery of black people of black African descent. So America always worked in their favor, okay? Even when the white person's poor. He still feels he's part of something. So my point I'm trying to make is, while like W.E.B. Du Bois said, we have a dual conscience. The average black person lives in America, right? For the most part. You're an American just like anybody else. I saw the 4th of July. But when you have a consciousness, a black consciousness, you say to yourself, well, wait a minute here. My ancestors were in chains when that Constitution was written. There was nobody that looked like me was there when the Declaration of Independence was signed. There was nobody that looked like me that was there speaking on my behalf or the future of us when the Constitution was written. There was nobody there on my behalf when the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments were written. Everything was done for us, by us, and everything. So I asked the question, what are you celebrating for the 4th of July? You have no independence. You don't have the freedom that America was founded on, Now we go to Liberia. Everything Liberia did was, its conception was based on the injustice and the need to have a sanctuary and a safe haven and justice for descendants of the African slave trade. So therefore, Liberia's constitution was written with the black person in mind, that basically knowing and giving a home and a refuge to the black people. So everything in Liberia works on behalf of the black person who comes from America and everything. And this is why when you look at Liberia, the people who love Liberia the most are people who come from the diaspora, because it's an answer to a riddle. It's a solving of a conundrum. What do you do when you basically faced with racism and everything in a country? You build your own. Liberia was that answer to America. Now, people might say to me, okay, can we have both and everything? Okay, fine. But where's your allegiance lie? At some point in time, America have sent millions of us to our deaths fighting for its wars. Not just fighting, but all the logistics. America would have never won World War II without the black people in America. America sent black troops to the Philippines. It sent black troops to Cuba, Puerto Rico, all these places to fight wars. America sent black soldiers to fight and kill Indians and everything. So I asked the question, why? And also, black men showed themselves in valor during the Civil War, right? If it wasn't for the black troops in the Civil War, dying, fighting, and killing, America would have fell apart. Black soldiers who were basically given to the French army because they actually credited, the Harlem Hellfighters actually credited with saving France from Germany, right? Didn't get the respect from the American to be even called American soldiers. They gave them to the French. You can have these Negroes over here, and they distinguished themselves in battle and not in valor. At the same time, the same country, which says we're independent and have all these beautiful words, did not basically respect the basic humanity of its most loyal citizen. What do I mean by most loyal? There's an old saying that says you could tell a person, a character of a person by whether he has anything to gain. If somebody does something selflessly without personal gain or something that boosts his ego or his financial gain, that's showcase of good character. The black soldiers went over to war, right, with the not to gain any sort of record, just basically just to be recognized as an American, recognized as a proud part of this country. We were led to believe in this country and everything, so we fought for this country. And then America did everything it could to discredit us to the world. They told the French girls, these guys are over there monkeys. They told the Japanese girls, the Vietnamese girls, don't get with these black soldiers. Why are you sending somebody off to war? You're disparaging them. You're telling people America spreads propaganda about its own servicemen to people of the world. So in other words, basically America, while it's fighting a war against enemies, is making enemies of its own black people that's sending out the war. Only the lowest kind of people on the planet is an American. The American is like the lowest thing you could be on the freaking planet. America is lower than dirt. Other groups of people, they'll excuse me, they'll fight their battles They'll fight their battles, and they'll win on their own merits. America will send a black man to war knowing that he's not going to give this black man justice. He's not going to give this black man a space in his civilization. He's still going to make art. Now, there's some white people that try to do the right thing. But when you start playing God, right, is it possible for a country that was conceived in white supremacy and racism and black human degradation to ever change? And I don't think it is. That does not mean black people can't get along here and everything like that. But what burns inside your soul is the idea, like, or you could forget nationhood and stuff like that altogether and be one of those people that just don't care about anything. But what do you live for? And it's only when days like 4th of July comes around and you start saying stuff. See all these people out there, the white people out there celebrating. They got their flags, they're out there with their fireworks and everything. It's the 4th of July and everything like that. They put their differences aside and they're celebrating their country. Now, you for yourself are saying to yourself, well, geez, man, while the Constitution was written, while the Declaration was written, my people were in chains. And you're reminded, it triggers something in you, and you're reminded about your situation here in America every 4th of July. Now, the thing I'm trying to say is this. Now, I look at other groups of people, like the Jews, right? They'll play the game. Like I said, they'll play the game. Do you think these Indians and Chinese over here making money really give a shit about the 4th of July? No. Because they have another option. They have a homeland. They'll play the game, oh, we're Americans, but that doesn't mean anything. They're going to send their kids off to war. They're not going to go down and do what the black people did and everything like that to make. They're going to get a sick dog. They have dogs sick on them or water hose sick on them or face the Ku Klux Klan and everything. They're not going to do all that. We the only group of people in America, that was, even to white people, that actually believed in this country. Where's the white person's version of I have a dream? There is none. Where's the white man that gets up there and says, I have a dream that, oh, well, no. That's a black man trying to push himself in a thing. Yeah, Liberia was a pan-African country. That's why we're trying to tell the true story of Liberia. It was a pan-African country. It was a pro-black country. We can interpret it as pan-African, but it was a pro-black country. It was a black country. It was a black republic. It's in the Constitution. Now, we have all these fancy words that keep changing meanings and everything. You call it pan-African, but as we see now, what does pan-African even mean now? We got goofballs and clowns running around calling themselves pan-Africans, but the word pan-African don't even mean anything but what people think it means. You got every goofball on YouTube calling himself a pan-Africanist. So what the hell does pan-African even mean anymore? Liberia was a black republic. You have to be a black African descent to be a citizen in that country, So therefore, you can call it pan-African, you can call it a black nationalist country, whatever. Long as it's black and we know it's black and everything, that's all I need to know. I'm sick of people using this pan-African, this vague pan-African label, which everybody just co-opted all of a sudden. I'm a pan-African. What the fuck does that mean anymore? If it ain't towards nationhood, if it ain't towards building a republic, if it ain't towards building industry, black African infrastructure, if it ain't towards building a black military and black weapons and black education, everything, it means not a goddamn thing. Liberia was not a U.S. colony. I said, when people come up here with the ignorance, Liberia was not a colony. They gave Monrovia was named after Monroe. It was named Christopolis because James Monroe gave a huge sum of money and support, which enabled the country to develop. I think at the time he gave like $100,000. That would be like equivalent of like $10 million today. And because of that, the colony was able to think. It was not a colony of the United States. It was an independent experiment by the American Colonization Society, which had no legal diplomatic ties to the United States. The United States had no flag there. They had no office there. They had no military there. It was not a colony. A colony means you're part of a mother country. Liberia was never part of America. Liberia never had part of any mother country. Some people say it's a U.S. colony. America didn't have any colonies in Africa. How does Liberia tell you? You know who's black African. You go there, who's black, who's African. You know who's black. You know you're black. You know you're black. It's in your soul. You could be a person that's high yellow. J.J. Roberts was high yellow, but he had a deep voice, and you could tell he was a black man. The way he spoke and everything he did, he ate food he ate and everything, he was a black man. You know, a black man knows was a black man. You know, it's not any like that. It's you're black. That's what one thing about Liberia is unique about in Africans. Africa is like this. Liberia is supposed to be American. The flag saying, no, look, get these people out of here, Bomani. You know, Bomani loves this. These ignorant people. You know, they don't know anything about the country. Never read it. You're gonna tell the expert that studied the country for 30 years and whatnot. What like we're supposed to be American was not an American colony. In fact, if people don't understand, so at the time, do you know at the time Liberia black people in America made up almost like 35% of the population. America was a real small, weak country, you know?
Brother, in order to educate people, sometimes you need ignorant people to post comments. So
yeah, ignorant people.
Give you a chance to educate people.
America was barely a country itself.
This person is basically a reflection of the multitude of ignorant people out there. You know that.
Let me tell you something, Brother Monty. Right? America was a very weak country at the time. People had this idea America is a superpower. America didn't become a superpower until after World War II. America had one of the lowest armies in the world and everything. America couldn't even basically get across the Mississippi River. You know, America had trouble going into Texas and colonizing beyond the Mississippi River.
Absolutely.
You know? And so how the hell is going to have a colony all the way in Africa? You know, it was barely America was a colony of Britain. You know,
people just think that it just became this one big 50 states just overnight.
No. You know? America was very weak in the 19th century. That's why it split apart and had a civil war. It was very weak. Do you think somebody could start a civil war among states right now? It was weak. It had no national army. It had nothing. You know, so America was a colony and whatnot. And first of all,
let me see what this person is saying now. Liberians say that this is what you're talking about.
Most Liberians that see this are ignorant. They're ignorant too. They're ignorant about their own country. You know, most Liberians are ignorant about their own country.
This person really believes that you're spreading lies.
Yeah, I'm telling the truth. And not only that, let me break it down to it, right?
Oh, hold on. Look at this part right here. What is this? What did he talk about right here? Right?
Given
to them by Britain, but they failed to at colonizing the country that was meant to be another colony for them. America, they're basically saying America, Britain gave it to them, but America failed.
Britain gave. That's what they want to do.
Britain gave America Liberia. Is that what that's saying?
That's the stupidest thing I said. That's somebody that never read a book.
I'm not saying no. I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear about that way. People are listening could be clear about what's going on.
Yeah. People say this stuff because they've never picked up and actually done research and everything. I got dozens of books on Liberian history. You could actually read the real history. You know.
So this person, Logic. I wish they can come on, but they're
too scared to come on because they don't want to.
I'm not trying to. We may not agree with them, but I'm just trying to follow their logic of what they're saying. Basically, America was under British rule in the 1822. So
they said, "Well, not under British rule." Here's the thing, right? When America was founded, right? Let me say this.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it was not.
Okay, let me say this, right? And when America in the 19th century, people didn't call themselves Americans; they called themselves Bostonians, New Yorkers, you know, Georgians, Texans, Virginians. The idea of America, right, didn't exist until Henry Ford came up with the idea, and through propaganda and movies and everything, people started saying America. The idea of people who being American was just people who call themselves America or people who were descended of the original 13 colonies or everything, and they were mostly in the Northeast. People in the South called themselves Georgians. They called themselves Carolinians, you know, Virginians, you know, stuff like that. They identify with the land they were at. The idea of America did not exist in the 19th. So how could basically America Liberia be part of America, where a country that really did not exist. It exists in name only. That's how the Civil War happened. You know, America was a developing country still trying to find its way. But people think America was this powerful country all the time and everything. No, black people in America made America what it is, powerful. If it wasn't for black people and everything like that, it wasn't for black people, the money they got up the slave trade, the wars we helped them build this country and everything, the infrastructure we helped lay, the railways, everything like that, America would be nothing. So this idea that America, Liberia was part of America. America was not strong enough to have colonies like something like create something like Liberia. It was not that sort of country. You know, so people talk all this nonsense. Oh, America, this America really wanted nothing to do with Africa. America was spanning to the west. America was going to the Pacific. You know, it was going to the Pacific. You know, trying to reach Asia. It was not interested in Africa whatsoever.
Yeah, you know, man. Yeah, you're I'm showing her your book because I mean these folks just think you're just making stuff up because here's this comment right there.
So the bottom line, I'm telling you the truth, you know. I would never planning on it, but I just saw your whole lie about Liberia. Okay, why don't you come on when we get the thing? You come on and you try to debate me on Liberia,
man. But you know they don't ever want to challenge you. They just want to talk.
Hey, they want to say and talk about a bunch of stuff. And you know what you're gonna do? We'll start banning people who go and talk stuff and don't want to come on the show. You know, you keep talking, you're gonna get blocked. You don't come on. People sitting there, you disrupting the show. I'm sitting there, got a flow here, and I got these people with these ignorant ass, uneducated comments, you know, talking. You know, I'm the person that knows Liberia. I would have no reason to lie I tell the absolute truth, good or bad. And Liberia is a remarkable story. A country that was built by black men. Monrovia city, everything, the streets, everything was built by black hands, you know? So, okay, so what? So let me give you an example. So Lagos, you know what Lagos of Nigeria? Lagos means lakes in Portuguese. So Sierra Leone is a Portuguese name in Sierra Leone. Freetown is an English name, right? Most Cameroon is a German name. So what the heck does that got to do with anything? They named the city Monrovia after the president that helped them get that established. That has absolutely nothing to do with why the country was built and everything. You know? So the bottom line is this: you don't know what you're talking about. You're trying to discredit the country, because you know, and I know, that country was a remarkable success. Probably Liberia is probably the best thing black people ever built, you know, in history. Built a republic in the 19th century and maintained its borders. While the rest of Africa was swallowed by colonials and everything, Liberia had a standing military, army, navy, and protected its borders and its sovereignty. No white person has ever owned property or land in Liberia. There are no white farmers. There are no white bridges. It was an all-black country, all-black society. So don't give me a crap like this. I don't give a damn what it was called. If it's black and controlled by black people, that's all we need to know. White settlers may have identified as Virginians, New Yorkers. However, British or American Euro settlers. Well, America was probably America. The idea of what the British call people Americans, right? Just like the British created the term Americo-Liberian that didn't exist. You know, the British through their media and propaganda creates people. But in America, in the United States, no one called themselves. That's why they call these United States of America. That means these independent territories. You're a Bostonian, Massachusettsian. You know, you're a New Yorker. That's what you went by. You didn't care about what American was. You know, we have a union. They called it the Union. You know, a union of independent states. Each state was like its own sovereign civilization. And when you look at Liberia, some of the black people came from America with the same attitude. You have people who call themselves Marylanders. You got people who call themselves Mississippians in Liberia. You got people who call themselves Cretans, you know, from Pennsylvania. You got people who call themselves Virginians. You got people that call themselves Georgians. You got people like that. So the black people had the same idea of sectionalism, of where I came from is my identity. They also they identify themselves by their religion. You know, so this idea is of Americans and everything. Like, America, the idea of somebody being American is something that was created in Hollywood in the 20th century by Jews. You know, the idea of America, a Texan. In fact, to be honest with you, if you go to places like study history of Texas, most Texans consider themselves Texans. They are American. Okay, yeah, I'm American, whatever. But they say I'm a Texan. That supersedes I'm being American. I'm a Texan. You know, and stuff like that. So that I'm a Mississippian. Now, if you want to say, okay, we're American, but this is why you have these groups like the Aryan nations and stuff like that. You know, they say they want to replace America with an Aryan nation because if America is being defined as a multiracial society, they'll reject that. They're going to go back to their white supremacist roots where, I'm a true Kentuckian. I'm a true Mississippian. I'm a true Georgian. What does that mean? Who's the true Georgians? White people. You know, who's the true South Carolinians? White people. You know, so you can impose your so-called American, call yourself American and everything, but these white people are going to start going back to their roots, you know, and start calling themselves, hey, I'm a Texan. I don't care about the Union of America anymore. And America could go through another civil war. You know, keep pushing these people. So, like I said, people have this mysticism, but I got sidetracked and I'm talking about Liberian history. Now, the America was a manifest destiny. America was sea to shining sea. Now, if you're an American, that means that your shore to shore mentality, like Ellis, Lansing Hughes said, is shore to shore mentality, right? Means the black man who defines himself by the borders of America. That means when he sees a map of the United States, that's his manifest destiny. That's his sovereignty. You know, he even got Negroes even see themselves. Oh, Alaska. What the fuck do you got to do with Alaska? Cold ass Alaska with the Eskimos up there. You ain't got a damn thing. What the hell has a black man got to do with Hawaii? Not a damn thing. So America is the white people's and the white race of North America's manifest destiny. That's the reality. You know, now if you want to be this minority group as a black man here, you know, a black man here and just go along with the flow, hey, fine. But until you get your Negro wake-up call and they call you a nigger or the cops pull you over and let you realize that, damn, man, I thought I was American like anybody else, but I'm getting followed around the store. I'm getting treated a certain way. They told me the house was for sale and they saw me and they said no. That's the reality. That's the reality of race in America. Now, we're saying, since we know all that, right, what would have been the alternative? The alternative is to identify as imperfect as Liberia was, and I'll give you that, capital name Monrovia, but it was still a country founded with the idea of black people could be full citizens and full human beings, and a constitution that's going to protect you and your rights to live and thrive. And the Liberians did just that with the founding of the country, with the building of the country. So all these detractors and everything like that mean nothing. All we need to know is that these people, our ancestors, went to Liberia, they built the country, and it still stands to this day. So that's the answer to the riddle. When you start talking about 4th of July and everything, Liberia was the alternative. If you have a problem with Liberia, right, whatever reason you have, right, then go ahead and just grab your American flag, you know, saying, I'm proud to be an American, at least I know I'm free, or my country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. But just go ahead, do it. Do it. I'm sick and tired of lukewarm people. You know, if you don't believe in America, right, if you look at historically and stuff like that, then you should be the first person to say, you know something, our answer was Liberia all along. But I can't even get so-called pan-Africans to agree about that. Historically, looking at America, what should we have done? Oh, well, we should do this. How about the fact that we had a country that was founded on behalf of whatnot? Shouldn't we have went there by the millions? Shouldn't we basically took up Garvey, what Garvey was trying to do? And in the Exodus 1878, Journey to the Promised Land, a novel I wrote, you know what I'm saying? So you're talking to somebody who knows what he's talking about. And to be honest with you, the black people had we had the means to do that, right? Liberia wasn't just supposed to be in Liberia. Liberia was supposed to expand to the whole entire continent. The Congo, all throughout the continent, we were supposed to return and take back the continent. That's why the Berlin Conference happened in 1884. Because what was the Scramble for Africa for? The Scramble for Africa was because they thought that the black people from the West were going to return and take back Africa. So they went in there and created these boundaries that we have today to prevent us from coming back to the continent and taking over. That's why they had this agreement. We're not going to fight with each other. We're all in agreement. We're all Europeans. We're going to cover the continent, right? Who are we going to cover the continent for? Maybe they also were thinking about the Japanese. But they were definitely thinking about the black man in North America because we were the only threat. They saw what we could do in war and stuff like that, how developed and modern we were. They said, if these people start coming over to the continent, we are in trouble. Black Americans celebrate Juneteenth and Emancipation Day, not Liberian independence. Let's be whatever, whatever. If you don't want to celebrate Liberian independence, that's fine. You got your Juneteenth. I'm not going to say nothing about Juneteenth, but what is it? Joe Biden gave you guys a Juneteenth holiday. What are you guys doing with it? Acting the fool, more shootings and everything up. Juneteenth and everything, I'm not going to bash Juneteenth. I'm just saying we're talking about Independence Day. We're not talking about a holiday. We're talking about right now, 4th of July is about the independence of a nation state, a republic that we all live under. The only thing that can match that is the independence of another black country.
Here's this genius again, G Star. I don't know where to get these clowns from.
Deadly clowns,
Read this comment though. G Star saying, Liberians should celebrate the independence of a country. Brother, learn to type English or whoever you are. Country when they were still enslaved in 1847 is crazy.
Okay. And he makes a comment. Liberians are doing independence. They should probably sit in the streets. Okay, if you want to believe that, you want to believe that, you go right ahead.
Where do they get these people from, man? Ain't got no better
I
to
have
do.
no idea, man.
I mean, brother, it's like almost midnight on the East Coast. Should you be out there busting some fireworks in this?
Yeah, why don't you get the barbecue off your thing? Put the chicken drum down for a second. Listen to something.
Go barbecue with Bomani Bay.
Happy 4th of July.
Look at this one right here.
Yeah, 4th of July. ADOS FBA. You was in chains on the 4th of July. You was in chains. Like I said, didn't I say right at the beginning, right? If Negroes want to celebrate 4th of July, go right ahead. I have no problem with it. But soon we say, something. I think a better alternative is July 26th. We celebrate Liberian independence. Oh no, you can't. If I say you could celebrate 4th of July, why the hell you have a problem with us saying our real Independence Day was July 26th of Liberia? We're going to keep saying that until it becomes a reality. Until we got 45 million black people in America switching holidays, celebrating Liberian Independence Day instead of American Independence. We're going to keep doing that. And there's not a damn thing you can do to stop us. So, like I said, go right ahead. We'll see who wins out in the person. There's an exhibit by Simon called Road Crossing, which discussed the founding of Sierra Leone, late by Africans from the fledgling United States. Actually, Sierra Leone was founded by the British. And the reason why Sierra Leone wasn't attractive to us people because the British created, it made it part of the British Empire, and the Sierra Leone company made all the money, and the black people were just basically, it was like a prison colony. That's why I didn't work with a lot of people. It was a prison colony. It was a glorified penal colony. They couldn't have business. They were taxed. They were worked to death and everything like that. But they had some sort of freedom from slavery and everything. But it wasn't the same thing as Liberia. It's not even a comparison. It's not even a comparison. I have nothing against Sierra Leone and stuff like that, but it's not even a comparison. Focus probably on connecting relocating predominantly black populated country in Africa, but predominantly black populated. It's not about predominantly black. You have to have the black mind. It's not enough to be black. How many times do we keep telling people like that? It's not enough just to go to a black country. The country has to have the mindset that we're talking about for it to work. You know, people in Africa are used to seeing black people. They're not, oh, black people coming in. But you got to have that country where you have the laws and the Constitution is built, and its Declaration of Independence is written, that it was built around what we went through in America and our suffering. And that's something you can build upon. That's something you can write books about. That's something you could proselytize about. That's something that you could pontificate about. That's something you could grandstand about. That's something you could push, you know, to get things done, to move things. You know, our real independence is, look, the bottom line is this. The black people, there were black people in America that were free. And when Liberia was established, it had every intention of, when the Civil War ended. Matter of fact, John Hanson, who even Dick Gregory confused as the founding of America and the Continental Congress. You know, Dick Gregory was not really a smart person, but he misunderstood. This guy, John Hanson, was a senator from Liberia. He was in 1862, he met with Abraham Lincoln. And he said, look, you know, after the war is over, Liberia is ready to take in millions of your former slaves. And Lincoln went along with the plan, but he said that the plan would be costly. We might want to settle someplace like in Panama or Haiti. You know, he said, look, we'll recognize Liberia, but the first thing we have to do is have a section of land. And the section of land was in the Americas. We're going to bring all the black people to section of land, 40 acres of mule. That strip of land went from the northern part of Florida all the way to Wilmington, North Carolina. That was a section of land that's going to be federally protected. And all the black people were going to go there and live there, restricted to that land, restricted area, right? And they're going to be 40 acres of mule. They're going to pull themselves up, right, and begin the process of emigrating to Haiti and develop Haiti, trade between Haiti and Liberia as a problem, as opposed to black people going to the west or going to the northern cities where they have the Great Migration. What happened? Lincoln was assassinated, and Black America was in limbo. After Reconstruction, right? Black people thought, okay, well, yet. After Reconstruction, when the Klan and all these other people came back to power, black people were stuck. There was no passage to Liberia. There was no passage, there's no land and everything. So we had the Great Migration to the northern cities. And we've been like that ever since. That's why you have ghettos in the north. Because millions of us were driven out of the South. So when people started judging us, well, why you got these inner cities? Do you understand that we were persecuted, we were driven to these places? And still we was able to go to places like Detroit and help build the auto industry, the steel industry, and everything like that. So now we're saying now that the next chapter in our history is a journey home. It's a journey to our ancestral homeland. And we have to start with the countries that are most likely to settle us and most likely to build with us. And it starts by celebrating Liberians' Independence Day. If we make that a holiday in Black America and everything like that, more black people will be connected with the country. So the American colonization was based on the earlier Sierra Leone orchestrated, but the difference is the American Colonization Society was not a government entity. It was a private organization. It had no real power. The British Colonization Society, right, basically was connected to the British colonies in Nova Scotia and Jamaica and places like that. And they had the power to mandate and send people over everything. But the American Colonization Society, everything was 99% volunteer. People volunteered to go there. They didn't have the power to grab people and say, you're going to Liberia. They had to get people to agree to it. And they found funding to help them get set up on the land. That's the difference. So
got another one from you from Miss Ados.
Americans are busy building solutions for Americans. Like, oh, really? Let's see how Americans are fixing things. Let me find something for you, brother. Americans are really busy fixing things right here. In Baltimore, 30 people got shot at a party the other night, you know.
Well, perfect. I'll get the next video ready.
Okay, and let me see. I want to say something. Poverty, poorest kind. Let's see. Republican.
While you're looking it up, this one is short.
Mm-hmm.
And
the Harlem Hellfighters was a regiment of New York National Guardsmen in the First World War. They were set up to fail by their own government. They were humiliated, degraded, eventually given to the French army as a throwaway, and they ended up coming home as one of the most decorated units in the entire U.S. Army.
The Harlem Hellfighters are one of the most important regiments in American history. In World War I, they helped to establish to the entire world the power of Black soldiers in the military.
It was very difficult at that time for African Americans to get into the United States military because there was this perception that African Americans would not do well in battle. They had to overcome the prejudice of their own countrymen and yet also perform ably on the battlefield.
Like so many units of African American descent, when they go overseas, they're not sure what they're going to do. Are they going to fight as infantry? Or are they going to be stevedores and load ships? Or are they going to be labor units and cut wood?
And so they're committed to labor duty, they're unloading ships, building latrines, those type of support services. And as you can imagine, these men have been trained and they're willing to fight, they're ready to fight, and this is stressful for them.
They were finally given to the French army, which in a way was an even greater insult because in the First World War, when the United States entered, General Pershing, the commanding officer, was very clear that American forces would not be fed piecemeal into the French and British army. Because the French and British wanted reinforcements, and Pershing said absolutely not. When Americans join this war, they will fight as an American force under an American flag led by an American general. ... Except for the black guys. You can have them.
Henry Johnson is perhaps one of the most remarkable black military heroes in U.S. history.
And he found himself in no man's land with Private Needham Roberts manning a listening post.
And Needham Roberts hears click, click, click. He realizes somebody's cutting the wire. It's potentially a German raid.
And so Roberts is passing him grenades and they line up these grenades and the Germans actually do come across the lines. Roberts is hurt and now Henry Johnson is left to defend their position and to stave off this attack. And then he makes the mistake of jamming a French cartridge into his American gun and it no longer will work. And the Germans are on top of it.
He then used his rifle like a club, and then he ended up fighting with a knife against the Kaiser's best and turned them.
He's wounded in the fray. He's struck, for example, in the foot and has a debilitating injury as a result. And he fights them off, he says, for what seemed like an hour.
The Germans ran shrieking into the night, all because of one man.
It's not until the next morning that people realize what a tremendous act this was. They discover 4 bodies of dead German soldiers. And they also realize from the equipment and other things that are left behind that as many as 30 may have been involved in this altercation.
As soon as he drove off those Germans, the French awarded him the Croix de Guerre, a great honor. Unfortunately, it took about 75 years for the U.S. government to give him the Legion of Merit. Had he been white, he would have walked out of that war with the Medal of Honor. What was so shocking to me when I began to research the story of the Hellfighters was that after they had performed so magnificently in combat, the United States government actually sent a memorandum to the French government, essentially implementing Jim Crow, essentially saying, don't give them some notion that they are equals, because we don't want them taking that notion back to the United States and demanding equality.
When he come back to the United States, he's not awarded the Purple Heart. There's no notation in his military record of his injury. And so he winds up not being able to work because of this injury. He doesn't get any kind of assistance from the army or from the government as a result. And he ends up dying in 1929 penniless. So it again shows the paradox. Here's this great story of valor and of courage on the part of the soldier. And ultimately, he comes back to a nation that doesn't honor that sacrifice.
We tend to think we all know American history so well, but the story of the Harlem Hellfighters should be one of the first stories told. It wasn't about killing other people. It was about being Americans and serving their country well. That was the inclination of the Harlem Hellfighters.
When you are African American in 1917, democracy is armor. Democracy is a weapon. And to fight for a war to make the world safe for democracy was something more than just some ethereal crusade for the Hellfighters. It had concrete results. They were fighting for the rights to be a citizen of the country that they were born in.
Need I say it anymore? The men went out there, did all that stuff like that, died in poverty because the government. Then the government sends a memorandum to these great soldiers that fought for them, right? Telling them that don't give them any special. America is the lowest thing. The white America is the lowest thing on the friggin' planet. You know, anybody who wants to tether themselves to white America, you can go to damn hell for me. You know, this is unforgivable. You know, we talk about it's like that. How the hell you look at this? So the bottom line is this, right? We're going to do this thing very intelligently, right? And we're going to make the case, right, that America is the enemy. You know, America is the enemy. America is not the friend. America is not something like that. What America did to our ancestors, they say, oh, slave one thing, but they still basically did the same thing after slavery to people who fought for them. That's a low. That's you don't get any lower than that. The white American man is the lowest thing on the friggin' planet. He's lower than a dog. He'll send you out to fight for him, and then the Bible says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." He goes around the world with propaganda, telling them how violent black people in America are. Stay away from black people in America. Even got Africans in America, African brothers in the continent poisoned against us, and we're not. These are the people that just celebrating, and you're having a friggin' chicken barbecue with today, celebrating with them. Like I said, right? The reason why people say, well, no, so yeah, we have an alternative. We always had a country over there on the west coast of West Africa, and now it's time to switch our allegiance to that country, make that country strong, build all our industries and infrastructure and everything in America to that country. If America falls because of it, so be it. That's what I believe. But I don't know if anybody is going to think. Like, you can't be lukewarm with this. You can't be half and half. If you're a real pan-African, you're a black power revolutionary and everything, you need to understand where your allegiance is. You know? Fight for reparations. No, I'm not gonna be sidetracked by no fight for no reparations. You know, you guys are basically using reparations as a way to foster a relationship with white people. You know you're never gonna get reparations, right? But reparations is just a Negro stolen tactic. It's a time for us to say, it's time for us to have a nation of our own. It's time for us to build with a country in Africa. It's time to make friends outside of America, you know? It's time to say whoever is going to be our friend and everything will help us and everything. Nobody's ever came to our friggin' aid, right? Right now we have no friends. We don't have friends in Russia, China, everything. All these countries go to hell for all I care. Nobody ever said, man, you got a black country in America that you guys doing this shit to. Nobody ever came to us and said, you know something? We're going to give the black. The only person that ever tried to reach out to us really was Gaddafi, for the most part. Farrakhan fumbled that shit, you know? He's the only one that said, yeah, the black man. But we weren't ready for that shit either, because we got our heads so far up America's ass we could see out of his eyes. It's time for us to make that decision, you know? All the evidence is clear. America, we didn't start this. We did everything we could to be good Americans. We sacrificed blood for this country. And this country is celebrating now because they think they got some victory because they got rid of affirmative action. All these outrages against us, 2023, and these people are still waging war against us. But it's going to blow back in their face. Now they have nothing. Nobody has any right to tell black people we have any allegiance to America. And we leave it at that. When America's enemies start crawling one night, we should be at, America starts going to war with Iran, we should be at the Iranian embassy saying, how can we help Iran? How can we help? You know, what can you want us to do? We'll send you another regiment of Harlem Hellfighters to fight. That's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to a race war sooner or later. And you people better freaking understand that shit. We didn't start this shit, but we're going to finish it. So the bottom line is this, we're on our own. We're on our own. Our own country shit on us. They neglected us. They bear false witness against us. They persecuted us. They degraded us and everything like that. That's why I say to tell people all the time, you cannot be a pan-Africanist or a black revolutionary and wave the American flag. It just does not work. Affirmative action, I know affirmative hasn't benefited black people. It was, but the bottom line is they thought that they were hurting us. It's not going to do anything. Well, we didn't benefit from affirmative action, but they were just so adamant that they were going to do something to hurt us. Think about it. They really believe that, the only way black person get into Harvard, right, is through affirmative action program. Even though there's a lot of black people in there that got good grades and whatever like that in there, they said, any sort of advantage for black people, any sort, it's like this. Even though they got white privilege and white advantage and everything like that, they got their alumni, everything, get their kids in and everything like that. They got the best of the best and everything like that, right? Any sort of thing that the black man might get is not deserving, because they're absolutely 100% defiant. They're the same thing as their ancestors were. They're no goddamn different. Not a damn thing has changed. It doesn't matter if affirmative action benefits. They believe it did. They want to blame they want to say any success you see in black people, because affirmative action. Affirmative action, bloodsucker. Your affirmative action. Anytime you see black people with jobs, making money and everything, you only got there because you got a handout. Now I'm glad they got where so-called affirmative action. Now they shut the hell up. Now when they see us thriving, they're like, what the hell happened? I thought, I really thought these low IQ stupid racists think because they see black people doing well is because of affirmative action, because somehow they was taken from. This is America. You sitting there saying you want to defend, and celebrate. We know affirmative action doesn't benefit black people, but they believe it. They believe every time they see a black person with a good job, a house, everything, they think some government program did it, not our hard work. It's even worse the fact that, something said it's sad when you don't have friends. It's even worse is to have no enemies. I understand we have no friends, but tell me why we don't have no enemies. You're not human. You're not a man if you don't have some enemies in this world. I get the fact that we don't have no friends. That's obvious. But when you really want about yourself and you got a plan to try to get what you want, you got to have some enemies, and you got to know who your enemies are. The worst thing is a man who has no enemies. He's not a real man. That means he's withdrawn from the world. He lets everything go by. Well, I have no enemies. You have no enemies. You're not a real fucking man. Because if you're trying to do something, build something, there's always going to be somebody going to start standing in your way. So, hey, Bomani, I sent you a thing about the poverty rates in America.
Right. Let me see if this thing is it. Right.
Look at this. Republican counties are the poorest in America. You got people. Let me tell you how America works, right? To you ADOS FBA people, right? When the white people are poor, right? They're given sympathy. Oh, the factory shut down. You're never called lazy. They never talk about the fact that a lot of these poor counties, there's high rates of drug, and I'm not trying to mock any human being, you know, because people suffering, you know, I feel for everybody, because that's what separates us from them. They look at us and whatnot with disdain for our humanity and everything like that. I don't do that. I see a person, he's white, black, he's suffering. I see a person suffering. They have no ability to do that. They make a mockery of other people's suffering. So I'm not going to mock the suffering of white people like that. I'm not going to become what they are. The white America is the lowest thing that God's ever created. So you have when white people are poor, or like when white people failed in the Midwest, right, during the Dust Bowl and everything like that. Stories written, the Grapes of Wrath, all this stuff like that, to give sympathy. You know, oh, these people went through a lot, and grandfather had to sell the truck and everything like that. But black people are poor when they're, oh, look at these lazy people, whatever like that. When we suffer poverty because it's systemic and people are trying to really do us in and try to redline us and everything like that, they'll have everything at their feet and they fail. And their society, because of whiteness, and you have a lot of black people, right? Black conservatives, and you got a lot of black immigrants who buy into this eye of whiteness. You never hear anybody talk about, why is it about, you know, the majority of people poor in this country are white? The poorest counties in America are white, the majority white. We know anything. How come nobody ever comes and talk about, oh yeah, stay away from those white Americans, you know, they're like this. Nobody does that. Why? Because America teaches people how to worship whiteness. So when you celebrate the 4th of July, you're celebrating white victory, white triumph, white conquest, white supremacy. And you get brainwashed into this nonsense about this country. And you cannot do this without subconsciously looking at like, this country's so perfect and everything like that. But the people the thing that America hates the most is these black people, you know? And you're walking around wondering why Filipinos and everybody looking at you a certain way and look at you side eyes and everything, because America teaches people how to hate you. America teaches other people how to be sympathetic towards them. Stock market crash. Oh my God, stock market crash. People hanging themselves, committing suicide and everything. Something happens to black people, tragedy, and other niggas, man, got what they deserve. Oh man, you guys should have did with Hurricane Katrina come in. You know, people flooded. Everybody, they said Hurricane Katrina, seeing black people down, triggered a new round of racism in America. Think about it. People got flooded in a hurricane, right? Well, they should have known not to get out there and everything. You had freaking dumb niggas out there talking about, oh yeah, well, the black people's fault. They should have been organized, and the people living in the stadium and everything. And it was the black people's fault for being in New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina. But yeah, let a hurricane come to another city and people displaced. Oh my God, we got to do something about that, you know? That's your America right now. When it comes to the black people, there's no empathy. When it comes to white people, they get all the empathy in the world. That's what you're celebrating for the 4th of July. Let's see. It's hilarious when Negroes tell other black people who speak out against the degradation of race America. But yeah, well, the bottom line is it's time for us to build. You know, it's time for. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. I think that's what we should have done 100 years ago. Should have got the hell out of here. We could have built something great, greater than what we have right here in America. Because no matter where we go, black people, we pull together and we get back to that old black America where we had families and communities and everything like that. We could conquer the world. That's why this all this freaking foolishness, this immorality, and this whole culture, this thug culture, everything is a threat to our very survival. We're never going to build anything until we get back to building families and communities like we were. You can't have generational wealth without generational families and everybody passing that wealth down. Most wealth is inherited. It's passed down. Yeah, Ados, why are you here? Yeah, Ados person should be out there celebrating with the fireworks. You know, America is sending them slaves. You know, America is sending them slaves. It's the stupidest freaking thing anybody ever heard of. Yeah, I mean, mental. I'm not a pessimist. You know, I'm telling the truth. You know, Mr. or Mrs. Adolf, I'm telling the truth. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm not pessimist. I'm just telling you like it is. I'm seeing the world for what it is. I'm sick of people telling me I'm a pessimist. You know, and oh, you're a pessimist because you don't believe. I don't believe that bullshit. No, we're not blocking anybody. No, not going to block anybody. No, that's what they want. No, we're not blocking anybody. I'm a big boy. I can handle anybody that comes on this panel. They want to call in, whatever you want to do. I'm ready for it because we need to hear this. You know, we need to hear this. This is not pessimism. What I've laid down is absolutely 100% true. America does not love and does not respect us. Now, what they're offering to us is a situation where we're going to constantly be at their knees, be spit on, pissed on, shit on, and everything like that, and we just basically sit here and take it. No, it doesn't work like that. Welcome to the show, brother.
Greetings, brother. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood. Greetings, brother. Introduce yourself and let me know what you think of the topic. Make sure your mic is good and everything.
We can't hear you.
Yes, I can hear you now. You got to test these things before you join. This is a live show. Work on what you have to work on, and once you're good, let's talk. Continue, brother Kala.
The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying tonight is like this. It's to prick your conscience. Prick your conscience. And I want people to look back at history. Look back at history. Most people say, I never knew we had a country called yeah. But we get so wrapped up in America, and the answer was to build our own thing. We were taken to this country by force. You know, we were taken to this country by force. So, as long as we're in America, right, we got to abide by the rules. I get that. We got to play their game, abide by their rules. But what I hate is the fact that out of any other group of people, why is it that they always put black people up there like a fool? We're always the one raising them. Where's the Indians at? You know, giving their life in a battle. Where's the Indians at?
Mic check. 1 2 1 2.
All right, perfect, brother. We can hear you loud and
go ahead.
Clear. Go ahead and introduce yourself and let us know what you think of the topic.
Awesome. All right, man. I don't know. I'm not sure if you guys are hearing the feedback. I'm hearing a feedback.
No, we don't hear feedback.
Just close the show that's probably running. But beyond that, I can hear you.
Yeah, close the other show. The other show on your thing. The original show you clicked into. Close that.
And beyond that, it should be good, but we can hear you. So go ahead.
Absolutely. You guys were right. I still had a YouTube running. My bad. Hey, man. Carla Genesis. What's up, brother?
What's going on, brother?
Bomani, how are you, man? I seen you out there. Hello to the audience. Good evening to the audience, or good morning, wherever you're watching from. You probably got some people watching from Africa, so I would have to say good morning as well. Good evening if you're here in these United States of America, and stuff like that. But I got the invite, man. I thank you. I appreciate it. First and foremost, man, I want to applaud you for the awesome work. Bomani, you're out there, on the continent, one country. Next thing I know, you're in another country. We can't keep up with you, brother. So this is awesome, and Carla, man, always been following you, brother. You're a pan-africanist and at heart, and that's amazing, man. So I'm assuming that the topic today was, I think it was shoot Pan-African celebrate July 4th or Liberia July 26th, which is perfect, man, because I'm from Liberia. Carla is married. I don't know if you're still married. He's married into Liberia.
Yeah.
Carla Genesis, right? Perfect. I'm from Liberia. Bomani is going to be going to Liberia soon, I think. At some point.
We're doing a tour
next year. Yeah. We talked about that. So, look, my thing is, I think we're beyond this now. At this point, we have to, realize that. What has happened in the past. Oh yeah, actually, that's the tour. What has happened in the past is really not over. It has morphed into something new. We all know that. What happened to Africa, what continues to happen to Africa, Africans and and so forth. This has morphed into something entirely new. We're watching the new, I would say, the resurgence of colonialism in a whole different fashion now. So, but the good news is, with how we're watching the world going with social media and all of that, almost nobody has an excuse anymore to continue to go back and talk about what happened in the past. We I think to a large extent now have an opportunity to right this wrong, or even if we can't right the wrong, because I don't think it can be righted. If that, for lack of a better, I don't know if that's a word, but there's no way we can right what has happened to us. Over the decades, over the centuries. But now we have an opportunity where we see that it's obvious that Africa is the next frontier. Matter of fact, it's not even the future anymore. Africa is the present. Okay. When it comes to the economically, Africa is the place to be right now. When it comes to the places in the world with the fastest growth model, countries around the world, Africa tops the list. Africa is the youngest continent right now. Liberia being the supreme culprit. Actually, Liberia has a whole lot of young people. When I say the youngest continent, I'm not talking about the continent itself, but I'm talking about the residents of the continent of Africa are so young. China, people in China, in Asia, pretty much are very old now. The West, we all know, the United States and all of that, people are older now. Africa has a whole lot of young people. Africa is home to nearly 80% of the world's natural resources is on the continent. Very blessed, diverse weather pattern. You go over there, you can pretty much name what you want to do, focus on it, and get it done. So Africa is the place to be right now. If you are a diaspora and you're from Africa, or your parents, your great grandparents, or whatever are from Africa, and you're looking for real freedom, and I'm talking about freedom in every way, not just literal freedom, but I'm talking about financial freedom and all of this. Africa is a place to start to look, even if you have a little bit of cash in the West and you're looking for a place to invest, with good research and good investigation, perpetually going back to the continent and studying the place, diverse countries, going around and learning about these different countries. Africa will be the perfect place right now to go and invest your money. Knowing that eventually, ultimately, it's going to yield back to a very huge extent. Right now, things are cheaper in Africa than most places in the world, especially here in America. Land is cheap. You know, Liberia land is cheap there. Ghana land is cheap. Ivory Coast, I see a lot of people tend not to go to Ivory Coast, and I understand because it's French speaking, but it's Africa. Actually, Ivory Coast to a large extent is more developed than Ghana. Really, if you read it, been in West Africa, you know, as I have, you know, I grew up there, so Ivory Coast is a lot more developed. It's amazing. They speak French there, of course, but amazing opportunities. If you don't want to go to West Africa, go to East Africa. You know, Kenya. I was just in Kenya a couple of months ago, twice actually. Within the last 6 months, I've been to Nairobi twice. Amazing opportunities, you know, for diasporas. You know, you got Tanzania, you got Rwanda. Very easy. You can go to Rwanda and register your business within about 2 to 3 hours. Amazing opportunities. So the continent is opening up. The people, the eyes of people are starting to open up. People are starting to see that, listen, this is where we need to be. This is where it's at. You know, and what's amazing, a lot of people aren't paying attention. I know we talk mostly to us, but when you get on a plane going to Africa, usually on a perpetual basis, every time I've been there, and I'm sure Bomani can say the same thing, Kyle can say the same thing, for some of you watching right now, you can say the same thing. Usually up to 60 to 65, maybe even 70% of those passengers on those planes, on those flights going to Africa are Caucasians. So there's a reason why they're going there. So let's not miss out on the opportunities to just grab our freedom, go back home where the opportunities are diverse. The people want to see you. Liberia is really, you know, I want to claim this as a Liberian. Liberia is probably the most pro-American, you know, country in Africa. So what that means is, if you're an African American, Liberians are going to embrace you. They're going to love you. They're going to love on you. They're going to want you to be there. You know, but I've seen this also in other African countries that I've been to. They want to see African Americans or Black Europeans, you know, Black French, Black people from Canada, you know, all around the world. They want to see you come back home and invest with your people. We're not saying that other people can't come, but I'm telling you, Africa is for you. This is your home. You know, if you're looking for legitimacy, if you're looking for a life of dignity, because it doesn't really matter what you achieve in the West. You know, some of us do well here, but you're not going to get that dignity. It's just not there. So if you want to experience that type of life, you know, you want to live a life of dignity. You want to just sometimes say, you know what? It's not all about money. It's about dignity. Is about me wanting to leave a real legacy for my children. I want my children to grow up in an environment where they never have to look over their shoulders, you know, stuff like that. Why not come to Africa? What's stopping you? A lot of you guys, a lot of you folks, when you look in your wardrobe, your closets, your gadgets, you can afford 10 plane tickets, 10 round trip tickets to Africa, but you don't know these things because you've been told otherwise. You think most people, when I talk to most people, when I talk about Africa, they're like, man, I can't go way over there. It's too expensive. But yet and still, that same person is buying 3 or 4 round trip tickets going to Vegas and not even realizing that, you know, you can use that same money to go to Africa and spend a lot less and learn a lot more about the continent and find a home for yourself. The amazing thing about Africa is you can find a home anywhere. You know, you go to any country, you're going to be welcomed on the continent. That's home for you. So why continue to struggle? You know, and one of the things I wanted to talk about is I see people, you know, maybe rightly so, people in the West, you know, in like America and stuff, fighting for your rights every day. You're in the streets, you're rioting and all that stuff. You know, we shall overcome and so forth and so on. And I can understand, you know, a lot of you guys, you were born here, you don't know anything else. Your great grandparents were here, you know, and stuff like that. So you're from here, you know, you were born here. So you think nowhere else is home. But yeah, really, if you ask me, you really don't have to do that stuff. There is a place on this God's green earth that you can go to, that you will never have to go through the thing where you in the street all day rioting and you know, and worry about police, you know, brutality and all that stuff. I'm not saying Africa is perfect. The police are gonna be, you know, they have their own issues, but to a large extent, it's just about chipping in here and there, you know, stuff like that. You'll be good, you know. But you know, in other parts of the world, when you have an altercation or an interaction with the police, as a Black person, you're worried as to whether you're going to go home alive from that interaction. It's real. So why would you have that alone is going to cause stress on your body that is totally unnecessary. So think about it, guys. Like, brothers like Bomani, or brothers like College Genesis, or other brothers who've left America and gone back to the continent to show you the way, like Go Black to Africa, and all of these folks. They're not doing it because they just want to be cantankerous or just want to be haters of the West. I do not hate America. I'm grateful for the opportunities here, and I'm if anything, I'm grateful for America for the ability to have my eyes open to see what Africa or what I've really left back home. America gave me the ability to realize what I'm missing in Africa. That's what America did for me. If anything, America opened my eyes to be like, God damn it, man, look what I have back home. Look what I've left there. Look what I'm missing on. So folks, I'm encouraging you, join Bomani. I mean, he's traveling around the continent. He's very trustworthy. I mean, I've never heard of course, you got some people who are always going to be used by people who don't want to see us progress and try to, make some false accusations. But this brother's been doing it. He's going around the continent. He's, carrying people to Africa, exposing them, letting them experience real freedom. And they are deciding by themselves to either move back home or start a business or buy land and start to slowly but surely get back to the continent. Check him out. Check out, for example, look what's posted right now. He's going to be going to Liberia. We got here Liberia. I think it's in March of next year, March 29th to April 9th. And he's also going to like other countries. I think in November he's going to South Africa, if I remember right. We talked about it earlier. I think he was just
November and South Africa in December.
December, okay, we talked about it. And you were just in Senegal. I saw that, man. I've never been to Senegal, but I'm going there next. The next time I go back to the continent in about 3 to 4 months, I'm going to Senegal and Gambia. I want to go to Senegal. I speak a little bit of French because just a short story. During the war in Liberia back in the days, I'm sure you guys know. Kala knows for sure. We had a war. I started in 1989. I was in the country. My father moved us to Ivory Coast, right next door. So I was there for about a year. So I learned how to speak French. So, I speak French a pretty good deal where I can go to a French country and really kind of assimilate and get into the system. So I'm pretty good there. You don't have to be afraid of, going to a country just because you don't know the language. You got Rosetta Stone, you got all these apps. You can pretty much learn how to say hello, or where can I get a taxi, or where is the bus stop, or where is the restaurant, where's the clinic. Learn those basic wordings and stuff. Go to these countries and find your people, interact with your people. I mean, it's amazing. I can't stay. I was just in Africa, like I said, a couple of months ago, and I'm getting ready to go back, because God has made me to see that America is not the enemy, right? The real enemy now is realizing what we have waiting for us back on the continent and not acting on it. Just that attitude of just being satisfied. A lot of people have decided to be pleased with this mediocrity, this life of mediocrity that we live here in the West. You get a nice low job. You're making maybe 6-7 figures. You can afford a nice house. You can buy a car. You can take your family on vacation. And you just live in that kind of loop until you die, never living a real life of purpose. For some reason, Africa makes you think about a purposeful life. A life of purpose. I mean, that continent is amazing. So that's a reason why a lot of people, just not black people, a lot of people are going to Africa on a daily basis. So it'll be a shame and a travesty for black people to just decide that I'm never going to go to Africa. Sometimes it hurts me when I talk to some African Americans. I'm like, when are you going to Africa? Because you always talk about you going here or there. I'm never going there. I'm like, I almost want to cry for you because I know they're so misled. They're so confused. They're so lost, and I don't come down hard on them, but I feel bad because I'm like, you're missing out. You're missing out. What you're looking for in life is on the continent. So go there, go find peace, go find tranquility. Yeah. And you guys are right. July 26th is going to be Liberia's Independence Day. Liberia in America. There's a history there during the abolition of slavery. College Genesis, that's why I love this brother. He's amazing. He knows the history of that region more than I do, more than most Liberians. But during the abolition of slavery, African Americans who decided to resettle in Africa went to both Sierra Leone and Liberia. First they went to Shebrel Island, right, Carla, in Sierra Leone. And I guess the mosquitoes got them real bad, so they decided to go further down and went to Providence Island in Liberia. So Liberia has a real close history with America. I think the first 5 or 6 presidents of Liberia were all African Americans. If you look at the flag of Liberia, it looks like the flag of America, except for the fact that we have just 1 star. And in America, I think you have there are 50 stars or 52 stars. It's red, white, and blue. The capital city of Liberia was named after President James Monroe. A lot of similarities. The structure of government is the same here. We have the 3 branches of government. Just like here.
Is the fact that the land property rights and everything, even when you go to Liberia, right? I had one of my guys, right? He's a military guy. He used to be an ex-military. This guy is a diesel. That's my military guy. Yeah, he's forming. Like I said, look, we're trying to form our own like Boy Scouts and youth, in case anything, Minutemen, stuff like that. But anyway, he has a piece of property he gave to our organization, right, on the beach, right? And he has, Edwin Snow, right? The senator or whatever he is, right? That clown.
I know him very well.
He's a passport bro. He be in Brazil, He's supposed to be over there. Like, he's a passport bro. Anyway, his Edwin Snow built a mansion on the beach, right? In Painesville right there. And the wall, what do you call it? The compound wall, right? Is like 7 inches over on his property, right? And he said, look, I'm going to make him, I said, you're going to make him tear that down for 7 inches? Yeah, that's my property right there. He's 7 inches over on my property. Where does that come from? That comes from the fact that in America, everything is about property, lines, and everything like that. Right down to a science, right? My property is registered with the city and everything like that. This is my property. That's something that African Americans can relate to, It's not like, some tribal chief, whatever like that. It's you buy the property, whoever you buy it from, and you get the land. Once you get the lawyer to clear to make sure there's no title lien hold on it or whatever like that, the property is yours, And so, like I said, and we have a growing retirement community in Black America, right? The baby boomers, right?
Yep.
There's a lot of baby boomers who say they want to live overseas. You got a lot of Black baby boomers going to Mexico, because it's cheaper to live down there on a retirement income. I'm saying, man, Liberia could be the perfect country, man, for retirement, retirement communities. That could be millions and millions of dollars. And now that when they come in, they're bringing their own insurance and everything. We can build Liberia's healthcare system up just with that,
Oh man, yes sir,
yes sir. Much opportunity, and so like I said, we have to do the diligence in defending Liberia, right? Liberia was not perfect. Yes, there was tension, but the white people and the enemies of Liberia want to exaggerate the tensions between the 2 groups of people, And when I found Liberia, I found it was really exaggerated, right? I said whether your background have people in Liberia, they're Bassa, they're Gola, they're all Liberians, They're Gola, they're Vai, they're Kron people, and we're all kicking it, We're all kicking it, We're listening to the same foods, listening to the same music, everything like that. So the vibe there is like a real, and that's what I mean by pan-Africanism, right? Real pan-Africanism, being able to fellowship with other Black people, not thinking about where you came from. When I'm in Liberia, I feel right at home. I don't feel like I'm at home.
Absolutely.
I feel like I'm at home. In fact, when I see a lot of white people in Liberia, I say, man, we got all these foreigners in our country, man. I'm like, I forget, I'm in America. What these foreigners looking at, man? Everybody's looking at me laughing, like, yeah, So, but you feel at home. It's a place you can feel at home. And so Black people in America need that, right? And I'm not saying, like you point about America, I don't hate America, right? But I do feel that if Black people had that other alternative, like the Jews have with Israel, and other people, like when, let's say America, let me give it the Mexicans, right? The Mexicans are very patriotic, right? Mm-hmm. They still got Mexico. They still got Mexico. Mexico's lost a whole southeast to the United States, right? They come here, they're proud to be American, right? Why? Because they said, okay, we lost that right here, but we still got a country called Mexico, right? We still got our culture and everything like that. The problem with the Black man in America is we have nothing alternative outside of America to identify with, And that's why we feel isolated, alien. We think we're going to protest forever. We think we're going to riot forever, and everything.
It's never going to work. It's never going to work.
Is starting to love Africa. That's the answer to the problem? You know, the answer to the riddle.
It's never going to work, brother. And just to answer that brother's question, there was a question, I think Unusual Red or something like that has said, I thought Ethiopia and Liberia were never colonized. So how did Liberia get an independence? Well, you don't necessarily have to get an independence because you were colonized. You just establishing yourself as a country. You know, you can declare an independence as well. So yes, you're right. Ethiopia and Liberia were never colonized. But I tell you one thing. I would just say on paper, Liberia was never colonized. On paper, let's put it that way. But America has such a heavy hand on Liberia, you could almost argue that they were colonized. But it's just that we were never colonized on paper. Now, if you see during the colonial era, well, colonialism is trying to come back. They're fighting. France is fighting tooth and nails. But during the colonial period, you will realize that most of the colonial powers, the European colonial powers, like France, Great Britain, and all these other countries, did not encroach on Liberia. The reason for that was because of our connection with America, right? France was right there to colonize Africa. As a matter of fact, most of the Ivorian land is actually Liberia. Yeah, you go from Ma almost all the way up to Danade. That's all Liberia. But France, it used to be Liberia, but France was able to take enough of that, but they had to be careful because they knew that America, even though America was not formally in this whole colonial thing in Africa, but they knew that America had that connection with Liberia, so they had to be careful. Even Great Britain,
I think it was there was some people, although the political situation, America really did one day had plans to use Liberia as a place to get rid of black people. What happened was, you had World War I, World War II. That slowed that down, right? And then post World War II, you had the civil rights movement and everything like that. And also, there's something remarkable happened in Liberian history, where you had in places like Lofa County and Nimba County, right? The Mono people, right, were split on Liberia or France, right? And you had Samori Toure, and all these other people were fighting the French. And what happened was this: so the people, the Mono people, stood with Monrovia and said, "Look, they raised the Liberian flag. We're part of Liberia, right?" And that's where they made their stand right there. And what happened was this, right? You know what happened? The people, like Great Africa will tell you, right? The families were broken up. Some were on the French side, some were on the Liberia side, right? Most of the people on the French side, after living under a couple of years of the French, wanted to come to Liberia. They're like, man, the French are taxing us, they're killing us, and everything. They made their way over to Liberia and said like this. Same thing what happened with Sierra Leone, They're like, man, British, everything. And so a lot of Liberians, right, come from the Ivory Coast. They come from, you go to Liberia, why you got all these French-speaking people in Liberia? They all came over and said, look, we want to enjoy liberty and freedom. And
liberty,
So this idea. So, like I said, the idea of a constitution, that you don't have any white settlers in Liberia, you don't have all stuff like this, and the Constitution of Liberia forbade traditional land to be sold to Europe, like that.
Yes. You can't never buy land in Liberia unless you are black. Pretty much. You have to be of the black race to buy land in Liberia. Now, this is not one of the reasons why, guys, Liberia is where she is today, and Kala knows this very well. We were leading the way in Africa, like as Kala said. When we look, these other countries that they've gone leaps and bounds, ahead of us. Nigeria, it's gone far. Ghana is doing well for herself. Ivory Coast and all these countries, but we were the ones that most of these people came to learn how to even develop, to learn how to be free. Liberia was that, because why? We were pretty much founded by African Americans, right? So they brought that culture, that system from the U.S. If you look at the Liberian Capitol building, like the executive mansion and everything, it's very westernized. It has semblance of America, because our African American brothers and sisters who came there built that place. It was awesome. And I think to an extent, it started to scare America. They said, well, these people,
America,
yeah, it is like these people are they're gonna do something here, and if they would let them do it, and that was part of the reason why we actually unraveled. They started to instigate, eventually brought the war and mess us up, because Liberia was moving. I mean, like people in West Africa and other African countries used to call Liberia Little America. For a very long time there, we were using the US dollars as our stable currency. So why would I want to come to America if I'm using the US dollars in Africa? I don't need to come here because
Liberia had the least amount of people. They said Liberia is the only country in the world where more people settled in Liberia than came to America up until the Civil War. You know, Liberia, I said, a total of 37 people in this history ever left Liberia and went to America. You know, thousands and tens of thousands of people came from America and went to Liberia. What does that say?
Went to Liberia.
People would want to live in Liberia more than America throughout its history.
More than America.
It's a wonderful country for Black people, you know. And so, have you seen that film, The Wealth of Liberia?
No, I think I heard you mention it once. I definitely have to check it out, man. I have to check it out.
Tonight. The bottom line is this: Liberia in the 70s, right, was industrializing. There was industries like this. Stephen Talbot, I believe his name was.
Stephen Talbot. Yeah,
that basically died in a plane crash.
He was the brother of President Talbot. Yeah.
He basically was going on his way to be the first Black billionaire, and not only that, he had operations in Nigeria, right? After he died, but what happened was the Biafra War. Before he died, he pulled out because of the Biafra War, right? But the first Nigerian billionaire built on the industries that was sold to him by Stephen Talbot, Liberia. So Liberia was also helping in the development of Accra, Tyehimba, and places like that. So people, all of Liberia's accomplishments on the continent, right? George Padmore helping broker peace in the Congo. All Liberia's
absolutely.
Nelson Mandela, Kenneth Kaunda, Kwame Nkrumah, Nami Azikiwe. All these people came to Liberia to learn about diplomacy and government and stuff like that. That's where they came to, Because Liberia was the grandfather state on the continent, It
was.
So therefore, Liberia was definitely the Black man's America, It was a Black man's America. And so therefore, the reason why they erased Liberia from history, because it doesn't go along with their narrative that there's no alternative besides America. No, we did have an alternative. It's called Liberia. Just that the Black man. Imagine if when you look at all these great Black men, the Red Tails, the Harlem Hellfighters, and everything. Imagine if we were on the continent and we was able to use that talent, the military talent, and stabilizing Africa and stuff like that. All the talent we have in America that we helped build Detroit and Pittsburgh and all these places like that. And we just gave 10% of Black America to Liberia. Liberia would be a superpower right now,
Oh yeah, it would have been huge, and all that stuff was stalled. I'm telling you, it's very sad to think about it, as a Liberian. But one thing I know about Liberians, man, they're so resilient. Regardless of what has happened, we just keep the smile on our faces and just keep trying to push. But we were brought back, not the doing of our own. I know a lot of people say, well, you allowed it to happen. Trust me. I mean, we were moving. Liberia was like
a similar example happened to Iran, right? Being naive, right? Iran had elected the same thing Talbot. The president Musa said that, right? Was like a Talbot, right? He nationalized the British oil industry, right? But the CIA got together and said, we got to get rid of it. Same thing Talbot did. He started taxing Firestone and doing all stuff like this. He basically recognized the Palestinian struggle. He did all the stuff, and he says Liberia was going to be part of the non-aligned movement. He rejected the United States' request to build a base in Africa for the war in the Congo and Angola and everything. So Talbot had to go, and they created this whole rice riot, the indigenous people and all like that. Same thing they did in Iran. They had students out there demonstrating and I was like that. Oh, look what happened. Then the coup happens, And they say, well, what happened? Well, yeah. And then what happened in Liberia? Same thing. They put, we got a legitimate president. He's an indigenous background. What about indigenous right now? We want the right person. Same thing happened in Iran. They put the Shah in power, The Shah was going to do the bidding of the West, And and because they created this, he descended from some ancient monarch, whatever like that. Then people look up, how did we get the Shaw in power? You know, the Shaw in power because you guys were led to believe that your president, who was in your best interest, who you elected, was not in doing because of American propaganda. America spread a lot of propaganda about this democratic government in Iran. People were rioting, and people were paid to protest and everything. And next thing you know, this guy had to leave office and everything. And America installed the Shah in the power. And then what happened? 1979, the students figured out what was going on. They stormed the embassy. Remember that? You know,
Yeah.
And the Shah fled, and then the Iran's been ruled by Islamic clerics.
Ayatollah. Yeah.
Ayatollah, you know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's what happened. The United States has its hand in everything, you know. And I'm not condemning America as an evil country, but the people that run this country, right? And a lot of times, I don't think Americans even know what.
No, trust me. A lot of them don't even know. And that's why. Yeah. That's why I don't hold things against Americans, because a good 80 to 90% of them are a bit oblivion to what's even happening around the world. They don't even know. They just focus on. So I would never blame, the ordinary American citizen. But yeah, I mean, and one of the things I encourage people to, black folks, is do not at some point you have to come to terms with the fact that you have to be okay, right, with Western powers doing what they're doing. You have to come to terms with the fact that they do these things for survival. Okay, and rather than hitting them, we should just focus on how can we get ourselves to where we need to get to. And I think one of the issues is because as Africans we're so blessed, we have everything. God gave us everything, so we took everything for granted. Now these people don't have anything, and they're seeing this place that has everything, and they're saying, well, they have everything over there, we don't have anything. So we have to create a strategy, a system to where we can take everything they have and make it seem okay and make them want to be here.
Yeah.
So there is nothing in the West that did not come from Africa. Most of the luxury that you're enjoying in the West, the raw materials came from Africa. That's where it came from. Cell phones, all these things that come from Africa. So we have these things over there, but we don't know what to do with them. So they say, well, we're just going to go take these things. We're going to cause conflict. We're going to cause, or instability. And they'll come to Africa and say, why can't you guys manage your countries? Of course, we know why we're not succeeding, because you want it to be this way. And this is it. So as soon as we come to terms with the fact that, let's be okay with other people doing evil things for their own survival, and let's focus on how can we build ourselves up. We still have everything. Africa is still the best continent. It's almost like these natural resources, as people are taking them, they're replenishing themselves. It's amazing that we're blessed on the continent. You don't have to put up with some of the things you put up in the West. You really do not, if you really think about it. But you just have to be able to come to terms, bro, it's a horrible life to live. Not just the level of stress, but just the fact that you always know that you are, regardless of what you do, what you accomplish, how much you accomplish, you are almost always second class.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's a messed up mind. It's a messed up, stressful life to live. Like at some point, it drives you insane. You can be, I'm telling you, man, I know a lot of brothers doing amazing, but they're up here, they're messed up because of that. It doesn't matter what you do, bro. I work in healthcare. I'm in a very high top level. I still experience this. This is it. This is the reality of things. And what do you do about it? Do you go fighting or get on the street? We shall overcome. We want rights. Why are you begging for rights? Why are you begging? How can you beg an oppressor to make you equal to him? That's never going to happen. If I'm oppressing you, just think about it. It's common sense. If I am oppressing you, the least I can do is give you a little bit of freedom so you can feel a little good about yourself. I will never bring you up to my level. I don't care what you do, and I damn sure am not going to let you pass me. So why don't you go somewhere where you can establish it for yourself? That stuff is just when I see, African American brothers and sisters in the street all day, I understand the sentiment. Our forefathers built this nation and all that. I understand all that. But you're never going to get what you want because you're literally asking the person that's oppressing you to bring you to his level. He's never going to
give
do
you reparations. They're never going to apologize. They're never going to do none of that stuff like that.
Never.
And so the bottom line is that we're the only group of black people, right? Who, like I said, when you talk to I talk to a lot of Liberians, and they have very little, right? But they have this sympathy for us over here, even though we have a lot of material stuff. They're like, I feel your pain because you're living in a country where they know you hate it. They know how we feel. And so the bottom line is they understand that when you come over here, you're free, you're at home, And so like I said, these people, like these ADOS FBA people, they're delusional. They're satisfied with their second-class citizenship, their third-class citizenship, because I have no idea what that's all about. The bottom line is you cannot go forever just saying, I'm going to pass second-class citizenship to future generations. And so, like I said, the future is that we have to have a Pan-African plan, a Pan-African plan. When you have a Pan-African plan, like me, I have a good business in America. I'm satisfied financially and everything like that.
Yep.
But I know for a fact that's not enough, right? When my connection to Liberia, the marriage and everything like that, is my escape. It's what I think about 24 hours a day, everything. So when I hear something wrong with America, like Supreme Court got rid of it, that don't bother me. Nothing. Nothing bothers me because my focus is on my country, Liberia, and these other countries in Africa I want to see come up. Now, if I really start believing in this stuff about we shall overcome and everything like that, you're going to keep getting hurt and disappointed, and it's going to drive you insane. It's never going to happen.
It is. It's never going to happen. Never. You just it's like you're playing a fool, making a fool out of yourself. At some point, you have to realize that you're just making a fool out of yourself. It's not going to happen.
That's what they use us for.
Yeah,
that's what they use. They give us the Juneteenth holiday and everything like that, and they pacify you and everything. But the status of black people, right? And the status of black people in America, right? No matter what you do, I was saying earlier, I don't know if you're listening, right? I was saying that when white people fail, like they said, majority of poor counties in America are white and Republican, right? When their counties are poor, right? You know what they say? Oh, the economic downturn. Oh, this factory left and everything like that. They don't start calling them lazy, stupid, and stuff like this, right? When they fail or whatever like that, when there's a huge opioid epidemic, I'm not mocking any human suffering, right? I feel for every human being, right? I refuse to be like them, I have empathy for anybody that's suffering, When they go through a heroin opioid crisis and everything like that, it's the opioid crisis and everything like that. But when black people are suffering from drugs like the cracker, oh, these people are crackheads, let's pass laws like that. We have black people think like that, oh, black people ain't shit, whatever like that. But what about all the towns? Like you got towns in western part of Virginia where like 60% of the people, it's like 99% white. 60% of the people are Medicaid and collect welfare and food stamps, but they're not on the 6 o'clock news, No. And when they do interview them, right, the white people are like, yeah, I sell some bottles to survive and everything. And you're giving this thing where you have empathy for white people, They're not called lazy. They're not called you know what I'm saying? But yet do that with black people. What will the comments be? Oh, people ain't, you know what I'm saying? That's America. That's the reality. America cherishes whiteness. Whiteness comes first. Blackness is always demonized. We're always criminalized. We're always demonized, right? And so, therefore, like I said, when we start talking about Independence Day and everything like that, hey, I don't care about people celebrating, but you should also say, something. There's one country that wrote a constitution with me in mind. There's one country that basically was founded by my ancestors that did try to do the right thing, to help their independence movement in Africa and everything. We should have some sort of support, even not full allegiance, to this Republic of Liberia. We should have that.
Absolutely. And I want to encourage everybody, come to Africa, but come to Liberia. I mean, come to Liberia first, because Liberia is riddled right now with opportunities. there's a saying: every successful man is going to tell you, every successful person is going to tell you that the more problems you solve, the more people's lives that you impact, the wealthier you become. And Liberia has a lot of problems, so a lot of opportunities to solve problems, and most of these problems are easier to be solved by folks like you and I from the West, who live in the West, because you have access to certain things that will matter there. You have certain kind of information, certain trainings, and stuff like that, certain disciplines, your education, your money, whatever is going to work over there at a level that it'll never work here. I don't care what you do. So
let me ask you a question, brother. You remember about a decade ago, now we criticized Sirleaf for that, but she did make an attempt to reach out to Morehouse, Howard, and people before Ebola hit. And Morehouse and Howard and these colleges were building with Tubman University and other places in Liberia, where you go over Liberia and spend like a semester, whatever like that. You got college credits and everything like that. That's a key. Also, you have black fraternities that's in Liberia, that were black medical doctors from America, like that. And also, the University of Tennessee recently sent like a whole truckload of laptops to Liberia University. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. And so what I'm saying is, if we have more of our universities and more of our industries and everything like that in America, reaching out to Liberia will be on its feet, everything. Because if we build that connection, what I love about the fact that we have a lot of Liberian Americans. They attend black colleges in America. They attend the black institutions and everything. And so there's not really much of a difference between African Americans and Liberia in America anymore, And so, so I like the fact that Liberians are reaching out to African Americans, and we're fellowshipping now, and we're doing this stuff like that. We got a shared history with this country and everything, and so just knowing that you have a part of something, and that's very liberating to black people, in America, And so you have a country that you're participating in and everything like that. Dr. Kula, she basically wanted to do the movie Providence, and she takes groups of African American students over to Liberia all the time, and stuff like that. So it's growing, the connection is growing, maybe not as fast as we want it to be, it should be, but it's growing, And so
absolutely.
It's going to be it. That's why it's our job is to keep telling the story of Liberia, telling the truth about Liberia, and saying, look, if you could have anything about America, I'm in America. Okay, well, we just said, look what America did to the Harlem Hellfighters, right? And when you watch that movie like that, they came back and valor, saved France and saved the American world. When they came back, these guys weren't even given basic things in America. Some of them were even lynched, when they came back to America. Yet black people have so much love for this country that keeps, telling time and time again that we don't care about you. So why not give some of that love to a country that, for all it's worth, it's Liberia's like that girl at the dance that you're not attracted to, right? But she want to dance with you, and you keep getting dissed by that girl that don't want you and everything. That's what it's like, and you got that girl over there, like, if he picks me, I can make him really happy, but maybe I'm not as popular as that girl over there. He's chasing the popular girl, and everything you want is in me, And so, but we gotta make Liberia that country where black people are like, yes, man, I want to be part of this. I definitely want to be part of this. And we don't have to apologize to anybody about this. We have to apologize.
No, absolutely not.
Pan-African spirit.
Absolutely not. Yeah, it's amazing, and like I say, it's a wonderful thing to just see people, you guys coming back, my brothers and stuff, because I was born there. So, it's amazing, man, to see you guys coming back to the continent. I can go through a roster of my African American brothers and sisters and British and stuff who are coming back to the continent. It's just amazing. Actually, my first trip back to the continent was because I saw what's his name? I forgot now. One of the African American brothers who's been up and down the continent, because of his video I saw it and I was like, man, what am I doing?
Dynas, you know, Dynas Amir?
Dynas Amir.
Okay, yeah.
Search for
He's inspired a lot of people.
He
Search
has.
for Uhuru, yeah,
I saw his video from when he went to Tanzania. He was eating on the beach, eating some fresh food. I was like, and you know, I've always wanted to go to East Africa, you know, living in West Africa. And when I saw him, not my first trip, my second trip to Africa was Kenya, because I wanted to go see, you know, what was happening there. And now, you know, I started a little business in Kenya as well. I have an Airbnb. I don't know if I can actually, if Bomani is okay with it, I can probably send you the link. You probably share it up with the audience if that's okay. I got an Airbnb over there in Nairobi, right in
absolutely. You can post it, send it to me on WhatsApp, and I can post it. It's all good.
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. Yeah, so it's it's over there in you know, in the Riverside Square area, right in Nairobi. Beautiful place because of Dynas Amir. I went over there. Now, then the next person I saw that really kind of inspired me was when College Genesis went to Liberia and got married. Maybe you don't realize that. I was like, man, these guys are, you know, coming back. And I saw that, you know, it was all on Facebook. You know, Liberians are very welcoming people, so they shared it all over. And I saw that. I was like, oh man. Then I saw Bomani in Ghana doing this thing over there. You know, I enjoyed one of his videos when he clapped back at this clown. I don't know if it's in Europe or wherever he is. What's his name? I don't even know his name. No, not RJ Mighty. RJ Mighty is in Senegal. He was one of the dudes that actually inspired me to as well at the time back then. But the guy I'm talking about who always goes after you know, African American folks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, unapologetic Negropian, yeah.
Yeah.
So
we took care of him.
Yeah, I saw. I was like, something. I think he has some kind of mental. He must have some kind of mental problem or something like that, because it didn't make any sense.
The way you fight him to prove yourself. I mean, many people out there, they fall victim to the things you say about them and they collapse. You know what I'm saying? We're fighters. You know,
so
we're still going strong, and he's gone, ran off with his white wife, getting ready for daddy life.
Yeah, I think he was desperate. He probably got deported. I think he got deported from America before and all that. So he probably had that anger towards African Americans. You know,
he was on them in Senegal and Gambia, but there's a lot of foolishness going on there. But you know, I tell people, don't cause any problems with our network, or we're gonna come after you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's one thing I appreciate you for, man. You always came back after all the negativity and stuff like that. I actually shared that link with you on WhatsApp about so there was that. There was people like the Black Acres of the Gambia. I used to watch them back in the days. You know, it's a lot of people that really encourage. You know, of course, Ward Maya, who left from China, moved back to the country. He followed his heart. He was going to be out there in China like everybody else, you know, trying to make a living, and he followed his heart and went back to Africa. He struggled for a while, and you know, and then God opened doors for him. Now he's doing what he's doing. So there's just so many people that inspired us to start coming back home. So I really do appreciate you guys, man. You guys have done so much for all of us. And I look forward to one big grand get together on the continent, man. You know, between the country.
Join us in Liberia next year.
Yeah. I don't. Definitely, I'm going to be there in March. I'm going on a tour. That Bomani is actually setting up. I'm going to be in Liberia a few more times, maybe one or two more times this year, and then definitely for sure in March. You know, I want to go check it out. You know, I want to be there for that tour. So, yeah, definitely want to be there for that.
Absolutely, brother. We're going to get everything all set up and everything all organized, and we're going to do it to the highest level.
That's going to be a tour, bro. That's going to be the tour of tours, bro. We're going to have so much fun. Yeah. That's going to be so much fun, man. Bonding and brotherhood and sisterhood, man. This is going to be something else, man. It's going to be something else, man. It's going to start this new thing. It's going to be just the official start of a new testament, you know?
Yes, absolutely.
2022, 2023, actually. 2022 was the end of 200 years, right? 2023 is the New Testament, like the New Testament.
Yeah, good job.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, and that's what I'm telling people. You know, that based on experience, based on many things that we have going, we're just putting together something you know, exceptional. So that we're just getting you warmed up and everything. And I appreciate my brother for joining and just breaking down certain aspects of Liberia. We had the 2 hour mark, family. Just want to see if anybody else want to join us. If not, I know Kala got more to share, which we can definitely get into. I got a Happy Independence Day video. So we're gonna play that, and we can just critique it, and we can also add to it. And Kala, you can break down the famous Afrikstan analysis. So let me know if you're open to it. It's about 10 minutes and 41 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm
We
open.
don't have to play all of it, but if it gets too painful or certain things, you're gonna let me know stop, or if you just need to stop, that way you can just explain certain things. Just let me know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Absolutely.
The Declaration of Independence by the
Absolutely.
representatives of the people of the Commonwealth of Liberia in Convention assembled July 16, 1847. We, the representatives of the people of the Commonwealth of Liberia in Convention assembled, invested with the authority of forming a new government, relying upon the aid and protection of the great arbiter of human events, do hereby in the name and on behalf of the people of this Commonwealth, publish and declare the said Commonwealth a free, sovereign, and independent state by the name and title of the Republic of Liberia, while announcing to the nations of the world the new position in which the people of this republic have felt themselves called upon to assume, courtesy to their opinion seems to demand a brief accompanying statement of the causes which induced them, first to expatriate themselves from the land of their nativity, and to form settlements on this barbarous coast, and now to organize their government by the assumption of the sovereign and independent character. Therefore, we respectfully ask their attention to the following facts. We recognize in all men certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the right to acquire, possess, enjoy, and defend property. By the practice and consent of men in all ages, some system or form of government is proved to be necessary to exercise, enjoy, and secure their rights. Every people have a right to institute a government and to choose and adopt that system or form of it which in their opinion will most effectively accomplish these objects and secure their happiness, which does not interfere with the just rights of others. The right, therefore, to institute government and powers necessary to conduct it is an inalienable right and cannot be resisted without requisite injustice. We, the people of the Republic of Liberia, were originally inhabitants of the United States of North America. In some parts of that country, we were debarred by law from all rights and privileges of man. In other parts, public sentiment more powerful than law frowned us down. We were excluded from all participation in the government. We were taxed without our consent. We were compelled to contribute to the resources of a country which gave us no protection. We were made a separate and distinct class, and against us every avenue of improvement was effectively closed. Strangers from other lands of a color different from ours were preferred before us. We altered our complaints, but they were unattended to or only met with ailing the peculiar institutions of the country. Our hope of a favorable change in our country was thus wholly extinguished from our bosoms, and we looked with anxiety for some asylum from the deep degradation. The western coast of Africa was the place selected by American benevolence and philanthropy for our future home. We moved beyond those influences which oppressed us in our native land. It was hoped we would be enabled to enjoy those rights and privileges and exercise and improve those faculties which the God of nature has given us in common with the rest of mankind. Under the auspices of the American Colonization Society, we established ourselves here on land acquired by purchase from the laws of the soil. In an original compact with this society, we, for important reasons, delegated to it certain political powers, while this institution stipulated that whenever the people should become capable of conducting the government, Whenever the people should desire it, this institution will resign the delegated power, peacefully withdraw its supervision, and leave the people to the government of themselves. Under the auspices and guidance of this institution, which has nobly and perfect faith within its pledge to the people, we have grown and prospered. From time to time, our number has been increased by immigration from America and by accession from native tribes. And from time to time, as circumstances required it, we have extended our borders by acquisition of land, by honorable purchase from the native of the country. As our territory has extended and our population increased, our commerce has also increased. The flags of most civilized nations of the earth float in our harbors, and the merchants are opening an honorable and profitable trade. Until recently, these visits have been of a uniformly homogeneous character, but as they have become more frequent and to more numerous points of our extended coast, questions have arisen which it is supposed can be adjusted only by agreement between sovereign powers. For years past, the American Colonization Society has virtually withdrawn from all direct and active part in the administration of the government, except in the appointment of the governor, who is also a colonist, for the apparent purpose of testing the ability of the people to conduct the affairs of government, and no complaint or crude legislation, nor of mismanagement, nor of maladministration has yet been heard. In view of these facts, this institution, the American Colonization Society, with that good faith which has uniformly marked all its dealings with us, did by a set of resolution in January, in the year of our Lord 1846, dissolve all political connections with the people of the Republic, return the power with which it was delegated, and left the people to the government of themselves. The people of the Republic of Liberia, they are of right, and in fact, a free, sovereign, and independent state, possessed of all the rights, powers, and functions of government. In assuming these momentous responsibilities of the position they have taken, the people of this republic feel justified by the necessity of the case, and with this conviction they throw themselves with confidence upon the candid consideration of the civilization of the world. Liberia is not the offspring of ambition, nor the tool of avaricious speculation. No desire for territorial aggrandizement brought us to these shores, nor do we believe so sought it motive entered into the high consideration of those who aided us in providing this asylum. Liberia is an asylum from the most grinding oppression. In coming to the shores of Africa, we indulge the pleasing hope that we will be permitted to exercise and improve those faculties which impart to man his dignity, to nourish in our hearts the flame of honorable ambition, to cherish and endorse these aspirations which a beneficent Creator hath implanted in every human heart, and to evince to all who despise, ridicule, and oppress our race that we possess with them in common nature, susceptible of equal refinement, and capable to equal advancement in all that adorns and dignifies man. We were animated by the hope that here we should be at liberty to train up our children in the way that they should go, to inspire them with the love of an honorable fame, to kindle within them the flame of lofty philanthropy, and to form strongly within them the principles of humanity, virtue, and religion. Amongst the strongest motives to leave our native land, to abandon forever the scenes of our childhood, and to sever the most endeared connections, was a desire for retreat where, free from the agitation of fear and molestation, we could approach and worship the God of our fathers. But far our highest hopes have been realized. Liberia is already the happy home of thousands who were once the doomed victims of oppressions. And if left unmolested to go on with her natural and spontaneous growth, if her movements be left free from the paralyzing intrigues of jealous ambition and unscrupulous avarice, she will throw open wider and yet a wider door for thousands who are now looking with an anxious eye for some land of rest. Our courts of justice are open equally to the strangers and the citizen for the redress of grievances, for the remedy of injuries, and for the punishment of crime. Our numerous and well-attended schools attest our efforts and our desire for the improvement of our children. Our churches, for the worship of our Creator, everywhere to be seen, bear testimony to our acknowledgement of His providence. The native African bowing down with us before the altar of the living God declares that from us, feeble as we are, the light of Christianity has gone forth. While upon that chorus of curses, the slave trade, a deadly bleed has fallen as far as our influence extends. Therefore, in the name of humanity, virtue, and religion, in the name of the great God, our common Creator, we appeal to the nations of Christendom and earnestly and respectfully ask of them that they will regard us with the sympathy and friendly considerations to which the peculiarities of our condition entitles us, and to that comity which marks the friendly intercourse of civilized and independent communities.
That was written by Hillary T. That was probably one of the most powerful speeches ever written. You know, if you look at the American Declaration of Independence, right? But the American Declaration of Independence, right? And not to shit on America, right? They were talking basically about, it was one group of aristocrats complaining about paying taxes to another group of aristocrats from Britain, right? There was nothing in the American Declaration that said anything about discovering their humanity. They were already humanity. They were slave owners. They were like this. Liberia, they were basically affirming that this republic was so they could simply be human beings. And he said that, you know, we were neglected in America, all this stuff like that. So Liberia, absolutely, right? When you look at Black history, look at what our ancestors were going through, right? That Declaration of Independence spoke to the condition of Black people, not just America, but Brazil and the Caribbean. All these people that were suffering, even the Africans that were captured at high seas and resettled in Liberia. Anybody that was Black and oppressed, you know what I'm saying? That was a home for you. So that's probably the Declaration of Independence written with the Constitution. Because remember, the Declaration of Independence in America was 1776. The Constitution was written 11 years later. So there was basically many different factions in America putting together a Constitution. Okay, we have a Declaration of Independence, right? But they still wasn't the people. They had no thing. Okay, we just here. The Constitution of America brought America together as a republic, as a republic, one unified republic. In Liberia, they declared themselves independence and became a republic, right? They said the only way we could become a republic and have this freedom is become a republic. In America, they declared their independence from fought the Revolutionary War, right? And then years later, a decade later, decided to become a republic. So Liberia was the only country that I know of that declared its independence and it became a republic at the same time. And the reason why they did that is because they knew that if they stayed with the American colonization society, right, there was a good chance that they could be falling into the hands of the British or America, whatever like that. So that's why they had to declare their independence. And they laid out in very detail why this was important. Why that they said that we could govern ourselves, right? And because of this, right, other African countries looked at this, right? If these guys could declare themselves and govern themselves, say that they can govern themselves, why do I need to be a protector of Great Britain? Why do I need to be a colony of the Belgian? It starts spreading throughout the African continent. So Liberia definitely had an impact on the liberation of Black people around the world. So therefore, to discard Liberian history and not learn Liberian history is a disservice. And you cannot call yourself a real pan-Africanist or somebody that knows Black people without understanding why Liberia was created. So.
Kala, you went very light, man. I thought you was gonna go stronger than that.
I'm saying, but Hillary T, that was the most powerful speech, right, by Hillary T. And it took him a couple of years to write that because a lot of that stuff was just his thoughts. He opened the first Liberian, I think it was called the Liberian Herald, right? The first Liberian print newspaper, and he printed many articles for years damning America, for its neglect, damning the American Colonization Society. And although we appreciate your thing, you're not doing enough, right? We're not. We are capable of building our own society. We're capable of being free people, And they looked at it. They said, "Look at our churches. Look at our schools. Look at how we engage in commerce and everything. All the things that define a free people, right? We are doing that." So with that, they said, "We're not asking for independence. We're declaring our independence." We're not saying, "Okay, America." We're saying we're an independent republic. Now it's up to Joseph Jacob Roberts to go around and get it because that speech was so powerful. Because they made such an impression, right? All the countries in the world, Britain, France, Spain, Netherlands, Germany, all recognized Liberian independence. The only country that didn't recognize Liberia was the United States. The United States didn't recognize Liberian independence until 1862. And the reason why that is because the southern states blocked it. They blocked it because if you say there's a black republic, right, on the African continent, and they got diplomats and they got diplomatic relationship, then the black people in America are going to be inspired to rise up because there's now a black country that they can identify with. So during when the southern states withdrew from the Union, right, Lincoln took the opportunity to recognize both Liberia and Haiti. Right, he recognized them. He said, "Look, I like what you guys are doing over there," and he invited John Hanson over there to the White House, and he sat down and talked and said, "Yeah, we have long-term plans in helping assist the eventual immigration when this war is over of former slaves and capable people to Liberia." But unfortunately, Lincoln was assassinated. The plan never was carried out. So. Now, like I said, the Liberian independence. I'm glad we played that video. That's Liberian independence, the Declaration, July 26, 1847. American independence, July 4th, 1776. And Liberia lasted as a republic, right? Longer than America did before America devolved into a civil war. People don't talk about that. Liberia was a republic, right? Held itself together until 1980. You had the coup, and then you had Charles Taylor's time and all these other people like that. For all those years, Liberia was a republic, recognized as a sovereign state, paying commerce and fees and import and export, all the things, the duties of a state, have a diplomatic relationship. Liberia was one of the original members of the League of Nations, and Liberia was one of the founding members of the UN, the United Nations. So what I'm saying tonight is to neglect Liberian independence while celebrating American independence is a really disservice to our ancestors.
Yes, Khaled, get them, brother, get them, Khaled. That's what I'm talking about, man. That was hot. That's on fire. Yeah, well appreciated as usual. So that's what we're gonna do, family. We're gonna play another video and show you some more of Liberian independence. Mr. Bomani, say hello to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me switch it over. All right, Khaled, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna load this video up and you just with a good breakdown on the Liberia Declaration of Independence. It seemed like you know it by heart.
You know, I read that, and some of the words from Hillary Teague I put in my novel. You know.
Carla, does this look familiar? Let me.
It looks like Broad Street.
This is 1962.
Yeah, it's like Broad Street. It was like the Queen when the Queen of England came.
Yeah, one of those videos. I'm just gonna play a little bit of this, and you can kind of just
and I'll dissect it.
Analyze that time frame of what was really going on in that part of Africa and in other parts of Africa as far as independence. As you talk about Liberia was advancing ahead, so you can always just.
I'm gonna talk about no shade at Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, but they say Africa, the first independent African country. Remember how many times we heard that? God, they completely erased Liberia from history.
It's funny. That's what's up. Yeah. Yes. So you're the mastermind, brother. So wherever you find these flaws, you break them down and analyze them.
You got sound?
Yes, sound. Just a little bit of sound. Now this is old footage, so got the volume up. You see the old school cars and everything.
Right now, that's the currently the Liberian Museum.
Now, go ahead. It's just making buzzing sound. So while it plays, you can talk.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess this. So this is a museum that we'll be visiting. So that's the guide can also just break down historically what that place is used for. Yeah, that's what you get sometimes in old footage, but appreciate the visual.
So you gotta find something. Hold up.
Something nice, like back in the 50s. And then until you find something, I'm gonna switch.
Okay, I got a good one for you.
Go ahead and share away.
Folks, thanks for rejoining us. Like I told you earlier on, I was coming on the outside of the Backwood Training Center.
Let me get the other one loaded.
You have schools of Liberians already lined up to witness the Independence Day parade.
So this look like it is from, I guess, last year. So this is like Independence Day of 2022.
And so the guys are coming out, the sound of the AFM marching band in the background, and some just position.
Go ahead.
And that was 2022. They had a year-long celebration. That was the first African American celebration. 2022. You know, there was all year there was nothing but celebrations in Liberia. You know, first the founding of the republic, the country was first established. You know, and stuff like that. You know.
This facility is the famous Antoinette Totman Stadium, also in Central Monrovia. And so we are live at the moment, providing you this special Independence Day coverage from just wherever you are joining us this morning, or whatever you're doing. I'd love to say welcome. And all right. Oh my goodness. My goodness. Right. Hip, hop. Liberia celebrates 175 years of independence, folks. And the parade is on. From wherever you are watching us, I'd love to say welcome. The official parade has begun, folks. The guys will parade the principal streets of Monrovia as part of today's event. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hip, hop, left, right. All right, another unit of the Armed Forces of Liberia. Here comes the Liberian National Police, all marching neatly attired this morning. Wow. Followed by the Liberia Immigration Service, also wonderfully attired. The guys are neat from head to toe. The next battalion is the Liberia National Fire Service. Welcome, folks. It's a wonderful and colorful event here today. Customs. Yes. And the police band also running some selection as well. And the band will be followed by the LDA, the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. The guys are enjoying the block. Hip, hop. 1, 2, 1, 2. Followed by the Monrovia City Police. 1, 2, 1, 2. Left, right. Left, right. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Liberia at 175. And of course, we here providing you coverage. We're amongst several media institutions that are providing you coverage of this year's Independence Day celebration, folks. And so welcome from just wherever you are joining us. They are called the Park Rangers in their army green uniform. These are men and women of the Forestry Development Authority. Here comes the Boy Scouts of Liberia. Yes. Yes.
Most people have no clue that in 2020.
And so we'll follow the parade as the guard move across the principal streets of Monrovia. And here comes the old school unit headed by Anjani. This is some bit of a side attraction here as part of our celebration marking Liberia's 175th Independence Day. And so these are all members of the Anjani crew, old school. And keep watching us. This is Focus on Liberia. We're live from the Barclay Training Center in Monrovia, folks. So these are some bystanders here watching. We'll try to move across now as we follow the parade. This wonderful Tuesday morning in Monrovia, folks.
Yes, Color Genesis, brother. That is showing people a little energy from Liberia.
Mm-hmm.
So let me know if you want me to show that other video.
Yeah, that would be I have Kwame Nkrumah visiting Liberia in the 1950s. You know.
All right. Anything else you'd like to share about Independence Day before we share the video?
Well, like I said, independence 176 years, right? Since Liberia became a republic, and it's still standing. You know, what does that say? Like the brother was saying earlier, happy people. And let me tell you something about faith, you know, and these people, the resilience of a people. You know, Liberians always have, despite all the adversity they go through, they always have this idea that is that they have. There's a promise to them. You know, the promise to them. That's why when you see Liberians, they hold on to their parades, their celebrations. They have the Flag Day. What's the day called? With Memorial Day? They call Memorial Day something else. I forgot the name of it, but the holiday.
Veterans Day, something like that. Some kind of Veterans Day.
I forgot what the name of it was called. You know, I forgot the name of it. You know what I'm saying? I forgot the name of it. What it's called. You know, but it's basically honoring the dead. You know, the fallen military, the dead, whatever, and they hold on to their thing. This is a really, really good thing. You try to look at this and say, what was the United States thinking about this? Two countries, Liberia and the newly independent country of Ghana. And Kwame Nkrumah was visiting Liberia at the time, you know. And so this is a real powerful video. You know, remember something. These are like the two only independent countries outside Ethiopia on the continent at the time. You know, so it's, you know, he was going to Liberia because he needs to learn, you know, about modernization. You know. All
right, excellent, brother, excellent. So, family, this is the video.
Flags and pennants fly in the breeze to signal an event of importance to two nations of Africa. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, Prime Minister of the Gold Coast, arrives in Liberia for an official state visit. The Prime Minister gets his first look at the Republic through his binoculars. He comes at the invitation of President of Liberia, William V.S. Tubman, who felt that their countries have many mutual interests and that much could be accomplished through meetings and discussions. Crowds jam the piers at the free port of Monrovia as the presidential yacht approaches the $22 million pier built with American aid. This warm and spontaneous reception by the people of Liberia for the distinguished guest marks the event as one of the most important occasions in modern Liberian history. A guard of honor passes in review in honor of the Prime Minister, who stands for the Liberian Undersecretary of State, Momolo Dukuli. At the Executive Mansion, the Prime Minister of the Gold Coast is officially greeted by the President of Liberia. This is the first visit made by any leading official of a British African territory to the Liberian Republic. Its purpose is to provide background for better understanding between the two countries, so that many benefits may be attained from the resulting closer cooperation. American Ambassador Edward R. Dudley and Liberian Vice President William R. Tolbert greet Dr. Nkrumah. A banquet given in his honor by President Tubman, who said, "The government and the people of Liberia are thrilled at the presence of you and your suite within our territories. These territories are yours and ours. Feel and act absolutely free." Dr. Nkrumah replied, "Our aspirations are the same, the peace, welfare, and happiness of our people." A portion of the 10-day state visit is spent surveying Point 4 activity in Liberia. Here, American Technical Cooperation Administration technician Roland Chambers explains the details of housing construction. Point 4 technicians will carry on agricultural projects in cooperation with the Liberian government. Modern equipment plays a big role in these activities. At the government experimental station at Suakoko, Dr. Nkrumah observes construction of a laboratory. Liberia was the first nation to sign a general Point 4 program agreement embracing its entire economy. Here at the experimental station, the Prime Minister inspects cattle and fowl raised as part of the Point 4 program and observes how American technicians assist the Liberian government in improving breeds of livestock. He attends a meeting of the Joint Liberian-United States Commission for Economic Development under the chairmanship of William Dennis, Liberian Secretary of the Treasury. 7 Liberians and 6 Americans direct its operation. Dr. Nkrumah is told of much that has already been accomplished and of that which will be done in the areas of public health, agriculture, public works, education, and public administration. Among many projects underway are a comprehensive aerial mapping survey, which will give Liberia its first accurate map and geological studies to determine the extent of the country's mineral deposits. A most interesting day is the excursion to the Bomani Hills, site of the Liberian Mining Company's iron ore mine. Mr. Charles Dewey, general manager of the company, escorts the Prime Minister on a tour of the vast plant. They watch a spectacular blasting operation on Monkey Hill. Modern equipment is used in the development of these natural resources. The grounds of the Executive Mansion set the scene for the last day of Dr. Nkrumah's visit. A gigantic garden party given by the President and Mrs. Tubman is attended by dignitaries from the diplomatic corps and government missions. This turnout is a demonstration of affection and respect by the Liberian people for their distinguished guest. There is much official handshaking as the Prime Minister of the Gold Coast stands side by side with the President of Liberia. These men represent unity and friendship between their nations. But most important of all, he came to Liberian shores bringing goodwill and friendship and departs in friendship.
Yeah, that was
brother. Yes, brother. That was beautiful. That was a beautiful masterpiece. I mean, you see how well groomed everyone was, professional looking.
Yeah, at the top of the game.
You know what I'm saying? We got to get back to that, man. The greater level of our black.
Yeah, we got to get back to that. That's what people. We had leaders that the world respected. You know what I'm saying? Shame that we let over the years clowns and idiots gain power on both sides of the Atlantic. That was very powerful. Tubman and Liberia and that meeting. At the time, Ghana was considered the Gold Coast. It was a prime minister. It was still part of the British Empire. And then later on, it declared its independence and he renamed the country Ghana. But what he wanted to do was, and he looked at Liberia, how people at the time, Liberia was going through a unification process with the indigenous people, and so he saw it through education and nationalism, right? All the divisions could be overcome. That's why he created a unifying name called Ghana, and that would inspire people to identify with something that's other than just like the Gold Coast, which was a British concept, So, but fortunately, Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown. And a lot of this stuff people don't understand. So even though people go to Ghana because of Kwame Nkrumah, you got to understand something, right? Same thing that happened in Iran, same thing happened in Liberia, right? The ignorant forces of tribalism and ignorance, right, overthrew him. And so a lot of our people, right, don't know that history. And they're walking into a country that basically, in many ways, rejected the idea of pan-Africanism and black nationalism, which Kwame Nkrumah was all about. He said, we need to have a black republic. Kwame Nkrumah said the most profound book he's ever read was Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. And he studied at Lincoln College in New Jersey. Kwame Nkrumah also pastored at black churches in Philadelphia. So he knew the black man in America very well. He knew the West. He knew the history of slavery. And he tied that all into his worldview and what thing. But a lot of people in Ghana at the time didn't understand that. They didn't understand why is he talking about bringing people, uniting the continent under one country and everything. They thought he was insane. And all the stuff like that we have to get rid of chieftaincy and all this nonsense and everything. They thought he was crazy. So like I said, I just want to say I'm not throwing shade at Ghana, but you basically got to understand, that although we go there because of Kwame Nkrumah, he was a Pan-Africanist. Ghana rejected, Pan-Africanism in its real form. Kwame Nkrumah went to great territories for black people in America to settle in Ghana. That's what the Fianca movement was started on, and he wanted to create a whole separate territory just for settling black people in Africa and Ghana, and they thought this guy was insane. They really thought he was insane. And so they thought he was crazy, and they conspired with the West. And when he talked about nationalizing the bauxite industry and everything, and all this stuff, and the CIA, while he was out of the country, the CIA said, well, it's time to, and he never saw his country again. So we have to learn from our history. We have to learn from our history. So we're not making mistakes. Like I said, the good thing about Liberia is is that they really put a constitution in place from day one that made sure that no white people are going to come in and take over. Baruti says, the Congo Panama country, why the U.S.? Well, because of Kwame Nkrumah. You know, why? Because I try to tell you, look at have you been listening to what Bomani been saying for the last how many years? You know, people are over there trying to scam you. You saw what happened to the Hebrew Israelite brothers got their land taken away and whatnot. You know, there's a lot of stuff. Because the bottom line, although we want to see Ghana as a pan-African country, in many ways it can be, right? But the people in power only see dollar signs, you know? If they could benefit from you coming and spending money and everything like that, yes, yeah. But Kwame Nkrumah was talking about something different. He was actually talking about giving black people in America and the diaspora representation in parliament, you know? Making it easy for them to become citizens and stuff like that. That sort of pan-Africanism. That does not exist in Africa or in Ghana right now. It doesn't exist. You know, so Jerry Rawlings tried it again, but the Ghanaian parliament rejected it. You know, so we go over the idea because we're going there. Look at what's his name, what's his name, Campbell. You know, he chose Ghana, right? But he's not getting it. He can't get an audience with nobody to take him seriously. You got a lot of Pan-Africans in Ghana, right? I got one guy, Wesley, that's in the BAIO, right? He's so frustrated with the lack of Pan-African Ghana, he became an ADOS FBA. You know, he's all ADOS FBA out now, you know? So, like I said, Kwame Nkrumah's, his vision of Pan-Africa did not basically think. You know, can you discuss the Fiancre killings? Well, the bottom line is this. It was in a rural area in sisters were murdered, you know, and we did nothing about it. You know, we did nothing about it. You know, we went over on the idea of we're going to settle in Africa and everything, and you're home now and everything. But some people don't understand why you're there, you know, and they basically, you know, what happens is you have envy, jealousy, same place all over the world. And it can happen any place. But we can't just assume because Kwame Nkrumah back then was a Pan-Africanist, right? That, you know, oh, we're going to go to a place, you know. You have to build those Pan-African links. You have to be clear about who you're dealing with. We have the black people in Ghana got to start fighting for this thing that they believe in. You can't just assume because Kwame Nkrumah was a Pan-Africanist, he talked about stuff that holds any weight in modern Ghanaian society. It doesn't. You know, so yeah, I hope that's clear enough to you. And like I said, this is not throwing any shade at Ghana at all. I'm just telling you the reality. You know, the reality is, you know, Africa has a lot of issues, and on the priority is building their economy up, feeding their people and everything. And Pan-Africanism and our vision of Pan-Africanism is not high on their priority list. Right? Not saying they're anti-Pan-Africanists, right? I'm just saying if they say a list of priorities and everything like that, you know, and if I'm lying, why did they make a Chinaman a chieftaincy, you know? And he has a logging company raping the Ghanaian forest. Why are Chinese-owned mining companies raping gold, sending gold out of the country, paying off corrupt officials? Why are the Chinese as chiefs and white people has been as chiefs? They say, well, they're chiefs because of development. Is that Pan-Africanism? You know, making a white man a chief because he's bringing some development? Making a Chinaman a chief? So we got to be real with ourselves, you know? I think I explained that right, Bomani, did I?
Yes, absolutely, brothers. Waiting for some people to join us. If not, then you can share some more presentation, and then we can close and get ready for a busy week.
Yeah. I keep thinking it's Saturday. It's Tuesday, man. I gotta get out there. I gotta go to work tomorrow. You know, I gotta get out there and start my grind. You know, but you know that's what it said. We made it clear tonight, right? Talked about the independence, right? And I'm glad we did this show tonight because we showed that Liberia is worthy of our respect as far as the independence. July 26th, you know, do something on July 26th to commemorate Liberian independence. 176 years as a republic, as a state, which flag and seal are still standing after everything. It's still that one beacon of hope. And like I said, Liberia could offer a lot as far as the black people in America who are frustrated by other countries they go to in Africa. You can find one country in Africa that has your story. I think every black person in America should read the Declaration of Independence written by Hillary T. And you would understand why, yes, this is a country that had me in mind. Same stuff that you complain about today that you neglected. You know, even though we don't understand we've made a lot of progress in America and everything, but you still got that void. And you feel that void when everyone's out celebrating American independence, and you're saying to yourself, damn, America, everybody's celebrating, everybody come here to this country, but this country basically had my ancestors chains at the same time. The people who wrote the Declaration of Independence owned my ancestors, thought we weren't human. How do you reconcile that? You know, how do you reconcile that? Thomas Jefferson owned, a couple hundred slaves. How do you reconcile that? But how you reconcile it is you keep doing what you can do, you know, take the opportunity that you have in America, right? But look to someplace else for that which you are lacking. You know, and this is what the reason for the pan-African, and that's all. That's all. People ask me, oh, America, look, America is what it is. It's not going to change. They're not going to roll over one day and say, you know something, we're all wrong. Let's fold up our tent and everything like that and let you run wild in America. It's not going to happen. They're not going to let you. They're not going to let you destroy America. Do you think that? You're sadly mistaken. They're not going to change the flag. They're not going to change anything about this country. They're not going to get rid of President's Day. They're not going to get rid of Lincoln Day. They're not going to get rid of anything. Sorry, they're not going to rename George Washington Bridge. They're not going to name Jefferson Avenue in every city. It's not going to happen. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, these men that owned slaves are founding fathers, heroes of America, and that's the way it is. It's always going to be like that. And if you have a problem with that, right, the easiest thing to do is look at the founding fathers of our country, Liberia. Hillary T. He's a founding father. You know, Joseph Jenkins Roberts. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna do something with money. I'm gonna get some pictures. We're gonna talk about some of these men. We got time.
Absolutely, brother. Do your thing. Keep it rolling. Keep it moving.
Okay. Okay. Let's see.
While Kala is working on that, this is the Flyer family. All of our wonderful tour schedules take you on the journey of a lifetime to the motherland. So lots of footage. As a matter of fact, every week there's always got new footage from all of our highlights in the past. In the past meaning the last journey last month in Ghana. But yes, family, we are getting prepared for the Liberia journey, so that's what we've been talking about a lot. So that's our featured journey. So we've been putting a lot of energy into that, so we can build up the energy. So that's my number, email address, and my details. And I reach out. Some good news. Call me and let me know that you're ready to make a deposit to take the journey with us to Liberia. Call me and let me know that you read all the information on the website and about Liberia, and you're ready to talk about how to get started. So those are the things that we're looking also to connect you with, or tell us that you want some land and be a part of our Black Star community, and add some fire to our operation so we can just do this thing together strong. All right, let me see if I have another video. No other video.
Play a video by Cyrus Sudisetti.
All right, if I could find that one.
Scroll up a little bit.
Yes, so is it called Young Black Mayor?
No, hold up. It's called, hold up.
Oh yeah, it probably didn't load. Let me click on this. Here we go, I got it. Let me just.
So that one right there, too. The young black mayor, the guy like that, that's gonna break down the Declaration.
And that was him loud and excited. But give me a few seconds. Let me just get it all set and get him going. Yo, what's wrong with him? Is he like? Is he like? I guess some people just be on some other stuff, man. They just be. Where you get all this energy from? Yeah. So this is the video you're talking about, Colin. All right, I can hear you now. So this is the video right here.
Yeah.
All right, let me. All right, family. So let's listen to what the brother got to say. Any introduction? Anything you want to say before we play it?
Yeah. Well, this is not a shot at the Nation of Islam, but I want to talk deeply about what he says about the Nation of Islam and civilization, right? Basically, he's talking about clean cut and stuff like that. So the bottom line, the Nation of Islam, I think that's the problem they have with Malcolm. No one talks about. Malcolm was talking about pan-africanism, right? And a lot of Nation of Islam people were like, Africa, what are you talking about Africa and whatnot? We're civilized in America. How do you, Malcolm was saying, how are you basically going to talk about civilization and talk about America's version of civilization? So this was the whole thing. The Nation of Islam was like, let's build in America, right? Why? Because America has transportation, subways, and everything like that, right? Let's build a so-called organization in America, right? Malcolm X was talking about we need to go and build our own nation in Africa, right? At the time, Africa was undeveloped. So they thought Malcolm X was crazy. Well, I'm going to go back to Africa living in jungles and huts and everything like that. Remember something. It ain't like we have now where we see modern African cities and stuff like that. So the Nation of Islam had a low opinion of Africa at the time. So this is going to be very interesting what he says. If I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to be shocked because these are words from Elijah Muhammad. He said this years ago. I've known about this for years, but I sort of ignored it. But Sarasou Dusay decided to bring this out. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he said it makes you look at Nation of Islam sideways if you're a Pan-Africanist.
This is what the man Elijah Muhammad is teaching. Should I go? Let me start from the beginning. For nearly 40 years, I have been preaching to the black man in America that.
Yeah, I can hear that. It wasn't showing up on the screen, but I can see now.
This is what the man Elijah Muhammad is teaching. Should I go? Let me start from the beginning. For nearly 40 years, I have been preaching to the black man in America that we should accept our own, and instead of the black man going to the decent side of his own, he goes back seeking traditional Africa and the way they did in jungle life and the way you see in some uncivilized parts of Africa today. They are not using barbers' shears and razors to keep themselves looking dignified as a civilized people should look. The black man in America accepts the jungle life, thinking that they would get the love of black Africa. Black brothers and black sister wearing savage dress. Oh, fuck. I got my savage dress on, y'all. I got my savage. Oh shit! I didn't shear my motherfucking face, so I guess I'm unaccepted by the Nation of Islam. I guess I'm a fucking savage. Wait a minute. The dignified people of Africa, listen to me. The dignified people of Africa, listen to me. The dignified people of Africa are either Muslim or educated Christians. Well, I be damned. So no traditional worshiping African, traditional culture is dignified? Is you kidding me? Wait a minute, man. This is what the man...
Yo, let's talk about that for a minute, you know? You have the most influential black group in America basically throwing Africa under the bus. Nobody talks about that. You know? And let me tell you another thing right here. That sort of sentiment, right, is what these pretendians and all these people who hate Africa comes from. You know, it's not really coming from even the middle class America, black America. It's coming from people who call themselves street scholars. You know, you go to a Hebrew Israelite, you're African. Oh man, that's fighting words. I'm not African. You know, I was born here. I'm Aboriginal American. More of these people are popping up out of nowhere. You know? Yes, history rewriting. These people, like I said, you know, remember something, the only thing we really had was the Nation of Islam. They so focused on the white man, right? Oh, the white man, that sounds good, right? But they also had no love for their African roots. So we get so wrapped up in the white man's the devil, white man's the devil, but you're telling us that the African man is a savage. You know, you're telling the African man he ain't dignified. Unless he has what you have, electricity, running water, all provided by the white man. Like I said years ago, the key was building black African infrastructure. If Africa has all those basic things, electricity, running water, schools, everything like that, right? Then there's absolutely no reason to reject Africa, you know? Should embrace Africa anyway, but what happens when Africa starts developing? And they start having those things that America has. Then what is your excuse for holding on to America? And that's basically what it was, you know? Yeah, Elijah Muhammad and all these other people, right? You know, they were like, yo, look, you know, America is all this, but we can't leave because we're accustomed to a certain way of life. And Malcolm X said that. He said, yeah, you know, the majority of black people are not ready for that yet, you know, going to Africa and everything. But that was almost 60 years ago. A lot has changed over the years. You know, now we got people who got skills to build and everything like that. We could build Africa the way we want it. But I don't think Elijah Muhammad will make that speech in 2020, 23. I don't think so. Because you see Africa's got barbershops, they got all stuff like that we got over here. But that's what people were thinking back then. Africa, oh man, you kidding me, man? I ain't going back to the jungle. You know, how is Africa a jungle? Did I know that Africa, even at the time, had cities? The other side, Liberia existed at the time. You know, Monrovia was a real modern city. You know, saying that Nairobi and Kampala were growing cities and everything like that. You know, and so this is what we have. You know, this is what we have in this situation. You know, you got people that just really don't like their roots. They don't like Africa, you know, because we have never presented Africa in the light that it should be, you know, as a place of possibility. But one thing's for sure, it don't stop white people from going there. It don't stop Indians from going there, so Chinese from going there. So what is it about Africa that the black people in America are so afraid of? You don't think that there's one thing I love about Liberia? Our ancestors went there with nothing. in less than 20, 30 years. They said, man, we got a society, our own city, and we got roads, we got infrastructure and everything that we built for ourselves. They had the confidence to build their own nation and declare their own independence. So when we talk about black success, right, to me, the most remarkable thing that we ever did wasn't Black Wall Street, wasn't Nation of Islam, was anything like that. It was actually establishing the Republic of Liberia on the continent of Africa. We did that with the confidence that we could do it. But this is the Nation of Islam. What he's saying is we don't have the capability of building a modern society. We have to stay in America if we want to enjoy this modern society. You see how damning that is, Bomani? You know? And this is why the Nation of Islam, for the most part, have never got the real support among black people.
Yes, brother, I see it loud and clear. Break it down, break it down.
And they never got the support among black people, the masses of black people, because they never really had a pan-African vision. Show me the pan-African vision the Nation of Islam ever put out. Never. You know, everything is about, oh yeah, we got to build our communities in America. Dude, man, you know, the answer is a nation of our own. They said, we want a nation. Where are you going to build this nation at? Oh, we want 4 or 5 states. They're not going to, you think the United States is going to give you land to build a state, a country inside the borders of America? Are you crazy? Are you insane? That's never going to happen. That's why the white people, Malcolm X said this, white people, white race people, they love the Nation of Islam. Because white people love 2 things. They love the Nation of Islam and they love the black people who fight for reparations. Why? Because both of those things, they could dangle in front of you like it's a possibility, and it distracts people. Thinking you can get 4 or 5 states from America is just a Negro stalling tactic. Thinking you're going to hold out for a reparations check is a Negro stalling tactic. Building with an existing African country and building Afrikstan is not starting. That's basically taking your destiny into your own hands. Do you understand the reason why College Genesis says this stuff? I saw this back in the days, man. I said, look, I used to argue with a lot of Nation of Islam brothers. Like, you know, like, yo, dude, y'all, oh no, man. See, we built America. So what the fuck does that mean? How you gonna say the white man's a devil, but you gonna say this is your country too? How the fuck how's that make any sense? You know, and they be like, oh no, we built America, we ain't going nowhere and whatnot, you know?
Or even worse, brother, the ones who call themselves Native Americans and
yeah, that's only because they want to
and Dane Calloway crew and the rest of the FBA folks.
All these people, they want to.
How do they feel about independence?
They don't want no damn independence. You know, they say, how you feel on this day? Oh yeah, they're out there celebrating, eating their freaking hot dogs and hamburgers and shooting off fireworks. Probably the fireworks you just heard just now. Probably them niggas out there. Probably some black pretendians or some people celebrating the 4th of July. You know, and that's what you have right now in America, right? You have people that, and what gets me is, right, these people that don't want to go nowhere, don't want to build a nation in Africa, don't want to build with Africa, right? They got the biggest platforms. You know, I don't understand for the life of me, right? Somebody tell me, what the hell does the House of Conscience and Sinetta and all these people fucking say that, you know what I think it is? I think a lot of you Negroes don't want to go to Africa. You don't want to build in Africa, right? So you support this fuck shit, you know? You know, so we're not going to give up. You know, we're not going to give up. We're going to keep doing what we're doing because you know we're going down the right path. Nationhood, and basically one day severing our ties with white America and building a nation of our own is the end game. Anybody telling you anything different is a lie. Anybody tell you that they're going to friggin', we're going to get together, we're going to build a community and all this kind of bullshit. You've been saying that for how many years? And the community is out of control. It's worse. We say ultimately one day, that we're going to sever ties with white America and we're leaving this continent, right, for good, that's the answer. You know, I understand that we can't do that right now, by having our lifetime, but that's the future. Thinking that one day the white man's just going to, you know something, I was wrong all the time. Here's a reparations check for you guys, $200,000 a piece. That's not going to fucking happen. That's why I refuse to have a conversation about reparations. I refuse to talk about yo, we're going to basically, the government's going to give us 4 or 5 states and whatnot. You know, the white man loves that shit because he knows you ain't going nowhere. Long as it's whatever you do is confined to the borders of the United States and you're trying to work on it, he knows he has the upper hand and he's controlling everything. But we're trying to build in Africa, he has no control over. That's what they return after instead of going to Liberia before they go to other West African countries like Ghana. They just you got to understand something, right? Many Liberians for years were not taught to be proud of their country. It's only now that you got a lot of Liberians, and you could thank Black America, African Americans, like myself and everything. Our interest in Liberia has put them in the spotlight of, okay, maybe our country is worth something. That's the truth. A lot of Liberians go to every other country and every other country in Africa and everything like that, and they neglect their own country. But that's changing. Slowly, but it's changing. You know, it's changing. Because Liberians are starting to see value in their country, in their history. And it helps that a lot of Black people, African Americans, are interested in Liberia now, right? Because of the historical thing. And Liberians say, yeah, you know, okay, we like this. Liberians years ago, you would say, I don't have nothing to do with that country, whatnot. They used to call Liberia, whatnot. They used to curse their own country. Now those same Liberians are trying to go back and build something and like that. So it's changing. So it's slowly but surely changing. Charity begins at home. You know, you can't talk about building Africa. One brother that was on a little while ago, I wish he would say, just go after, no. He should be like, yo, look, come to my country, Liberia, you know? And there's investments in Kenya and everything. Yeah, that's beautiful, right? But I would love to say, I got an Airbnb in Liberia. You know, even though I appreciate what he's doing in Kenya, right? I think a Liberian should focus on Liberia. You know, focus on Liberia. The Kenyans got Kenyans, you know, and everything, you know. And I understand the pan-African spirit. But you got to take care of home first. You got to take care of home first. You got to make your own country a priority. Everybody go play the next video by the young mayor?
Sure.
Francis Scott Key wrote a poem that became the national anthem. It's called The Star-Spangled Banner. Key, who was a lawyer, was said to have been racist, and so were the lyrics in a verse that was omitted from the original version of the poem. Let me tell you about it. I'm the young Black mayor, your #1 history influencer. Francis Scott Key wrote The Star-Spangled Banner on September 14, 1814, after witnessing a surprise attack by the British on Fort McHenry. This was the ending of the War of 1812. The poem was set to the tune of popular English music, written for a gentleman's club in London. For over 100 years, it was too controversial to be the national anthem. During the war, Great Britain offered land and freedom to any American slave who escaped and joined their army. There's a part of a verse which was removed that caused the controversy. The lyrics suggest that black slaves who escaped from bondage and joined the British Army to fight were not protected from death. It goes like this: no refuge can save the hireling or slave from the terror of flight or gloom of the grave, and the Star-Spangled Banner in triumph doth wave over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Some experts say the lyrics were used in hate. Others disagree. However, Key was a member of a wealthy slave-holding family, and he advocated for black people to be sent back to Africa if freed from slavery. About 4,000 slaves escaped to fight for the British, and Great Britain kept its word. Eventually, the verse was removed from Key's poem and adopted as the national anthem anyway. The verse was removed out of respect for the British, not out of respect for Black Americans. On March 3rd, 1931, President Herbert Hoover signed a bill making the song our official anthem. This was a political victory for Southern whites. The parade took place in Baltimore. The color guard led the parade, flying the Confederate flag.
Do we need to argue anymore? The country, by its very nature, was evil. You know, the Star-Spangled Banner, every time they sing that at a sporting event, remember what that was all about. You know, and the verses they took out was not because they respected you, it's because they respected the British. So this is what we're talking about. While you're celebrating your Independence Day today, right? The Star-Spangled Banner didn't become the national anthem until like the 1930s. And so people, oh yeah, the Star-Spangled Banner and everything like that, you know, and also like this. And I asked a question, right? You know, the national anthem of Liberia is All Hail Liberia. I'm sure we can find that. All hail Liberia, all hail, right? What do you find more thing when I hear the Liberian national anthem? And I like country's national anthem. I love the Japanese national anthem, right? Love it, beautiful. You know, I love the South African national, Nosi Kikalela, you know, Africa, you know, beautiful national anthem. I always look at other people's national anthem that says something about the country, right? Look at America's national anthem. It was written originally about keeping your ancestors in bondage and slavery. Now, so people say this, Colin, why are you telling us this, man? You're a pessimist. No, I'm just telling you like it is. This is why we're going through what we're going through right now. This is why this racism thing is never going to go away. This is why we got hucksters and everybody preying on Black America, because we're caught in a trap. We understand that America's race. We understand that you live here and this is your country and all stuff. I understand that, you know. So I'm saying the answer is, okay, when someone asks you about, oh, what do you feel 4th of July? Oh, I'm waiting for Liberian Independence Day. That's all you need to say. I'm celebrating Liberian independence. End of story. Nothing else to discuss. But we're about we're about the founding fathers of America. Well, I know I love the founding fathers of Liberia: Joseph Jacobs Roberts, Hillary Teague, you know, Stephen Allen Benson. Those are my founding fathers. That's all you have to do. Just like anybody else, like people, you know, a lot of people don't celebrate the national. I remember when Jewish kids, when I was a kid, and the Pledge of Allegiance would go on, there were some Jewish kids that wouldn't stand up. I was like, why don't they stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance? They have religious reasons. You know, religious religions, you know, the Mormons and all these other people. It's a shame that Black people didn't have that separatist mentality. Had we did that right and built pan-African communities in America and had that separatist thing, but unfortunately, we led a march on Washington. we became more American than white people were. I have a dream that our people will live out the true nature of creed. The onus on America was on us. You know, how do you take the most oppressed group of people, right, and make them the poster child for America? When the average white person doesn't give a shit about any of this. And everybody gets to come over here, enjoy all the fruits of America, and we're the group of people that America teaches to hate. Yeah, another video you want to play for money?
Yes. That's the national anthem you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
Liberia, this glorious land of liberty shall long be ours. The human name bring me up and mighty be our mighty be our enjoy and gladness with our hearts united. We shout the freedom of our lives united. Glorious liberty by God's command. A home of glorious liberty by God's command. All hail Liberia, hail. All hail Liberia, hail. In your strong success is surely cannot fail. With all of our eyes to grow, we will all prevail. We will all prevail. With hearts and hands, our country calls defending. We meet the foe with valor pretending. Long live Liberia, Liberia, a home of glorious liberty by God's command. A home of glorious liberty by God's command.
Now that's a national anthem. Now that's a national
That was
anthem.
beautiful, brother. That was beautiful. I see you're all excited, saluting the flag.
I'm like, that's a national anthem to me. You know, oh hail Liberia, hail. What I like to create as a men's version of that, right? Like, you ever heard the Russian choir sing the Volga Boatman?
No.
I'm talking about if you want to get some hair on your balls, man, listen to the Volga Boat. You want to play it? It's a Volga Boatman. Paul Robeson used to sing the song, but you got to hear the Liberian. The Russian Red Choir sing that shit. They're like it's like the Russian, almost like the Russian national anthem. It's not the official national anthem, but it's like if you sing the Volga Boatman to a Russian, right? He'll stop and be like, That means it's a fire of the thing of a national anthem. That's what we're talking about tonight. I mean, what kind of black man would look at the American national anthem and feel that, you know? When I look at, even if, let's say, you know, I don't feel that with America, you know, with the American national anthem, right? When I hear the Volga Boatman, the Russian national anthem, I'm like, whoa, that's powerful, you know? They're talking about their ancestors on the Volga River, you know? And it's like, Paul Robeson sung that, right? He had probably the best rendition, you know, the Volga Boatman, you know? And it's like powerful. Let's play that, you know? Let's play that. I'm going to show you.
And it is all good.
That Liberian national anthem. I mean, you know, I just can't wait. You know, nationalism is real, folks. You know, nationalism is real. You know, and so, like I said, when somebody says, "Oh, the Star Spangled Banner, National Anthem of America," right? Was written and it was basically excluding your ancestors and oppressing your ancestors. How can you sing that? So we got people walking around. Why do you think our people are crazy in this country? Think about this. A lot of the stuff people say, what's wrong with Black America, right? It's because we're crazy. It's like you, if you're a woman and you're being kidnapped and raped by somebody, right? And that same person is with you and everything, and abused and everything. You got Stockholm syndrome. You basically like, you know, stuck in a situation. That's why we act the way we do, you know. Because we're told that this country is so great and so powerful and everything like that. It's a great thing, you know. It's when we look at the thing of the history, it's not this. Yeah, play that, brother. The Volga Boatman. Now this is like the Russian national anthem. You know, this is right. This is what I'm talking about. Why nations are powerful. You know, listen to the national anthem. Yeah, play that out, brother.
You want us to see in the Russian or whatever they're saying?
Yeah, you gotta hear the choir. You gotta hear the choir in the background when the choir sings.
In the background.
right, that's it. But that's what I'm talking about, right? When Paul Robeson sung that in Russia, man, they wanted to make him a citizen. You know, he did one of the best renditions of the Volga Boy, sung it in English. And they were like, damn, man, you know?
That was powerful. Now, serious, strong.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Strong men. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what we don't have.
That was on point. That's what you're talking about. When they,
Yeah. You're ready for nation building, you know? You're ready for anything, you know? That's how you get men to go out there and work the fields, work the factories and everything like that. You get them pumped up on that shit. You know? I would love to make a male version of All Hail Liberia. Imagine that. All hail, all hail, all hail, all hail. Imagine that shit. Man, there's so much we can do, you know? That's a spirit, you know, of a nation, you know? And like I said, the Volga boatman is the story of Russia, modern Russia, you know? The Volga River, you know? And the struggle of the Volga boatman, right? Going through harsh, you know, Russia's a cold country, you know? And I can just imagine surviving in that country, right? But the Volga boatman kept the people alive, you know what I'm saying, through the shipping and whatever like that. But the bottom line, that's why they honor the Volga boatmen as far as the national heroes, you know? So you got to admire your answer, Roots in America, and skip your answer, people in America. Yo, the bottom line is this, you know, my history did not begin and end in America. We're part of that, though, these people understand. Liberia was founded by our people in America. You know, when they wrote Hail Liberia, they were celebrating victory against racism and white supremacy, and then they had a republic by God's command. You know, all hail Liberia, all hail. You know, so like I said, we're ruffling feathers tonight, but we're telling the truth. You know, you really want me to sing the Star Spangled Banner? Are you serious? You know, are these people insane, Bomani? You know?
No, they just don't agree with you. That's all. And maybe some of them are insane, but I mean, that's why we're popping these things up, man. Give it the color genesis, Afrikstan analysis, from the trolls to the weirdos to the psychos to all these characters.
Yeah,
it's like YouTube is like full of circus of just.
Deadly
YouTube's
clown.
like a big circus full of deadly clowns, man. running around crazy, just anarchy.
Yeah, we gave you a solution, man. You got a country that our ancestors built, man. Sing the national anthem. All hail, all hail. When Liberia Independence Day comes to 26, we got to do a show. All hail, we're going to play it. All hail, Liberia, all hail, you know? I would love to have a boys choir, like a men's choir, do Liberia, all hail, with that bass in the voice, you know what I'm saying? You know, imagine that shit, man. Matter of fact, we go there next year. I'm going to try to put that together. You know, we have a all-male choir singing that with bass in the voice, you know, fired up and whatnot, you know, this mighty republic that we built and whatnot that's still standing, you know. So we know what we need to do, you know. We know how to do it. So people come against us all they want, you know. We're on the right track.
I can't believe she posted this comment to you, man.
That's African people's history, not ours. Okay, all right, whatever. You know? Yeah, it's hilarious.
Even this one right here, you got to be insane not to admire. I mean, I know we read it before. It's just amazing.
Admire your ancestors' roots. I never said I did not admire my ancestry here, but my ancestry here in America, right, is not enough. You know, where's our liberty? Where's our freedom? Where's our land at? You know, People want to follow in their oppression.
Worldview, I'm sending you the link. Join in, and Kala would love to talk with you.
Yeah, call in and talk to me. Tell me, shoot me down, talk me down. Tell me where I'm wrong. I'll sit here and listen. I won't say a word. I won't interrupt. I won't bash you. I won't yell at you or anything like that. Just click on the link and tell us how you feel.
Click on the link and follow the on-screen direction, and then you're on.
You know, like these people, all these people that oppose us, right? Except the goofy ones like Alcorn, won't call in. What's that all about? You know, what's that all about?
Yeah, I think we blocked all the super coons.
You know, so I'm like, you know, well, they can get another account and call in. Well, they're still watching. You know, I know they watch. You know.
Yeah, they got like 5 different YouTube channels. I can't keep up with that with blocking them.
Yeah. I said let them.
You block one, and they create another one.
I say let them on. I'm ready to beat people up. You know, I'm ready to do this thing. You know.
There you go, man. You have the ring. There you go. You know, then these are people that took it too far. And I mean, after a while, you know, it's like there's a limit to the.
I can't talk to the Tyrones and the Alcoons. No, that's beyond the pale. You know, I can't do.
Yeah, those are the guys that are, you know, they're just banned for life, man. It's like,
you know, listen. The bottom line, no, I can't do that. That I can't do. You know,
and they're not even trying to talk with you. They just like trying to push their little foolishness nonstop.
No
matter what you say, they disregard everything that you just said.
Even when you come with facts, logic, and everything. You know,
hey,
that's what I say.
Disagree to be a troll and a hater.
You know, oh yeah. So you don't like the real truth from the Alcorn, you know, Alcoon, you know. So I guess I can't deal with that stuff no more. You know, can't deal with it. You know, I don't mind a logical debate. You know, I want to know what is it about people, right? On one hand, you got black people every day talking about how racist America is. Don't you get tired of that, Bomani? Every time you look around, America, you know, and then we say, okay, we got the answer to racism. Let's build Africa, you know. No. You know, what the fuck are you going to do, you know? They sit there, the same people talk about racism, white supremacy. America's founded on racism. Okay, we understand that. You know, so what the hell are you mad at us about building, attach ourselves to Africa for? They just want us to sit in America and be miserable. You know, sit in America and be like, oh yeah, racism, white supremacy. We're supposed to be sitting here for hours talking about racism, white supremacy, and blah blah blah, talk about reparations and all this kind of stuff like that. Rebuilding the community, you know. These niggas are the most rebuilding the community niggas, not doing nothing. See in my life or whatnot, you know.
Yes, everybody break it down.
Yeah, we gonna build the community, nigga. You ain't building shit, you know. Umar Johnson ain't building shit. He ain't building no school. He ain't building anything. You know, if you anybody's serious and whatnot, if you really serious about the problems of Black America, which they are, right? The answer is nationhood. You know, the answer is the fact that think about something, brother. No one talks about how many South Sudan, a country with a 95% illiteracy rate, right? Raised this flag in 2010 and said it's going to become a country. A country with no skills, no nothing, but primitive people got recognition as their own country and republic, and they're doing business, you know, everything, trying to put themselves together. And you got black people in America, the most advanced group of black people on the planet, and you telling me the only thing you could do is keep sitting in America complaining about racism, white supremacy, how you're marginalized, and putting up Karen videos, talking about, like Phil Scott does that a lot. Oh, Karen, you know, that dude, Dr. Rashid, whatever his clown name is, you know, look at this racial incident. Okay, you making my case.
Yeah, absolutely, Colin. You gotta dish out those Pan-African report cards.
Yeah, okay, Pan-African report card, right? I talked to Kazorian last night, right? Kazorian,
yeah.
Right?
You're talking about Phil Scott, yeah.
Okay, Phil Scott, I would give Phil Scott.
I mean, yeah, but both of them. I mean, as used in the conversation, want to remind you.
Right. Now, Phil Scott, you know, he has engaged in Africa, right? He does talk about the continent. He has people corresponding and everything like that, right? So I would give him a B on his Pan-African report card. I'll give him a B. You know, only because he does engage the content and everything. Although he does spend too much time talking about stuff that's relevant to race. There's a lot of stuff going on in the continent besides.
I mean, you're talking about the Karen videos and stuff like that.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Or Karen
Omar Johnson's not gonna be happy with you when you, because you know he's supposed to be the best. Nobody's supposed to outscore him.
Right. So the bottom of Umar's problem is he put out a video the other day talking about the most honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. He did. We all know that. You know, we know the history about Garvey. We know about the Black Star Line. We know
he's trying to educate the people who are not educated. I mean,
right.
He feel like he's bringing these things to the forefront because there's so many uneducated people out there.
Right. I get that, you know, but while he's like, even Brand said, while he talks to a bunch of people that's new to this and everything, Colin, you know, okay, I get that, right? But you don't get to call yourself the leading Pan-Africans, right? And like discussion we had the other night with Kafaro and everything, can Umar get in on that discussion about what's going on in Cameroon? No. We had a breakdown last night about economics in Africa and Khazarian Empire. And I have to give Khazarian, I wanted to give him an A, but I had to bump it down to a B- because we had such a good flow, right? And he don't understand something. He has to learn. When you're talking to College Genesis and you have a good Khazarian, you do not let Alquan and Tyrone on the show. The show went freaking left, you know? After like a while, I just had to get off, right? I said, we were having such a good build. Everybody's like, even Judo was on there. Kala, I agree with you, Kala. I agree with you, Kala. Everybody, I agree with you, Kala. Yes, that's what we ought to do. I broke it down why India is in the situation. Africa's problem is size. You know, Africa's size is 4 times the size of India, 5 times the size of India, right? India has one government, the same amount of people in Africa. Africa has less people in India, but it's 5 times the size. And it has all these different governments, right? I think there's not one government, right, making decisions. That's why we can't industrialize, right? So yeah, it makes sense. Well, what has to happen is you have to have built a Black African infrastructure. That means create industrial zones in key strategic areas and like international zones where industries can operate freely without barriers and everything throughout the continent, right? That would create growth and scale, you know? If you are a manufacturer, right, you already got you can scale your business and product throughout the continent. You have a continental supply chain. You go open up factories to supply you. That can only happen when you have one coordinated government doing that. And Africa's problem is it's too big. It's too many different languages. Everybody's doing their own interests and everything. There's no one single plan. And the reason why India try to do it because they have one government. You know, saying this is what we need to do. Chinese government and everything like that has the same amount of people as Africa. But it's a small territory and everything, and they said, this is the law, this is what we're going to do. Africa's problem is it's too big, it's too many governments and everything like that, you know? Now, I said, if you want one government, that'll never work. Not. But we can start talking about Black African infrastructure. That's why building smart cities, building Afrikstan is so important. Because you start building these things, and those will be the connecting parts connecting the continent together, these territories. And you would give the opportunity for the diaspora to come live on the continent. Should not be aimed at getting African people back to build their Africans where they're from while they're living outside and refusing to go back to build. There's a lot of Africans going back to build, sister. You know, there's a lot of Africans going back to build, you know? And we're part of that African way.
You probably want to know, like, why are you so into this? Like, you know, but she's watching. So, I mean, I never get it.
Yeah. So,
right. I mean, either they're watching or they're trolling.
And so I have to give Khazarian this week, Pan-African Report Card, a B-. Because while we were going good, right, he went left and just for, I don't know, for whatever reason, decided to bring this idiot thing, talking about thing. The guy put his freaking hand up there talking about, this is copper code, this is copper, nigga. That means said, man, put that Ebola hand back down. You black, nigga. You know, we know black hand when we see it, you know. I'm copper colored. I'm not, all this stuff like that should not be on a Pan-African platform. Now you can have one platform where we have the crazies call in, but when College Genesis calls in, we'll have a serious topic. We're talking about the LGBTQ, the climate change bullshit and everything like that. And I was breaking it down to a science. And everybody's like, oh, it was a flow going on. And then after Flo, we got this idiot Tyrone. So I have to give a low mark for that to Kazorian. He gets a B- on his Pan-African report card. So each show I get 2 people, I'll get 2 grades out. Phil Scott, we gave a B. You know, what he needs to do is focus on more on the nuances of Africa. You know, not just focus on Karen incidents in South Africa and conspiracy theories about the West. We need to really start talking about, and also Phil Scott never ever calls out African leaders. Never does. You know, he never talks about the corruption in Africa and stuff like that. So he's lagging on that. You know, Kazorian does do that. You know, he talks about, you know, these dusty Africans over here and people like that. They're doing stupid stuff. We can't look at Africa like victims. These are people that run governments. They make decisions. So we hold them to a higher standard than black people in America because we don't run shit over here.
Yeah, and talk about that video. Which channel was that video on with you that you were on?
Well, Kazorian's show. It was on last night.
You had more than one channel last night. Gotcha.
Yeah, when he cut it up, he spiced it up. He took the part I was on. He made it like a separate video for it. That was good. So I could give him another point for that. You know, maybe next week. But he basically cut it up. Said Kyle Genesis talks about this, and I guess he X'd out when Tyrone the Fool came on. You know, and so that was good. But like I said, the point I'm trying to make is the Pan-African movement is a serious movement. When we have a serious conversation, right? Serious conversation, we should have serious discussion. And you cannot have clowns come on and derail things. I was just drained. I was so pumped up when I called in, had a good conversation, boom, boom, breaking down the science and everything like that. And this guy comes on with this American Indian shit. I'm like, Kazori, I know you think this is funny, but it's not funny. You know, it's not fucking funny no more. You know, this Indian stuff is really getting out of fucking hand.
Brother, the popularity is unbelievable. Look at Dane Calloway talking about 50,000.
Yeah, I like I said, man, it's a nightmare. You know, it's a freaking nightmare. I wake up in cold sweats.
The whole movement has been hijacked by con artists. You know,
con artists, clowns, deadly clowns, buffoons, hucksters. You know, grifters, everything like that. Every freaking fool is coming out of woodworks.
Man, family, and we're dead serious. That's what we're talking about. People are worshiping fake idols.
You know, and I'm tired of it. I'm really tired.
Brother, when did someone like a Dane Calloway become like a face of a movement? Where
I thought
people thinking that they some fake Indians.
Yeah, James, I didn't. You know, when he said, I thought he said $50, right? That nigga said $50,000. I said, did he say it right? He said again $50,000. First, I thought he said $50, $50. This nigga said $50,000. You know how much $50,000 to pay a clown to get up here and talk about he's fucking Native American and trying to debate that shit? Or, we're just this far gone, and that's what black people want to sit in America and do. Now you got these people attacking real Native Americans. Like, dude, man, I'm from the Sioux tribe, man. I know you're black, you know. Nah, man, you're basically trying to steal. It's like it's also in prison. You're trying to steal people's heritage in their heritage. You know, deadly clownism. You know, they say anything. You know, because this should be a law. Right? If you put fake history and everything out there and you get a viral video of fake history, you should be arrested. You know, you should be arrested. If I was in charge, we have a nation of our own, you make fake history up like that, you are going to jail. That's going to be on the books.
Well, a lot of people claim that. A lot of people, even people come on here and there's debate with you all the time about what you always say is fake history or make-up history, but it's like everybody like accusing each other of doing that, and it's just out of control.
You know what the problem is, brother?
Literally, people are confused out there because if it was not so, how the hell someone like Dane Calloway get this type of following? And people
if you look at his videos, he puts really good videos together. He puts really good videos together. They convincing.
I mean, editing skills is great. Unlike this guy right here that we're about to show right here. As we're talking, look how weird this thing look. But anyway, but it's propaganda marketing machine is incredible.
Yeah, and the bottom line, you got fools, that follow this stuff. Crazy people. Let me tell you something.
To deal with Africa, man, that's a great solution.
The bottom line is this: what people don't understand, when you put people into an unrealistic cult thing and they start believing, some people, first I thought these people lying. These people actually believe this shit,
Yeah, I honestly thought people were like joking with it, but then
I thought it was a joke. The people actually serious. Niggas are serious.
First, when they start saying, "We were here, we were here, we were here,"
and I asked them a question. Okay, what was their language? Right? What foods did you eat? Right? I asked Tyrone lab. What was it? Right? The Indians didn't eat rice. Indians ate corn. Rice was imported from what? And he tried to deny, right, that the rice growers that were in the Gullah Geechee, everybody knows, right? South Carolina made his money. No, they made their rice with Native Americans. No, they brought their rice with the African slaves they brought over who had rice growing skills, And after he said, well, slave, you can't prove it. So you're trying to say the Africans never came to South Carolina from Sierra Leone and all that to grow rice. No, they never came here and whatnot. Nigga, you're one of them. So that's why I said, look, I got to go log off. Nakmeezy, you can handle this shit. I'm done. I said, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't do this. Or people blatantly like fools about, oh, we're Native American. I said, his sister sound like a freaking hood rat. I said, I talked to Indian girls. They got a different voice. Indians have a certain voice. Indian men got that raspy voice. You ever see Indians? They got that. They got that deep, raspy voice. I said, this nigga Tyrone sound high pitched and shit, like he got no testosterone. I said, nigga, you are not no Native American. You are black.
Yeah, let's play some of those clips real quick as we're talking about it. That way you can analyze what you're saying, because while people are listening, they may not necessarily get what you're saying. So let me start off with this one clip right here.
Yeah, Indians have afros. That's in America.
No, Indians don't have afros. Let's see your hair.
American Canada by like invisible colonizer lines.
That nigga was a model on the S-Curl box. That's what you're showing us. Niggas from the S-Curl box.
Afro.
Yeah. You guys get import your hair from India and whatnot. You got Indian girls walking around bald because you guys spent billions of dollars importing their hair, sewing up to your head and whatnot.
You guys? Yeah. Who's you guys?
That's what you show me. Everybody there got a weave.
Braids. And slanted eyes.
That's a weave. That ain't coming out of their head.
That's not a weave. This is not a weave. This is their actual hair.
That's weave is a motherfucker, bro. These dudes are stupid.
He's ignorant. He's stupid and he's ignorant.
You ain't got that good hair.
Smoke line. Good hair. What is good hair? 9 ether?
You got African hair.
Yo, Kala.
Okay,
hey, listen, bed wench. Be quiet, bed wench.
Textures throughout Africa.
Bed wench, be quiet. I'm not talking to you. Yo, Kala, do you notice? Kala, what's missing from this? Kala, what's missing from this scenario?
How do you know if
Kala, what's missing?
How do you know if I'm a white man?
Yo, Kala, what's missing from this scenario, brother? You know what's missing here? Is a man's voice. They don't have no father, no husband. That's why you're here lost in the sauce.
How do I exist?
This African hair, why you ain't got this shredder shit in your head? Why you ain't got shredder in your head, nigga?
Who does
These niggas is playing white supremacy. They playing white supremacy. These fucking Negroes is lost.
Shit in your head, nigga, if you African.
Bottom line.
Why you ain't got shredder in your head? Why you ain't got Crescent the Clown, nigga?
Between black, whatnot, you lost. You guys.
What? Who said they weren't black?
You're not Indian. You're African. You're black.
I'm African. I'm American, you dumbass, and you're American.
So are these niggas from Africa? Are these niggas from Africa?
You said you're not American?
No, I'm an American national.
I'm American too.
I'm American too.
So
how are you African?
Hey, I got a question. How does this Indian get an Irish name like Tyrone? Tyron. How do you get an Irish name, Indian?
And a Chinese name.
Oh, how do you get Shaquan and Shaquita? Bill Cosby said ain't no Africans
Don't
walking
answer the
around
question with a
names
question,
like
brother. I could tell you how you got an Irish name because the Irish owned your black ass. The Irish owned your black ass. This dude's name is Tyrone.
African.
This nigga showing us Nacho Libre. What the fuck is wrong with this
These are
dude?
Melanesians, niggas, and Polynesians.
And that's not you, Tyrone. You better call Tyrone.
How isn't it us? How isn't we our own group? How aren't we our own group?
Tyrone. Call your slave master Tyrone, bro.
How are you African if you don't look like an African?
I said I'm of African descent, dumbass.
You don't look like an African.
I'm of African descent. My picture's on the screen, dumbass.
How are you of African descent if you don't look like an African?
Yo, come on, show your face, Tyrone. Show your face, Tyrone. Every African ain't Bantu, dummy. Show your face, Tyrone.
No shit, every African is not a Bantu. Matter of fact,
and let me see my future baby mama. Let me see my future baby mama. I want to see if she got good genetics.
You hope. You wish.
I want to see if she got good genetics. Because I ain't trying to make no nappy-headed picking any babies.
What's Indian hair if they all bald?
Come on, baby mama. Get on camera, baby. Put on your Sunday's best and get on camera.
What's Indian hair?
You can't afford a computer or internet? Because I already told you my name, you dumbass.
Look at that. Come on now.
You're too late. You can't spell my name. It's a simple name.
Does your brother know how to tie a tie? Does your brother know how to tie a tie?
What's Indian
Say it again. Say it again. So let me Google it.
You're so thirsty, though. But you're so thirsty.
What's Indian hair, Doc? What's Indian hair?
Hey, baby mama, come on now.
What's Indian hair?
You don't have a good rap
They
game.
showing
That's how I can
Shaka
tell
Amos.
You don't have
Come
any
on,
rap
son.
game. You don't have rap game.
Because I ain't no kid, baby. I'm a man.
No, you a boy.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna change your life, baby.
So
I'm gonna give you one of these beautiful African babies.
Indian hair. I want you to address this. What's Indian hair?
This year, the time is right to create happy.
Yeah, man, that last night, man, but towards the end, man, we just ate them up and they look stupid. You know, they look stupid. These people are actually serious. You know, these people are serious. They're going around spreading this nonsense on the internet and everything like that. And like I said, I'm good that this guy Tyrone called in the country.
Yeah, but why didn't he show his face? Why he kept on putting something over his face?
Right, you don't want to show his face because he's black. You know, he's black.
That is the wildest thing. I mean, you got to be. I mean, at some point, I mean.
And you check it out. They did a show today, right? And a bunch of African. He was on. They had a good discussion, right? And I guess they learned from yesterday, right? And Tyrone called in and whatnot, and all of a sudden they were like, "Look, you're African. Shut the fuck up." No, I'm African. Okay, they get the fuck off the panel. You know, so they kind of get him off the show. Let's get back to talking about real pan-African business and everything like that. I'm glad they did that. You know. And so I think Kazor just dropped them, you know. But it was like, man, why are we on here? Okay, you say you're not African, you're Indian. Get the fuck, go to an Indian channel, you know. You know, come to your channel. Oh, I'm not African. We're not African.
Show your face, people.
These people are insane, you know. This anti-African Malcolm X. The thing is, Malcolm X didn't have to deal with this shit back in the days, you know. Garvey didn't have to deal with this shit back in the days. I guess he did a little bit, but Negroes now, because of social media, somebody can start a channel. You got this husband and wife team starting this thing, talking about they're real Indians and whatnot, and everybody's coming at them. Let me see if I can find this, man. This husband and wife team, they try to act like they're educated. That's another thing. They try to come off like they're educated, you know? They try to come off like they're educated and everything. Talking about a bunch of bullshit, and everybody's like, "Yo, no, that's not right. You're not Native American. We're not Native Americans. You know, come out here trying to erase all our history. Well, if you say you want to be Native American, that's fine, but don't go putting that on all of us and whatnot. Like Then they sit there with a nice suit and tie on and whatnot, and they're ignorant as hell, and they try to pretend like they're freaking educated. You know, they try to pretend like they're educated, and they're like what Dave Calloway does. He does know how to put together videos where people think this guy is smart. The guy's a freaking moron. You know, try to use bullshit history and everything. You know, the Tangiers, Turtle Island, and all this kind of fucking fuck shit, you know? Well, I can't find that video, but these people, I mean, like I said, the Native American stuff is just growing among black people. It's growing because it's a counter, just like the AOS FBA, it's a counter to the Pan-African movement. That's all it is. They say we must be doing something right, Bomani, because that's the only reason why these people exist, because they see the Pan-African movement growing. You know, so that now we're not Africans, we're indigenous Aboriginal, you know? You know, we're indigenous Aboriginal, you know? You know, so.
Yes, serious man. Over the last 5 years, they've just gotten worse and worse.
Yeah, only because of social media. Take away social media. If I didn't have freaking, it's a Facebook. Anybody puts that on there, I block them. But you can't really block anybody on TikTok and YouTube. You know, because you got these random motherfuckers. You'll be blocking people all day on YouTube and on Facebook. Anybody starts to name stuff, every last single one of them, man. Blip. You know, yeah. This is another thing they do. We Africans, you know, and Aboriginal block. You know, we Africans in the ADOS block. You know, that's what they try to do. Try to ride along and pretend like they're Pan-Africans and feel like they're talking about, but they're really fucking trying to push their bullshit. I'm like, block. You know, block. I don't want to hear it. You know, block. You know, I can't believe I can't find that video. There's husband and wife team. You'll see them on YouTube. There's a husband and wife team. Huh?
Keep working on it, and I'm gonna load this. Play some of this one. Hope it's not too painful. It should be a different one.
Well, I think you're entertaining this conversation because you know.
Also, I'm on tenure. I used to teach at Pratt Institute in New York, Brooklyn, New York. That's where you're from, right?
How you know so much about me, girl?
You're from
How you know about? How you know?
Right. So, and I'm a teacher, right? So that is why I'm spending the time to talk to your ignorant ass, because I love teaching ignorant people. See, I'm accomplished. I have way more that I've done as well. I've also modeled for Vogue and Teen Vogue, so I don't really need to tell you anything about what I look
she's
like.
a baddie. She's a baddie.
Like. Of course.
She's a baddie. You shouldn't be working 3 jobs, baby. I'll change your life.
If I want to, because I'm not.
That is crazy. Again, they don't show their face.
Yep.
A dumb bitch. I'm smart. I'm beauty and smart. So.
All right. So let's take a look at you.
Too. And I'm
Come on
talented.
now,
I'm
let's
a
take a
two-time
look.
national award-winning artist honored at Carnegie Hall. You know Carnegie Hall? I don't know. Maybe.
What were you playing?
You're in the ghetto.
Were you playing?
I've been to the United
I
Nations
know
too.
who you are.
I know who you are. Either, correct?
You were playing the skin flute.
Yeah. So.
You were playing the skin flute.
To the United Nations to speak with African embassies to take up your Pan-African offer?
No,
I don't think so.
Because you don't have a seat at the table, and until you
did you get awards for playing the skin flute?
About that.
You were playing the skin flute, right?
I asked you a question.
I'm actually a painter, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Kayla Genesis, I'm answering you a motherfucking question. Why aren't you at the embassy, United Nations embassy, speaking to West African embassies to follow your Pan-African 10-point plans?
Yeah.
Hello. And why ain't Africans helping your ass in America?
Looks like I can change your life if I let you get with me. It's not the other way around. I could change your life.
Why you still talking about me? Why you still talking to me, girl?
Because I can.
Because you now I got you intrigued. I got you intrigued.
Kayla, She's been to the United Nations. You niggas haven't been to the United Nations to speak to an African embassy.
And I'm having fun right now, so I'm in a good mood. That's why I'm still talking. And I have the right to talk as well.
You guys have to know. You guys sound ridiculous, right?
Well, it may sound ridiculous to you because your brain is small, but
no,
yeah,
I'm actually seriously. If I'm talking to you, I'm saying your voice and your vernacular and you can't get rid of that. You are a black woman of African descent. You're not a Native American.
Where's the African evidence? We actually did the genealogy.
Whatever like
but
that.
Look, we did the genealogy.
You don't have to show your face. You don't have to show your face. I know when I'm talking to a black person, you know?
You're so confident about what I am. Can you tell me all that I am?
No, I'm just telling you. I'm just going by what I'm looking at. Everything you're talking about.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to guess what I am.
You are a person of
hey,
black.
Carla, go easy on my baby mama, brother. Don't talk bad to her.
I would love to know, because since you're giving me a horoscope, and this is so fun, it's for free. You know, it's free. I love free things right now. So tell me, what am I? Like, what is my admixture?
That's why you love free things. Let me change your life, baby. Let me change your life.
You're fully black.
I'm black. I'm just fully black. Oh, okay.
Fully black.
I'm fully black. Oh, wow. You know so much about me.
Let's have a look at you, girl.
Google.
Let's have a look at you.
B-R-A-N-D. I already told you my full name.
I do that Google stuff, man. You know, I can listen to
how come you are still off? Like, if you would have Googled me, you would know all of what I am.
Well, what's your name again? I'm finna Google you now.
I gave you the cheat code. And
I've been
give it again. Publicized. No. You don't get another chance.
You're capping.
You don't get another chance. I told you everything. Like none of y'all gave me your government name. So exactly. And I told you to look at LinkedIn too, because all that shit is documented there too. But none of you all are forthright, and I've been forthright and honest this whole time. And by the way, your answer of being fully whatever black as a crayon, is incorrect because I can't be a crayon
black
color.
As far as your race, you're the black race. In other words, let me put it to you like this.
She's a Negro.
What am I? What am I ethnicity?
What is the ethnicity?
What
name a specific ethnicity?
What are my ethnicities?
I'm gonna answer you right now.
Okay.
If this was 1830, right? Native Americans walking around in New Orleans, if you walk around South Carolina free, you would be on a plantation, right? With a chain on your neck.
I'll be on a plantation.
Yo, Bomani, is this insane? Well, we have to
legendary stuff, man.
Yeah, and this is insane or what? Is this insane or what? You know, clearly a black woman arguing to she ain't African or whatever like that. You know, these people are insane.
I mean, again, it won't show their face.
Right, because they're black. You know, they know they're black. You know, they know they're black. You know,
it's like, why does he spend so much of his energy just argue with people trying to? That's why I had to block him, man. I think I blocked him. Who knows? I blocked so many people I can't keep up with it.
Yeah, Tyrone. You know, oh yeah, he's the one who got on. Yeah, that Bomani's up there. He's going around spreading stuff up. Bomani's scamming people, Kyle's scamming people, everything. These people got a hard on for us, you know. He has a raging heart on for us. You guys, your Liberian thing ain't gonna work, and your Ghana thing, man. You know, mine's gonna be in jail. You know, these guys are insane. You know, these people are crazy. We triggered these people, and that wasn't our intentions. We really believe in what we're doing. You know, we didn't ask people to get mad at us and whatnot. You know, and they're really gonna get mad after they see the show tonight. You know, they're gonna be like, "Oh man."
And ultimately, brother, they don't have anything to offer people. Like I tell people, I have an arrangement of a whole bunch of technical and business services for people and a whole connection in different parts of Africa and making real moves. And they just on YouTube, just spectating and just judging and watching everybody else and just commentating.
Yeah, they think they're gonna throw us over here. We're gonna say, you know, something, Tyrone, we're right. We're Native Americans. Let's just do it. I think we're Americans, American. Like, these guys really, why don't they just say they love America? Didn't I say at the top of the show, Bomani? I said, if Black America, if you feel in America, and you want to see the point, I have no problem with that. I have really no problem with that. You know, but if I say that, you know, I point out that the hypocrisy and the Star Spangled Banner, the history where people went through and continue to go through, that America has not been a friend to black people. You know, America goes around the world spreading propaganda. Why do you think people are against us all over the world? You know, America does that. America goes all over the world, and they're like, oh man, I come to America, and you guys, black America, I have friends and everything. That's not what they deliberately put in media. I learned that back in the days. Oh, I'm trying to think of what year this was, right? This was in the 90s. You know, this was when I'm coming of age. I'm in the 90s. And I was heavily studying Japan, right? And I think it was Essence Magazine or Ebony, I can't remember which one, did an expose in Japan, right? And they were showing how there was a lot of Japanese, right, who were concerned. It must have been the late 80s, right? Because at the time they were talking about, one of the things they were talking about was the growing hip hop culture in Japan, like white people on earth. Japanese kids were wearing like hip hop gear and stuff like that, you know, gold chains, everything like that. And the looking African American culture was popular in Japan, right? And they was like, "Well, what's going on here, man? What's going on?" And so what this black lady said, she went over there for business, right? And she found that black people in America, at the time, they were trying to turn black people in America and Japan against each other, you know? And there was one Japanese guy who said, you know something, he took his fortune and started investing in African American farms, right, in the Carolinas. He said Japanese acquired this taste for sweet potato pie, you know? And so you had a black businessman that were going over there with making sweet potato, making a fortune. Japanese like, we love this, you know, we love the food and the culture. Then he got rich in Japan. And the Japanese, this old Japanese man, he was like in his 80s time, he said he's going to help African American farmers get into the Japanese market. And he said like this, he goes, well, we're going to try to build ties between black America and Japan. That was in the late 80s, early 90s and everything like that, you know. The point I'm trying to make was that a lot of this stuff, and she said, okay, the movie Ghost, okay, it must have been the 90s, right? Because the movie, she talked about the movie Ghost, right? She saw the movie Ghost in Japan, right? And she said the way Whoopi Goldberg's character was acting ghetto and crude and everything, and she watched how the Japanese were looking at that, right? And she says this should dawn on her how the negative image of African Americans was shaped, right, through movies and stuff like that, you know. And so they had to go with things that a lot of times in the movies, right, they don't know anything about Japan. Remember the movie National Lampoon Vacation? Remember that? You ever see that with Chevy Chase? You ever see that, Bomani?
Repeat the movie again.
The National Lampoon Vacation with Chevy Chase came out in 84.
Yeah, a long time ago.
All right, remember the part when they went through St. Louis?
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
He goes. Oh, we just seen a part of our culture. And he gunshot. Roll them up, right? And the guy, Chevy Chase goes, hey, what's up, home? He goes, I need some directions, right? And also, while they're doing the directions, his boys are coming around stealing the hubcaps off the car, you know? But that movie was a big hit in Japan, right? And so where does that get to the Japanese? You know, oh, you go to a black neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And so black people
the propaganda machine works, man.
Yeah, it works. So we and what's sad is that black people to this day are still taking these stereotypical roles. And they understand when you do these roles, when the African, why do you think Africans have a negative view of Black America? What they see in the movies, in the media. And America knows what it's doing. Now, if it's just America, right, it's a joke among us. Okay, you go to a black neighborhood and everything. But when it goes out to the world, right, deliberately or intentionally, that's basically what the people see as America. They see an American life. They're in Japan. They don't know anything about America, right? So when they see a scene where a couple of black thugs coming down the street and they rob a white person, whatnot, that's what they view as America. And so they say, yeah, we have a lot of work to do to explain to the world whatnot, the negative propaganda that people have against us. And when people have negative propaganda, they don't want to do business with you. In fact, in the 80s, They said a lot of Japanese park companies deliberately avoided areas where there was large numbers of black people. They went to parts of South Carolina, Tennessee, and stuff like that to avoid having to deal with a large numbers of black people. Why? Because of all the stereotypes of stuff like that, of black people being lazy, criminals, everything like that. And they had to be, a lot of black people from America had to go to Japan and say, no, this is not who we are, you know? And they had to educate the Japanese about black America. Because America put that out there, oh, black people are this. So we always constantly have to defend ourselves, right? America does not defend us. We have no defense for our global image. America does not go around saying, yo, these are black people in America, come to America, you have to respect them. These are great people and everything like that. They're part of our country. They go around telling the world that, oh, yeah, we're a great country, but we got this one problem, these black people. And so when people sit here and tell me that I got to sit here and sing the Star Spangled Banner, you can go to freaking hell. America does everything it can to discredit us, to belittle us in front of the world. It's not just in America, right? Black people think it's just America. No, America is on a global campaign to discredit us. And while we sit there and feel ashamed to embrace another African country that was founded for us. So, if anybody want to jump on and join the conversation, come on, tell me how I'm wrong. Tell us your
excellent color. Let me know when you're ready to close out.
We'll give it a couple more minutes. If anybody want to come in, nobody come in, we'll close out.
Yes, absolutely. I've been posting. So yes, another great breakdown, brother. Breaking it down. So family, this is
one for the history books. This show,
the Afrikstan analysis with color genesis, breaking it down. So
you're not going to hear this level of talking with nobody else, because this is the type of talk that don't give you a lot of super chats.
There you go.
That's
the topic, family. Right to the point.
These type of topics don't give you super chats, don't get you popular. But what we're saying is that 100% absolute truth. Now, if you want lies, go to Dane Calloway. Go to these other goofballs. If you want fairy tales and everything like that, I think people go to YouTube just to escape, reality. When you go to that job, right, and they call you a nigga, you know what I'm saying? They call you a nigga, you know what I'm saying? You black. You ain't no damn Native American. All stuff like that. You know ADOS FBA. Nobody gives a shit about your ADOS FBA status. Yeah. ADOS and we were already here niggas, the Aboriginals, all these goofballs, the one that out here.
Man, it's a whole lot of them, man. I'm gonna see what's gonna happen with that Sanina debate. You know what I'm saying? That they're gonna pay him the big bucks to hear the foolishness.
I will be real depressed if that debate goes down. And someone like Dane Calloway gives $50,000. They call you a hater. Okay, I'm a hater. Call the hater. So what? I hope they have a power failure. I hope the internet fails. I command it right now.
I don't know about that $50,000, but
I command it right now. By the force of God, that's just gonna fail.
Somebody's gonna pay him, and they're gonna make it a show. That's what they do, man. They make they turn these things into real shows, real debates, man. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the circus in town.
What gets me is what comes out of these debates.
Disagreement, argument.
Lord Abba,
more educated.
Lord Abba came on there trying to debate me and whatnot. I get crushed it, man. Carl, all you gotta do is how to clown people and whatnot. No, man, you're just a funny nigga, man. You're just a funny nigga, man. I'm just saying, you got clown.
It's a popular thing and people love drama.
Nigga come out with his pajamas on doing a fucking speech and shit, Talking about, this and the other, we're having a debate with it. Clowns, man. You gotta be kidding me. Big time debate and whatnot, And it's a way to be politicking. So we could debate this, we could debate this, and I'll meet you at this. And I'm like, are you fucking niggas serious?
Yeah, and if it's not that, brother, the other thing is chasing polite, story. Everybody got to be. Oh, what's going on with it? What's going on with it? It's like, you know what I mean? And
I really don't care. And you know another thing that's out right now, the booty bandit guy, right? Why am I even know about this? So he's out of jail, still desires man's ass. You know?
Wow.
The booty bandit. He's out where he's married, out of prison, right? Married to a lady. When I say he still desires butt cheeks, you know? And guess who was the first one to bump into the story? O'Shea Duke Jackson. You know?
What?
Yeah. No lie. The booty bandit is out, and O'Shea did. I'm like,
that's what he's up on.
I'm like, yo,
that's a celebrity junk for you.
Yeah, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck are you doing to report? I mean, I know you want clicks and views, but goddamn, is there something that's off limits? Giving shine to a fucking booty bandit? You gotta be kidding me, O'Shea. That's why I say I don't want everybody in the so-called Pan-African movement. I don't want the goofy ass niggas in the Pan-African world. You know?
I mean, you didn't like the story?
What? I didn't watch. Only reason I didn't watch it. Only thing it comes on my timeline on Facebook, on YouTube. The only way I see all this stuff right now, I don't even watch these videos. All I see is the headline: "The booty band is out" and whatnot. You know? Okay, we got somebody on. Boom.
Peace,
all right.
peace.
What's up, brother?
What's good?
Let's go, brother.
Shit, man, at work.
Yes, brother. Greetings and welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood.
Peace, peace.
Yes. Hopefully you like the topic and the topic is clear.
Oh yeah. I mean, I just came in. I was
finished celebrating the 4th of July. You had a great 4th.
Dude asked me that shit in the store today. He was like, you ain't bring me no cookout food. I'm like, for what? You know what I'm saying? He was like,
it's a holiday.
Yeah, he's like, it's the 4th. I was like,
the 4th, yeah.
I was like, I don't do the 4th. I was like, nah, what I said? I don't fuck with America like that. He was like, this ain't for America, it's for your family, to cook out for your family. I was like, man, hell, I don't celebrate American holidays, bro.
Yeah. So it's like I said, it's disheartening. Like when you're conscious, and if you're not conscious, you're like, hey, look, I have like people go out there, but as soon as you get that consciousness in you and whatnot, it's like, damn, what am I doing now? Let me tell you something, right? And I know you got to speak. Let me say this. When I look at the fact that, right, that there's a global hatred of African Americans specifically, right? Mm-hmm. Even like now, you got some clown from South Sudan living in Australia as a refugee, talking shit about Black America, right? Black America. Mm-hmm. I'm saying to myself, right, America has done a good job at turning the world against us, even other black people, you know? Right. So I am not going to sit here and say I have allegiance to this country that basically does everything it can to destroy us, right? Destroy our image, to unify us, make the world hate us and everything like that, blame us for everything that goes wrong in this country and everything like that. So me saying that I'm proud, not if I go to the 4th of July cookout, I'm just there to get the food. That's it. I'm not celebrating the 4th of July. I get a plate. Shit, fuck it. But the bottom line is this. I know for a fact, right? I cannot look at that flag and look at the 4th of July and everything and say, yes, I'm proud of it. I cannot do that. I wish I could, right? Yeah. If I didn't know what I know, I probably could, right? Mm-hmm. But when I look at the fact that when you look at our enemies and whatnot, Japan never did nothing to me. Yeah. You know, Russia never did nothing to me. China never did nothing to me. The Vietnamese never did nothing to me. Like Muhammad Ali said, you know, my enemies are right here in this country, you know? Mm-hmm. You know, and look at what happened with the Supreme Court affirmative action. Even though black people don't even benefit from affirmative action, right? They really thought they had a victory, right, against us. They thought they had some victory. Yo, who goes to Ivy League schools anyway? You know, black people. We got our own HBCUs. You know, that's popular.
For real, the white people benefited from that shit like way more than we did because they could go to an HBCU for nothing.
We need to return favor. We need to do the same thing. Say we don't want diversity, whatever like that, because that's how white people get into HBCUs, you know? because we think we got to put white people in there. Now we should just write and say, you know how many white people got degrees? They save. They would have student loan bills like $80,000 more if they went to a white institution, but they go to HBCUs to save money and stuff like that. We've been educating these people for years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so the bottom line, we need to return favor. Show them we got power. Yep. That's what we should be saying. Okay, we're gonna do it in kind. We're gonna stop taking white people in our universities. You know, we're gonna stop our diversity programs. That's how you show we got power.
I feel like what we like lacking is proactiveness. Like we wait until some shit happen, and then we got them try to remedy it after it happens. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta, like, our mindset as a whole is just, oh shit, they doing this, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, they killed another brother. We need to put in police reform. We need to do this. We need to protest. We need, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, we should have been doing that so it don't happen in the future. You know what I'm saying? You gotta think about the future, like the policies that we have now that allows it to happen now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I could never understand that, right? You be having a black mayor, black police commissioner and everything, and the police on the street be running rampant wild and whatnot, you know, doing all kinds of shit. How the hell does that happen?
Right.
Well, the police got the police union. Well, what you need to do is get rid of the police union then, you know? We can't fire them. I'm like, you got a mayor of New York, you got all these powerful people and everything, but yet the police can do what the fuck they want to do, you know? And I'm saying, and you come after the fact, talk about, well, you know, with the police union and everything like that, you know, and it should be happening in cities run by so-called black people. Always playing catch up.
Be retarded. it's like with me, like, cause I kind of been in the community for like probably like 3 to 4 years, and like, sometimes I don't see how like a lot of the elders like do it. Like I be ready to be like, man, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause it's like so disparaging and like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's so disappointing to look at people and you try to give them knowledge or whatever, and it be the same shit. You know what I'm saying? But it just like, motherfuckers just don't think, bro. Like it should be making me mad. Like think, dog. That's all you gotta do is think.
Yep. That's Black America right now. You know, we're not basically thinking, we're just reactionary. Everything's emotion. You know, everything's emotion and what makes us feel good at the moment, and this. But you know, but tonight we'll basically talk about. I broke down the Star Spangled Banner. We in this show, go back and look to it. We're talking about the Star Spangled Banner. The original Star Spangled Banner was about recapture slaves and send them back to slavery. You know, like and basically they made that the national anthem, but they took that one verse out. You know. Yeah. And I'm saying to myself, the Star Spangled Banner and as a national anthem, right? They could have chose any other song to be American national anthem. Why did they choose the Star Spangled Banner? Why? Because these people want to hold on to that racist ideology, that racist thing, you know? And so, like I said, I think it's coming to a point where I don't know about Negroes, man, because it's like, you know, on one hand we get angry, and the next minute, so right now the white people got a window of opportunity, right? Right now, black people can set some shit off and everything, but all they have to know is when football season comes around, everybody be right back into their team, their game, and stuff like that. Everybody go back to the same thing. We got no basketball, no football right now, so we got to find something, you know. Soon as football season kicks off, basketball season, Negroes are gonna be distracted, you know.
I'd hold for a few seconds, Kyle. Keep walking. Welcome to the call.
Peace.
Don't tell me you're on live. Unmute yourself. All right. Once you finish, Kyle, I guess once you start talking, so I just want to see what these folks want to talk about. But go ahead, brother. Continue.
Yeah, well, I was saying was
here it goes. You're unmuted now. Great job.
Yeah. I was looking. Can you hear me? Thank you for having me on, brother.
Thank you for having me on, brother. Yeah, I'm supposed to be working tomorrow morning, but I cannot sleep anyway. The white supremacy is celebrating. They're celebrating tonight. They're celebrating tonight.
So, what's on your mind? You say you're celebrating the 4th of July, enjoying your American holiday?
He said they're celebrating. They're celebrating. I'm not, but hey.
So you feel bad not joining them? I mean, enjoy.
Yeah. But you were saying something about. Did I cut somebody off? Go ahead, brother. You were ahead of me.
Go ahead. Once somebody comes in, we want to hear from them. I want to give everybody.
You were saying something about the image of black or African worldwide. I was gonna say that it's also, that is also present in the music. That just reminded me, Ice Cube's "Today Was a Good Day." Do you remember that video?
Yes, and you're in reference, you're talking to the videos that we played earlier. With Indian. Oh, perfect. Yeah, just want to make sure that people are clear about what we're talking about. But go ahead.
So I'm talking about how it's also that image is also present in the music videos, like the hip hop and rap, because that's what's broadcasted to the worldwide, the toughness, gangster. So it's not only America; it's coming from everywhere. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think we're helping ourselves. Music, culture, anything that gets exported to the world. We glorify crime. Is what I'm trying to say. Well, that's what sells. That's what the music sells. Yeah. And like I said, back in the days, Kumo D said it. He said, "Look, we had conscious hip hop, right? Back in the late '80s, '90s, whatnot. They had conscious dropping 5% knowledge. People dropping knowledge, whatnot. We had groups like Gangstar, Poor Righteous Teachers, and Brand Nubian. They were dropping knowledge and everything. And the bottom line is this, and also they were influencing the world. They were basically people like, okay, like this. They said, okay, we're gonna basically, no shade on the West Coast rap. They basically said, okay, we gotta find another way because it's the best. Let me tell you something how it works, right? White people, when they saw their kids were going down the road, listening to people like Marilyn Manson and everything like that, with the school shootings and everything, they invested $1 billion, right, in a place called Orlando, Florida, right? And they basically say, we're going to create a bunch of squeaky clean pop bands, like boy bands, stuff like that. That's where your Justin Timberlakes, your Britney Spears, your Christina Aguilera's, the NSYNC, and all that stuff that came out of it. We're going to invest in these stuff like that. We're going to invest in the Disney Channel. We're going to basically put out a new culture out there to counter all this negative stuff. Same time, black people, we're gonna take the worst element of your culture, right? Of black culture, which is the gangster culture and everything. We're gonna get rid of the conscious stuff. We'll get rid of stuff that teaches black power and everything like that. Red, black, and green, everything like that. We have X-Clan, everything like that. The red, the black, the green, also like that. Public Enemy and everything like that. We're gonna get rid of all that, right, and replace it with what we think is going to be the direction of Black America. And they have not stopped to this day. Black America, everything is about, back in the days, we were talking about revolution, fight the power and everything. Now it's all about getting crystal, getting guns, getting money and everything like that. And they project that to the world, While at the same time, right, they make sure their culture, right? The whole thing is this. They tell white kids, right, if you want to do dirty and everything, hey, we got the black culture for that, right? And the biggest consumers of all this gangster rap are white kids. That's where all the money's coming from. And people all across the world, they like all this negative energy, right? That's why we can't control it. We can't stop it, And so, therefore, imagine if the world was embracing rappers who got real lyrics and they were talking revolutionary stuff, talking black power stuff, talking pan-African stuff, people will buy it. People buy into it. People buy into, okay, yeah, because back in the days, who Vladimir Putin says his best artist of all time is? Tupac. Putin said, you know, the only thing America ever produced was Tupac Shakur. You know, that's what Putin says. And Putin could play any sort of rap song on his thing like that. He knows he could play Tupac verses on his piano. He said, yeah, man, I learned a lot by listening to his lyrics and everything like that. So you got to get rid of all this stuff like that. Not saying Tupac was an angel, but what I'm saying is when black people were putting out stuff like that was antisocial or revolutionary or counterculture to American capitalism and greed, everything, you know, they had to shut that down. And they have to replace that with materialism and selfishness and violence and, you know, misogyny and everything like that. That's what we have, you know, and that goes out to the world. And it makes the world think that black people in America, we're not serious about that. Why do you think nobody cares what happens to us in America? We have no friends out like that. Well, yeah, what do they think about? Oh, all y'all want to do is party and dance and do all stuff like this, and that's not who we are, you know. But that's what they get from the culture that's monetized and put out to the world. So that's what it is. And people like want to ask the question, what's going on? So this is out of our control. We have no control over this, you know. The Leah Cohen, Damon Dash coming after Leah Cohen saying, you're putting out death and destruction and destroying our culture. And Leah Cohen's acting like he don't know Damon Dash. Said, look, you helped me found. I remember Leah Cohen coming to Virginia with Jay-Z. So he definitely knows Dame Dash. He'd say, yeah, well, I was in a boardroom with you. He's like, I don't know that guy, Dame Dash. So Leah Cohen's a white guy, and they got in 300 Records have a white guy as executive of urban music and all stuff like that. And he's the one to put out Young Thug. I want to ask a question. If they knew Young Thug and all these people were gangsters and everything, how come the record companies that's monetizing stuff aren't hit with lawsuits and civil lawsuits and criminal lawsuits if they're basically monetizing rappers, right, and putting them out there, knowing they're still involved in the streets? How come these record companies aren't held liable, you know, for monetizing stuff in the first place?
Yeah, like especially like with the RICO laws and all
exactly.
That. Yeah. You from Virginia? I didn't know you from Virginia.
Well, I'm from New York originally, but I live in Virginia.
Oh, word. That's where I'm at.
What part of Virginia?
Norfolk.
You're in North. We're in the same city, man. We got to hook up sometime, bro.
All right. Yeah. I'm in Norfolk. I've been here all my life.
Okay. I probably seen you around town, bro.
Yeah. I used to I was with this little drum program where we would do like African dance and it got them like the djembe and the don-dons.
Did you go to the Moja Festival? Back on Memorial Day?
What, it just passed or something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But the thing is, it got rained out, you know, because we got rained out.
I went a couple of years ago. Like I ain't been with the group in a while, so I ain't really been up on. I've been kind of like in my hermit mode, staying away from.
Yeah, you live in Norfolk. That's the best way to be, man. Because it's dangerous out here, man. You see all the shit goes on. Motherfuckers want to get shot and everything like that. There's a lot of shit going on the streets, man. Best, just stay under the radar and shit. You know.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do, man. You know. But that's the best way. We're planning this tour to. You're thinking about coming to us to Liberia next year. We're planning a big tour, to Liberia next summer. Next spring. And so, like I said, what I would like to do in Norfolk is I like to, like I said, once we get organized in Liberia on the ground over there, I want to start connecting Liberia with Norfolk. Norfolk is where the first president of Liberia was born, J.J. Roberts.
Yeah, he from Roberts Park.
Roberts Park, yeah, Roberts Park. You go to Roberts Park, you ask them, you know who Robert? I don't know. Nobody. I go to Roberts Park and nobody knows a damn thing about that.
Yeah.
And they even have a street called Bossa Cove. You know, Roberts Park. That was J.J. Roberts. You know, people don't even know who J.J. Roberts is.
I forgot who told me. I forgot who told me that about Liberia.
Norfolk should be having a Liberia celebration day. We're gonna make that happen. You know,
yeah.
Norfolk could be a real city connecting with Liberia. You know, Norfolk has a lot to offer, and that could be a real Pan-African connection.
All right, so I've been like, I don't know why. Like when I think about Roberts Park, I always think about like genealogy and shit like that. But like from the conversations that you were having earlier about the Abos, bro, like when they be talking about genealogy and they be like, I can't find no ancestors in Africa. I'll be like, yo, they don't even know that like experienced professional genealogists can't even crack what they call it's a specific thing in genealogy where they call it the African American brick wall, where you get basically after I think like the 1800s, it gets harder and harder to find documents of your family tree because it's like right after I want to say the era right after the Freedmen's Bureau, because that's when like they really started documenting Black people.
It started like about 10 years before the Civil War ended.
Yeah.
About 10 years before the Civil War ended. Before that, you know, we were all they had was you had a plantation, right? Everybody had the slave owner's plantation on surname, you know.
Yeah.
And more people were free and living in a place like Norfolk. Norfolk had a large free Black community and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They started having documentation and stuff like that. So it was a very thing. Then after slavery, when people start moving into the cities and everything,
mm-hmm.
Things like that. But yeah, it's really hard to trace your ancestry beyond pre-Civil War.
Yep, like because then I'd be like, yo, when they be talking, I'd be wanting to like chime in, but like, you know what I mean? Like it's hard to get in on side letter for real. But I'd be like, bro, like how do y'all get past the brick wall? Like what is y'all like? I want to know the exact steps y'all took to get past the brick wall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a lot of these guys, man, they don't care. They make up their history and everything. All about denying being African.
Yep, that's all it is. It's all it is.
That's all it is.
That's all it is.
That's all it is. Have you gone to the House of Conscience on 35th Street?
Yeah, that's where. So, you know where, the House of Consciousness. You know, like a couple houses down.
Yeah.
It's it's like an African school.
Yeah, I've seen that. I wasn't open when I went by there, but
yeah, that's where we used to drum at.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, like I said, I like to visit there and participate in that. You know, 35th Street is coming back. You know, I see a lot of white people moving there and everything. Brother George's self-improvement center shut down. You know, sister, his wife. I don't know if she's still alive or like that, but he passed away a few years ago, about 8 years ago. Yeah. And that was a good place, a resource and everything. The Muslim place right across the street from the House of Conscience, they're about to shut down. You know,
with the garments and stuff.
Yeah, they're about to shut down. They said somebody's taking it. I don't know what they're gonna do. They're going. So, like I said, it's disheartening that you gotta have that energy, man. And I think a lot of this stuff, the reason why it's shutting down is because of the internet. You know, people getting confused what they see on the internet and everything like that. And the real Pan-African spirit that used to be on 35th Street is gone because you got clowns and buffoons with their fake history and everything like that spreading out everything. You know, it's sad, man, because I used to be much smarter on 35th Street.
Like, where like I see like something. Like so I want to say in the last probably like year or so I had got whiff of Nature Boy, and like when you look at him, I mean, when you like, if you like listen to like the stuff that he's talking about, you like, oh yeah, he know the knowledge, like, you know what I'm saying, like he know all of the knowledge. Then he'd be like, then they just go left. It'd be like, hold up, bro, nah, that ain't the knowledge, bro.
Yo, he had people out there, white people out there, bowing down. He said, "I'm getting rid of all y'all because white people know how to worship me." He had white people kissing his feet and whatnot, you know.
Exactly, bro. Like,
and I'm like, yo, what the hell is it? I'm like, you know,
that's kind of weird stuff that dude was into.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
And he expect people to follow him.
Follow him and whatnot, and you gotta do everything he said. You gotta make a sandwich fast enough, and you gotta be around and everything. He browbeats you and whatnot. He knows how to control people, and you know how to control people. He got women, right? Yeah. And the bottom line, he keeps the men because he controls who gets the punani. You know, you know, that's how you get the dudes in. You know, you see that girl and whatnot. You know, so. That's how they do it in these places. They get the girls in and whatnot, you know, all these young girls and everything. And you come around because you think you're going to get some, you know, some play, and he controls everything. All you do is listen to what he says and everything like that, you know.
Yeah, and you just think like, one day I can get, you know what I'm saying? He'll like me enough so I can get some, you know what I'm saying?
Yo, bro, I got a PhD in Negroology.
So wow, you know. So how long is that code still working? I should say.
Yeah, of course, as long as there's people out there that don't want to do real work, and it's so easy to get wrapped up in a cult. You know, so you get wrapped up in a peak personality. That's why I said, man, you know, doing this right, I'm just very clear. We need nationhood.
Right,
you know,
right now he locked up for
he did
false imprisonment, and I think like a lower degree of rape or some shit like that.
Yeah, they got him on some charge. They were after him for a long time, man. He just, you know, just doing a bunch of stuff. That whole shit in Costa Rica, they said they weren't bathing down there. They said they stunk so bad in the airport and whatnot, you know.
Yeah, because they got.
So you're telling me they don't believe in taking showers?
Well, they believe in nature.
They got videos where they take showers and shit, but it's like it looks like
once a month.
It's like a front, you know what I'm saying? You can tell it's like a front type of, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, all right, look, we do take showers over here. Like, you know what I'm saying? We got a shower right here. Y'all keep talking about we're gonna take showers. You know what I'm saying? It was like one of those type videos. It was like, all right, because like it's this channel that basically like document everything that they do, because him being a narcissist, you know, he record everything. So basically, like this channel like document everything, and basically she be trying to help the members get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like she record not record. She just basically go get their shit from wherever they recorded from, and put it on her channel, and like have like people chime in on it. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes she'll have a live, but she'll basically stitch together like the video and be like, here's the hypocrisy of Nature Boy, you know what I'm saying? And it's so like he'll be like one time he'll be saying certain things, and then like the next time he contradicts himself like totally, you know what I'm saying? And she'll give like, she basically just got receipts for everything and shit. The channel called The T. If y'all want to look it up.
Hey, Cockrell, I put my email in this private chat, man. That's my email. How you can get in touch with me, all right?
All right.
Yeah, I put my email into nation.call5@gmail.com. So get in touch with me. We got to hook up, you know, and stuff like that. You know, I'll send you a link to my social network, the BAIO. You know, I'm trying to build it so we have local meetings and everything like that, and everything. Get this thing going, man. Because, like I said, the bottom line is, like I said, we don't got real.
I know what to call them. I was supposed to be doing like some stuff with y'all, but I had kind of like dropped off the radar. Because I know what's the brother name? He from I think Washington. He got dreads. Oh fuck!
Sounds familiar.
I forgot his name, man. And then it is the
Talking about Afrikaans?
Not Afrikaans, no.
um
You talking about Tory Fasa?
nah.
Uh,
I forgot his name. I think it started with a U. He write a lot. He do like he used to be on like Medium because we was in the same Pan African organization. We was in UBA. We was in UBA and Pan African Alliance.
Okay. He sounds familiar. Sounds familiar.
But I had started messing with the younger dudes. I can't remember their name right now. It's making me mad. Cause they were wanting me to help with the architectural stuff. Cause that's why I went to school for. That's what I do right now.
Right. Yeah, that's what I said. You got skills, man. You could be. We could use you on the continent, man. Architect, shit, man. You know.
Yeah, but I think y'all was doing like the interlock bricks or whatever, with the houses.
I remember. Let's see. I had my brother David Hitt. That's what he was doing. You know, we was talking about interlock bricks years ago, as far as a new form of technology and stuff like that for building and stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. We were talking about that years ago. That was like years ago. You know.
That's when I was like, kind of like in, but I wasn't in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was probably like 2019, 2020.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna put this all together, man. All this together. Yeah. You gotta join our social network. The BA, I'll send you when you send me an email back, I'll send you a link to our social network. So you can plug in with us. You know, we have a Norfolk chapter, a Virginia chapter actually, you know. And stuff like that. So we want to start having regular meetings and stuff like that, you know, once a month, whatever. We could probably meet in the House of Conscience, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And start, you know, getting this stuff together, you know, pass on, try to recruit more people for this tour and stuff like that, you know, and stuff like that. So we're trying to build when we start doing stuff and taking tours to Africa, investing, you know, then we just leave these other people alone, you know, just you know, that's what we got to do. We're done convincing. There's enough of us that understand what we need to do. We don't need to, you know, keep messing with these people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just done with it. You know, people support Sinetta and everything because they know it's a bunch of foolishness and they don't have to give nothing up. They can still go out there, they'll still do the dumb shit they do when and all they do is get on there and debate about who's a Hebrew Israelite and who's a Moor and all this kind of nonsense and everything. Who's an Indian and everything. You know, they don't have to give nothing up. They don't have to build nothing. They don't have to create nothing. You know? All right, you sent me an email. Good, brother.
Yeah,
Good. I got your email.
Yeah, I'm already a member of BAIO. I added myself, so.
Yeah, what you call it? If you want to join, my email's in the private chat. Send me your email, and I'm gonna send you guys links to our social network, the Black African. It's an app. You can download the app, BAIO Global Pipeline. It's an app and a social network. You know, so we got a social network that's free. That we have different chapters. We have a Liberian chapter. We have a Ghana chapter. We have everything. You know, and the theme of the BAIO is building infrastructure. So if you got skills. We got the skill. We have a group for skilled labor called the Doogers. The Doogers were the cartoon of Fraggle Rock. You know, the skilled workers with the hats. You know, and Fraggle Rock, cartoon Fraggle Rock, and everything. We call the Doogers the skilled labor organization. You know, the BAIO. So we want to make people proud. We want to. We're building the BAIO is, you know, if you're a skilled builder, you got an association. And stuff like that. We want to basically put that together and create a nationwide network of skilled laborers and high stuff like this. If you're an engineer, you know, we got engineering groups. If you're an investor, a finance person, like that. So we want to we want to start bringing people back who's been disappointed over the last couple of years because of tomfoolery they found in YouTube and everything. They got misled. We want to tell them that the BAIO is always here. We're still here, And the bottom line is the only way we're going to build this is by building Black African infrastructure, you know, and we got to work together, you know, and just having a social network, an app where we communicate and everything like that. We could sponsor events and everything. Somebody said, want to put a group stuff together in their city. They got meet and greets. We go out to bowling, you know, we can go bowling. We can go to that bowling alley and on Little Creek, you know, we can get together with a group of people, you know, do a Pan-African bowling night, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and, you know, have a good time, you know, and everything, fellowship, you know. That's what I want to do.
Word.
That's good. When you say chapters, is it the chapters all over the world, or is it?
We have BAO in this site, right? You could join a chapter. We have groups, right? And we have chapters for each state in each country in Africa, right? We have a Zambia chapter that's pretty good. My boy Wapupe runs that group. We have a South African chapter. We have a Ghana chapter. We have a Liberian chapter that's really on fire. You know, we have a chapter for each state and everything like that. So we go in there in the website, in the social network, right? And you can download the app on your phone, you know, and you can click on one that you go into different groups and everything like that. Sign up, join the different groups, join the different chapters, wherever or you can create your own group. You know, you create your own group, you know, and create your own blog and everything like that. You know, you can bring people in. So it's like our own Facebook, you know.
That's good.
You can upload videos. You can do whatever you want to do. We have a forum, upload anything, you know. You have a profile page like you do Facebook, everything.
Yeah, it's nice. I think I looked at it on the website. I got to do the app.
Yeah, the app is BAO Global Pipeline, you know?
Yeah.
BAO Global Pipeline, you know, and you download the app on Apple or Android, whatever, you know? And so you download the app, and so you have a social network that you can plug into and everything like that. So I just need more people to get active on the app, donate some of that Facebook time, YouTube time to the social network. And like I said, the reason why it's going to work is because once we get back from Liberia and we upload all this stuff to the social network and we got people humming, what we want to basically do is have a social network where people that think like us could gather, you know, because people get disheartening when you look on YouTube and you see all these people talking a bunch of nonsense, and they be having 1,000 people in their chat room and everything, and I know it gets like, man, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? So we need a place for people who are serious about nation building to congregate. You know, so.
It's really good because that means that you get members. When you touch down, let's say Zambia or Zimbabwe, you can just say, hey, I'm here.
Yep. And the people acclimate to the BAO ideology. We got a good group in Angola. You know, Angola is just ready for people, Black people in America, to come there and whatnot. You know, we got people, and we got a couple of government officials in the Angola chapter. You know, people that can plug it. I was going to send a group to Angola a couple of years ago. We had the COVID situation, though. You know, we got high-level people in Angola that, you know, that's really interested in Black people in America coming there and, you know, taking an opportunity, competing with the Portuguese and Lebanese and everything. Angola is importing more food every year because, let's be honest, it's a rich country, right? So when people are rich, right, what happens when countries like Angola and Dubai, the average citizen don't really want to work, you know, because they don't have to, because they got wealth. If you look at the Angolan people, right, you can tell people, the kids got iPhones and backpacks and everything like that, you know, so they're like, oh, yeah, we're just living good because we're importing all this food and everything like that, right? But they're making the Portuguese and the Lebanese rich, right? And so I'm saying to myself, man, that's an opportunity for somebody from Ghana, America, and everything to export food. They said they import chicken, you know, like crazy, you know? So that could be an opportunity. There's all kinds of opportunity in the country, you know, for stuff like that. But the whites,
the same thing with Sierra Leone. I remember when brother go back to Africa one day, they said it was only one guy, and I think he was Lebanese or Indian, and he was importing the whole chicken.
Yeah.
So I'm against the import. Why can't you start a chicken farm in Africa? 360. You know, you got 360 days of sunshine. You have
Right.
no snow. You don't have to worry about shelter. You don't have to worry about them dying. You know, all you need to do is make them cool, give them
Well,
food, make them free
this,
range.
this is what Amara said. Well, we got to first get the feed, and the feed. You know, you got to understand something. We buy our chicken feed, and it's dude, man, that's an excuse. You know, we understand chicken needs feed, but the bottom line is, if you're really serious about doing this stuff like that, you would do it. You know, you can grow chicken, make chicken coops, and everything like that. And like I said, it's unacceptable. You know, that Africa is importing chicken. You know, unacceptable.
I agree with you. That is so dumb. Meat and milk should not be cheese, meat and milk. It's like there's abundance everywhere. That is like, you know, maybe you know, steel, you know, something else, you know, like
chickens are the easiest things to grow. The hatcheries and all the stuff like that. With the hatcheries, are not that hard to build and everything like that. Chicken coops, everything. You got China, man, going to Zambia, open up a chicken farm, right? High in Zambia. I'm like, you mean to tell me a Chinaman coming from rural China, he's just as illiterate as you are, right? And he got you working on his chicken farm, you know? You know, it's like I so get it, you know, because we don't give our people the confidence that you can do this. You know, you don't have to import. You can grow the chicken yourself and whatnot, and you have the local market. And where's the Chinaman sell to? Right to the local market.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. So, Cal, so there's this university. Have you heard of the Pan-African University? I was thinking, like, you should be a lecturer there. You know, you should. You got your PhD, right? You got your PhD.
If this was if Pan was my full-time job, right? If I get rich one day, it would be, you know. But I'm the type of Pan-Africanist. I have an insurance agency in Virginia Beach, you know, and I work every day, and I work 6-7 days a week almost, you know. And I don't have the time. But if I ever get blessing where the BAIO could raise the type of money, I could probably take time off to do stuff like that, you know. But everybody's giving all that money to Umar Johnson and Tariq Nasheed and all these other people, you know. And so, you know, I like I said, I would love to lecture and teach my vision of Pan-Africanism and this idea of an Afrikstan around where the days when it comes are going to happen, you know, because we have to start making hard decisions about our future in the global. Because nobody gives a damn about us, right? You know, all the stuff we just talked about a minute ago, right? Why don't we grow chickens in Africa? Why don't we have all this stuff like this, you know? And so we got all these people.
It's apprenticeships. It's you know, the way they started in this country was apprenticeship.
Yeah.
In French high school, they ask you, do you want to become a plumber? Do you want to raise like livestock?
We're going to get back to that.
The government assists and they train and they do their health, and like USDA comes in. If you have a farm, chicken farm, they have to visit you. They have to check the health of your chicken, you know. So it's so simple. But, you know, right now universities in Africa are concentrating on lawyers and doctors.
And being a politician.
They're good. Yeah, they're good. I don't hate that. But it's like when you have no shoes, you're wearing a suit. It's like, you know, you're worried about a hat when you have no shoes. You know what I'm saying? So America will teach you how to do apprenticeships. All these people who are doing plumbing and the stuff that makes America run.
But takes out also we have to do what we have to do as far as the Pan-African world is this, brother, is the fact that in Africa, right, and I know it's for a fact, right, you could tell somebody to grow a chicken farm, right, but even let's say if the person even successful in Africa, oh man, farming, man, that's you're backward. You're seen as backward, but they don't understand. In America, farmers are rich. You know, there's nothing backward about being a farmer or growing food and everything like that. Everybody in Africa thinks that if you don't have an office job wearing a white shirt and a tie, that you're not, you know what I'm saying? But that culture has to change. You know,
right, that's British way of thinking. You know, you mentioned Angola and the fear. Let me tell you why they're not going to Angola. Why not even like Zambians are not even going to Angola and their neighbor. That's because of language. You know, So
That's
we
his
got,
it. Angola's a language barrier.
English on a lockdown. Yeah, like we own English. No, we need to learn these other languages.
You know what the Angolas tell me? They said, you know what the thing, how you can make money in Angola if you're a qualified English teacher, because they want to switch, make the language of business English, right? Because they want to be connected to the Pan-African world. They said Portuguese language is holding them back. They want to learn English. You could teach English in Angola, you can make money. They'll pay you top dollars.
That's true. I'm following actually an African American sister in Zambia who's making a lot of money because she's teaching a lot of Angolan.
But in
a
Zambia,
lot of Angolan kids. Yeah.
Are you in Angola?
Yeah, no. In Zambia, she's teaching them in Lusaka. Yeah, she has a YouTube channel.
But what I'm saying is this: how is it? I thought Zambia was an English-speaking country.
Say that again.
I thought Zambia was already an English-speaking country.
Yeah. I know the children are coming. The students are coming from Angola.
Oh, Angola, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they're coming from Angola to Zambia to learn English.
Yeah, some Angolans are going to Namibia to learn English too.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
So the bottom line, you can't see there's an opportunity right there, even for some Liberians to go to Angola and teach English. You know, and so
but these francophone countries are not going anywhere. They don't want to learn.
Yeah, the francophone countries ain't going nowhere. There's a big opportunity in the Portuguese-speaking countries, right? Because they want to learn, they want to get rid of Portuguese, they want to speak English. You know, I know that for a fact.
Same as Equatorial Guinea, you know, they have great GBD. You can make, people are leaving other African countries to make money there. But they are the only country that speaks Spanish.
They speak Spanish.
Yeah, they speak Spanish, right there, right next to Gabon and Cameroon.
Right. We got to start where we get with the English-speaking countries and the Portuguese-speaking countries.
We have zero visitors from the diaspora. Nobody's going there. Beautiful island, only the Spanish.
Oh yeah. But Bioko, it used to be called Fernando Po. That is Sao Tome. That is beautiful. I mean, god dang, man. You know, that is a beautiful island. It's like a tropical paradise. You got to see this one because it got ruins of old Spanish castles there and stuff like that. You know, those islands are beautiful over there. You know,
absolutely beautiful.
But people don't know this stuff like that. They don't know what they're missing out on this whole vast continent. You know.
Yeah. So much opportunities.
Hey, I'm gonna head out, y'all.
All right, brother. We're gonna end too. It's kind of late, man. It's getting 4 o'clock. Yeah. I got to get up in the morning, get back to work. You know, back to work. You know, I didn't do no 4th of July Sunday. I just went to my brother's house and jumped in the pool. My first time in the pool this year, man. I had a ball. You know, pool. You know, I jumped in the pool and had a blast. You know, I was like, I said, let me jump in the pool because I know I got a show tonight with Bomani, so I want to get some strokes in. You know, swimming. And I had a ball, you know, and so that's it. But anyway, nice talking, brother. Keep walking. Did you send me your email?
No. I have an email. I joined it already. I haven't checked it out.
Oh, you joined my social network?
Yeah. I'm already on.
What's your name on the social network?
It should be NAEM. My name, Naeem, NA.
Okay, hold up. How you spell your name?
I think I joined the East African. Hold it. There it is. I'm gonna send it in the. I sent it in the chat.
Okay. Oh,
I think that's what. Yeah.
Okay, Naeem. Okay.
Yeah. It's been a while. I haven't checked it out. I gotta download the app.
Yeah. Just go to your app store. You know, and that's the name you use on the site?
Yeah, I think that's the name I added, yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll be looking for you.
All right.
So we got to put this together. We're building an organization. We're building the BAIO to thing. We're glad we're getting brothers like you, people like you that got sense and like that. We're going to really build this. But it's been a long night, Brother Bomani. You got any parting words?
No departing words, brother. No departing words. Appreciate everybody for joining us on another live episode. And we can
powerful show tonight. Probably just going to go down in history, you know. Powerful show tonight. Thank you for all contributing. everything. This Pan-African movement, or the the Black African infrastructure, is taken over by storm. And like I said, as more people keep joining us and everything like that, joining this real Pan-African movement and thing, and brother, keep walking is give us a lot of insight, backed up everything I said, about we need to build, we need to grow, we need to do all stuff like this. That's the side of energy we need. People will get it. You know what I'm saying? You will get it. People understand what we need to do. So with that, I'm going to have a good night, and I'll see you guys the next time we're on show Saturday or Friday night, whatever mind wants to do. Friday and Saturday. We'll do it every night,
Yeah, we try to time like that, man. But appreciate your energy, brother.
All right, brother.
Make the rest of those time count for the work we have to do. So, family, that's the Liberia flyer with all of our information. So link us, connect us, and join us for another episode. Amara, what's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
You decided to come on when Kala decided to jump off?
No, I was just going through the internet. I couldn't sleep.
And you're bored, so you're looking for us?
No, I was just looking through the internet. I couldn't sleep. So I was like,
man. I'm trying to get some of your big money people in America to join us on Liberia. So that's what we're talking about. Taking a
big
journey
money
for
people.
lifetime. Yes, this journey is tickets and accommodations and all that good stuff. So yes, trying to get some.
What y'all got going on in Liberia?
We have a nice tropical repatriation and investment tour. Doing a tour around the country, a very historical tour. Come learn about your roots and culture.
Oh, okay.
Come learn about enjoying, wonderful energy, from our nightlife, shopping, networking, pool parties, just enjoying great dining. The food in Liberia is the best, right?
The food in Sierra Leone is the best. Anyway, yeah, well, go for it, man. Go for it.
Yeah, well, don't put that propaganda, but yes, absolutely. So we need you and some of your friends. So join the party.
Me and some of my friends.
Yeah, go spend some of that big money that you're making in America.
I've been in Liberia 100 times, bro. It's next door.
You get the royal treatment. The royal treatment.
I got the next door. All I got is Sierra Leonean people that grew up on the borderline. So you can't get. I don't know. What you can do is, like the Ghana tour you got, the Tanzania tour you got, the those tours you got. Liberia got a historic African American presence, so African Americans founded that place. So
absolutely, that's why your friends, that's why your American friends are gonna love it.
So they can do that. I got family members over there on the Liberia side, Sierra Leoneans.
I'm talking about your American friends that you work with. You know what I mean?
I don't work anymore, bro. I don't work for the man anymore. I'm independent.
I mean, but you still got friends.
Yeah, I got them the old co-workers where I used to work at. Yeah, well, yeah, true.
Well, I'm happy I could depend on you, brother, as a good friend. I'm happy I could depend on you.
No, I can tell her. I can sell it to my old co-workers. See what it is.
You got that kind of skills?
Huh?
Some people are very negative about Africa.
I know some black. No, a lot of black. What I mean by that, like, I was in the logistics industry. That's what I went to school for. So, like, I know one or two of my old supervisors. One of them passed away. R.I.P. to him. Yeah, and the other one was a female, and one or two few folks that where I used to work at, that had some kind of interest in Africa. So I'll tell them. I'll let them know. It's a hard sell. Africa is a hard sell. But to me, Africa is for a particular type of brother or sister that's looking for something beyond what America got. Some way can have 100% black population and history and culture, and you know, just something you need to go through in life. You know, and that caters to a particular set of Black person. You know, and so yeah, I mean your program is reaching. The
Oh
good
yes,
program
absolutely,
that can
brother.
reach.
It's reaching. So the way I reach is by reaching out to other people, especially wonderful people like yourself that know a lot of wonderful people.
Yeah, I do got a network of
Yeah, man,
you know,
absolutely,
Black people
man.
that I know. Yeah, that I worked with before, old contacts and stuff like that. But that's anytime when I come over here. When I come over, I don't come over here often, you know. Or once in a while when I come over here, you know, I get with them sometimes, you know. I pitch. During our conversation, you know, I throw the pitch. I mean, it's a good thing, and there you got that a package deal if you want to go east, west, north, south, Southern Africa. They could still, you know, do it with you and whatever. I mean, your program's got a good reach. You got these like one of these Black ladies, but they want to go to Panama and stuff like that. They were used to work with me and stuff, and like 3 or 4 of them go to the DR, Panama, and stuff like that. They got groups like that. I'm trying to get them to get this to at least one time go to Africa, you know, and stuff. So I'll pass it along. I'll pass the message along. I mean, and these are sophisticated professional people I used to work with, co-workers of mine, you know. So I'll pass it over.
Excellent, man. We figure you had a great network, man. You're a very sharp, energetic person. But yes, brother, we're looking to build beyond, you know, a wonderful foundation in Ghana. We're looking to get in early. You know how it is in some of these countries. You got to get in early before, you know.
Yeah, you got to get in early. You got to get in your contacts. You got to have a team on the ground. You got to have
and that's
local
what that's what we
contacts.
got Color Genesis for, man. That's what we got Color Genesis for.
Man, Color Genesis ain't nothing, man. Come on.
Oh man, brother,
Nah, it ain't nothing.
Hey, Color, can you wake up and get back on the call?
Color Genesis ain't nothing, man. Color Genesis is all talk.
Wait till the man get off the call.
Color Genesis is all talk. Color Genesis is not doing half of what you did. Color Genesis can't even scratch the surface. You see what I'm saying?
That's why we work together as a team because
you doing it the right way. You gone on the ground. You have boots on the ground. You have projects on the ground. You have,
that's in a different country, but
I know, but what I'm saying is the African way. Africa, that's the key about Africa. They want to see performance. All talk, everybody know how to talk. Setting up, they look at stuff like internet and stuff like that. That's not physical. They like to see physical stuff. Point to stuff you don't need. That's where you outperform a lot of these. That's why I keep coming to your channel. At least I could go to wherever you go. You see, that's why I talk about what I do. Because if we go to Sierra Leone, I could go to our land, thousands of acre plantation. You know, we can show the physical people working. We can show you books. We can open our books. We can show you taxes. We can show you everything. You see what I'm saying? That's what Africa respect. If you don't do that and you talk and put a rhetoric, they don't want to listen to that. You excel at that. You know, you show physical things that people can go be like, okay, let me see. The first thing that's gonna come over the African mouth is, let me see what you've done on the ground. Let me see any physical building you don't put up. Let me see what you don't need. That's what separates you from a lot of these people.
Well, appreciate it, man. That's what I mean. Color Genesis.
No, but I know because I'm African, so I can tell you. I can tell you what Africans need all that. Oh, we are brothers. We need to do this. You need to do something physical first. You know, that's why, like somebody was saying, go back to Africa. You know, the other day he was on in some kind of school somewhere in I don't know, some East African country, and that's the African mentality. When you come from America or other places, you know, this is why the white man win. You see what I'm saying? When you come from other places, you don't use rhetoric or talk. He went in there, they showed him the kids, they showed him their problems or whatever. One, he didn't come up with no fundraiser to solve the problem. All he was doing was going around talking about, oh, the government should do this. The government should do. That's what Africans don't want to hear. If, for example, we just finished a book drive in our kingdom for schools. All right, the kids were struggling with schools and school supplies. You see what I'm saying? When people want to talk, they ask you fill up a barrel of school supplies and getting ready to be shipped. That's how you do stuff. When you do that, then you can talk.
So you said he basically came empty-handed.
Basically, that's how a lot of these people go. This so-called, I mean, you are the true Pan-African. I just got to tell you that today.
Well, at least if we show up, we give some financial donations and some school supplies.
Yeah, school supplies, financial donation. I wouldn't go there something to employ the people over there, training materials to employ the youth.
The government. And I guess, I mean, somebody got to be responsible. So I guess that's what people feel like when they mention that.
Listen, bro. Listen, if you want to talk to the African, don't bring up governments. If you want to feel like Africans' pain, don't say nothing about, oh, government should do this. Government should have did that. No. You pissing them off.
So maybe someone like yourself needs to give people like himself advice, because I'm trying to I can't.
No, but I watch people from afar. You see what I'm saying? And then I gravitate to certain people because you set the pace. We can talk and we can go to wherever location you're at, and you can show me physical structures and the people that are there, books. We can open accounting books, all that as proof. Then I want to hear what you're saying. That's how Africans go by. They don't want to hear all the books. Oh, we all black. We all do. They'll be like, get the hell out of here. Show me what you can do. Show me the goddamn money. Show me what you can do. If somebody lets you in their school, which they don't let you that much, if they let you in their school to hear their problems, there should be something done about the problems at the end of the day, at the end of the conversation. Otherwise, they don't have time for anybody coming in giving them a lecture about. They already know what the government can do or can't do. That's not what they're talking about. If somebody lets you into their problems, you go in there to solve it. If you don't solve it, they don't want to hear anything about being we're black people, we're this, we're supposed to do that. I'm like, get the hell out of here, bro. Get out of here. You see what I'm trying to say? That's across the board, everything. Everything. Don't go in there preaching no gospel about what government should have did or this and that. That's the difference. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why a lot of Africans don't take some of these people serious. Even like what you're talking about. You're talking about something everybody knows. You know, go in there, build a school. If you think these kids are not getting ahead, or you want like for example, Pan-African schools, you want the curriculum to go to Pan-Africanism. Build your own schools. Sorry to say this, maybe some of the audience might not like this. All those white people you see going over there, they spend their money and build their schools. That's why they have their curriculum. You don't go to the government and be like, oh, why are you letting this white know? The government be like, no, anybody can come in and build your own school and push up your own curriculum and teach what you want to teach to the kids. Anybody can do that. We go by who do stuff. They don't go by oh, what you're supposed to do. Don't tell a government what it's supposed to do. Go in there, you think the situation is that bad, go in and build your own schools and get kids away from the white man's schools into your own schools. That's how you solve the problem. You know, not going out there talking about, oh, this like that, and that like this. And man, get the hell out. Then they keep your money in your pocket. That's why in Africa, they don't respect this individualism they got in the West, where everybody hold on to their money or think about themselves. They hate that in Africa. They only respect millionaires or somebody that got any kind of money who's a philanthropist. If you're not a philanthropist, they don't give two fucks about what kind of money you got. Bill Gates can go over there and walk around. If you don't spend a dime to help those dudes, they don't care about Bill Gates. Absolutely, they care about who can help. If you got the money in Africa, that's why we command so much respect. Because that money, like when we get from our land over there, you see what I'm saying? We distribute it into different budgets. We got budgets for schools, the school in our place. We got a budget for the medical supplies. People that go on hard times. You see what I'm saying? We keep some.
You got a real economic plan, brother. Huh? Absolutely. You got a real economic plan. And while you're doing that, if you can, our brother Baruti got a question for you to add to what we were just talking about a little while ago.
What did he say?
Yeah, you have to read a comment.
Yeah, let me. I'm on my phone. Let me get on my laptop.
Oh man, let me just read it off for you. I don't want you to go through all that. Baruti said, Amara, do you think your approach makes African Americans believe that you see diasporans as fellow Africans in the spirit of Ubuntu? Do you see African Americans as returning Africans?
Well, by DNA, African Americans are Africans. Okay, through DNA, because they come from the ancestor, they come from the tree, right? From a DNA standpoint. Okay, everybody can look at anybody and say, "Oh yeah, you black." Yes, you black. You from some part of Africa or whatever. But if you want to take the conversation more further than that, is can you see things from the African perspective? Or, you know, what separates us? Because if you come from a culture in America where it's individualism, every man for himself, you know, what you got is in your pocket. You see what I'm saying? And you got the mentality of, if I give people money, what is going to be left for me? You see what I'm saying? In America, there's this culture of somebody can be a millionaire and his brother is homeless. That will never happen in Africa. If somebody is a millionaire in Africa, it's the family's money. That money is for help, to help the less fortunate people. That's the cultural difference. That's the way the Africans see them. Yeah, they're gonna see you as we black, and your DNA, your people came from here, your people are part of my people. But that's why it stops. You see what I'm saying? If you don't try to Africanize your approach when you get to Africa, you are not going to be looked upon. Basically, you're going to be looked upon, and they're going to look at you as a foreigner because they know you are your ancestors came from there. But then again, they're not going to look at you as a local because a local portrays, if a local person in your position will do more for a community or family than diasporas would, because diasporas are more into themselves, because this culture in America is individualistic culture. So yeah, you might be my brother, but you know, if Amar had the same job their brother had, Yeah, man, he could have did a lot for us, man. You see, but you know, I can't go talk to them people. I can't go talk to them diasporans like that. It's not part of their culture, man. You know, they won't see it the way I see it because they're all about the, you know, about individualism. You see, that's what separates us from, yeah, you see what I'm trying to say? They still, you know, you're African, you're a brother, but the culture of pulling people up, you see what I'm saying? It's not American, it's not diasporan. It's African. You know, that's the difference right there. You have people like Michael Jordan having millions of dollars his brother ain't got none of that. Obama, president of the United States, was president of the United States. His other brother was homeless. That would never happen in Africa. Never. I get up, everybody get up. Everybody eat. I eat, everybody eat. I get up there, everybody get up there. Like even when I used to work in America, and people tell me every day, bro, we're looking up to you, bro. Hey, I'm about to start a bakery. I try to go to the bank. The bank will only let me get this amount of money, but you can buy the tools, man. We're looking up to you, man. And when you go to work, don't be bullshitting at work, man. You got to be serious, bro. We're leaning on to you. Even my mom's telling me, hey, you can't be playing no games. So the responsibility to everybody leaning on you. You know, when I got my first check after I got out of college, you know, I got my first check. You know, it wasn't a whole lot, but I took like 30%, 40% of that and just broke it out to everybody. Little pieces, tiny pieces. I said, well, hey, man, this is my first one, man. I mean, I broke 40% of my check, and I gave everybody a little tiny. They were so appreciative. Just the fact that it's not gonna solve all their problems. The fact that I thought of them. You see what I'm saying? I'm in a place where I make more money than I would have, if I was back in Africa working a regular job. I wouldn't make as much money as I would make over there. They sure appreciate it. So when you approach Africans, you want them to take them serious. You want to get on their brother level. It's two different levels of brotherhood. Yeah, they'll say, yeah, you're black. Historically, your people used to be over here. Yeah, we got same DNA, but that's where the conversation started. But I can't approach that, bro, man. Nah, man. I can't approach that. But I got some things I want to talk to him about. Yeah, but he grew up different. He grew up different, man. We grew up, yeah, but I can't talk to him like I can talk to him tomorrow like that, but I can't talk to them like that. You see what I'm saying? Hello? Hello, Bomani.
Yes, brother, I'm still here, man.
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm listening to your break it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So it's not that they don't look at you as brother, but they can. The conversations they can hold with me, they'll be scared to approach you with that. You might look at them like, hey, bro, don't you got a job somewhere or something like that? Wouldn't you be? And you want me to put you on my taxes, bro? I can't put you on. That's what you want to do, me to put you on your taxes as a dependent. You see, nobody don't want that kind of answer, so they back off. Certain things they don't talk to you. You see what I'm trying to say? Because you grew up in a different culture, so they could have a free conversation with me and talk about anything. But when they talk to you, they're gonna watch what they talk because you can't relate to everything. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's the answer right there to that question.
There you go. They have another one for you. So Amara want to know, perhaps you make some merit points in reference to sharing resources. However, you participate on the Afridamus report where the host, you and others bash the so-called African Americans, even if you aren't. That's from Baruti.
You say I bash the African Americans?
Certain aspects of Afridamus show that's what he talked about, Akata news and things like that. you know, me personally, I don't pay it no mind. I just kind of stay
No,
focused.
Afrodamus is my brother. It comes from my tribe. His grandmother comes from my tribe.
Yes,
So
but
I'm
this is what Baruti is just saying. Baruti is just saying that you guys take joy in bashing and making.
no, nobody takes joy in bashing. Nobody takes joy in bashing. No. You might misconstrue it. All they're trying to do is educate you. You see, let me tell you something. The only time somebody put me on in America, a black person put me on in America, is because I'm his dog. You know what I'm saying? He won't go around looking for random black people or African people and try to put them on. No, he don't do that. The only reason he putting me on because, you know, I'm his dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm his friend. You see what I'm trying to say? With Africa, we got that free love.
No, usually you have a lot of other people on also, but I'm not here to agree or disagree. I'm just here to explain the brother's comment because he's not speaking for himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. When when we give out free advice, we get like what I'm giving you, it don't cost me nothing. I'm not trying to bash anybody black, but you gotta pay. For something like this, you have this kind of information, you gotta pay, bro. You gotta pay for this kind of info. African now, we don't want to see nobody fall, man. Out of love. It ain't about money, it ain't about nothing, you know what I'm saying? If I see you going down the road, I don't want you to get hurt. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna put you on.
Absolutely.
That's the difference. You see what I'm trying to say? That's the difference. So that's not bashing. That we trying to educate, give you free advice, and you're hard-headed. They're hard-headed, and they're not listening to what we saying.
I don't think he's talking about the advice. I think he's talking about the derogatory like terminology and things. You know, I don't want to quote because I hear people say like, but I just wish he could like be on here and speak for himself so he could.
Well, let him come on. Let him come on. Put a link.
He's not gonna come on, but I don't need to repeat some of the stuff that the brother says on his show. But you know, this is
what you talking about. Was like a kata.
Yeah. So like I mean the key word is
first of all,
bash the so-called African Americans. So
first of all, that
there you go. There you go. And also, that's why I want you to read a comment. So he has his comment right here, and he's explaining.
Man, let me go on this laptop, man, because maybe I'll see it better. Let me go on my laptop.
Yeah, but, I don't know if Afrodamus does it to try to get a reaction out of people. Sometimes I feel like
no. Let me go on my laptop. Let me go. I don't really go on Afrodamus show like that, though. I just call him personally. I don't really go on his show as much. No,
let me
that's
read
not
his
true.
Comments.
That's not true. I don't go there that much. I don't even know when he come on. He's my brother. We just talk outside of.
I saw Baruti. He is saying that he doesn't know him, but Baruti said that Bomani, as you know, Afrodamus reports creates xenophobic hatred against African Americans.
Xenophobic hatred against African Americans.
Come on and engage with him. Yeah, you know the thing of it is, a lot of people do a lot of stuff, and I don't always necessarily agree with them and things, but sometimes it's just for me personally. When you're on a different level of doing things, you just there's a lot of things that you have to just ignore and not even take personal, and things like that. Only time I take things personal when people mess with my my crew, my family, and our operation and our network. That's it. We just stand for each other. But other than that, there's a lot of people doing a lot of foolishness, and the most sometimes we may do, we just may laugh and joke about it. But but nevertheless, those are the brothers' comment.
Yeah, man.
We can respond to any.
Don't take everything to heart. If anybody listen.
I know your spirit directly. All you ever give, and honestly, that's what I've known from you. It's been consistent. It's just great advice. And the last time you and Afrodamus Damas was on, same thing too. He gave some great advice. That's the spirit of energy that I'm always trying to connect with us on, because realistically, Amari, the situation, We have a lot of our people going to Africa, and it's all kind of situations. A lot of people, things are working out for perfect, but you know, you can never ignore the level.
No, but you know what boils down. You know what that boils down to.
I'm saying the level of failures is what you're worried about.
Yeah.
So that's why I appreciate yourself, and every time we have these conversations, it's just great advice. So that's what I know I get from you personally. And even if Afrodamus came on here, that's what I would get from him personally. So what people do on the other shows, sometimes I don't pay no mind. But
you know what the problem is?
That's what he's responding to. But
okay, before this YouTube, this Pan-African wave kicked in, you know what was the status quo in America? Okay, we had all our little things. Okay, we'll say, like what this man said, they call them Africans call African Americans Akata, or don't know how to speak English, and he's supposed to be in America, coming here, taking all the jobs, da-da-dee-da-da-da, and the African fired back, saying, no, it was a white man that let me in. I'm not cool with you because you're in my way, and stuff like that. That is there. But ever since people's this wave of African Americans going to Africa thing came up, you know, most of the people that go through failures are people that don't listen, bruh. That is the #1 problem why Africans get frustrated. You know, if you tell somebody over here in America, oh, you don't know nothing, you don't know how to speak English, you don't know nothing. Then when you go to Africa again, you don't want to listen again, and then you fail. You see how frustrated people get? It's like, bruh, even in Africa where I know more than you, you still thinking the old way, saying, oh, this man don't know how to speak English. He don't know nothing. You see what I'm trying to say? That's where the frustration kick in. That's like most of these people that I see them fail. I was like, man, you so have that old school mentality. You're not so open-minded. You're so close-minded with that mentality that, oh man, yeah, Africans ain't never knew nothing. They don't know how to speak English. I'm gonna come in here and run my own game. Why would you do that? You was bound to fail. You see what I'm saying? So when people do stuff like that, they tell you, bruh, don't do this, do that. They don't never listen, man. Even it was a Muslim brother, because I'm Muslim, right? It's a Muslim brother that I know. I'm not gonna call his name. Okay. Went to the Gambia. I'm trying to school the guy every step of the way because I see the problems a million miles away. You know, I'm trying to school him what to say, what not to say. How is Islam and Muslim different in other places than in Black Africa? Till it got to the point that somebody tried him, and then here he come running. Oh, you believe somebody tried me? They tried to do it. I say, I don't see the problem down the road. The people seeing you right in front on your face, written right across your face. You see what I'm trying to say? That's why I was trying to say you have to, they say when you go to Rome, do what Romans do. When you go to Africa, take your American hat, put it to the side. Wear your African hat.
This is
I'm serious. Otherwise, people think like, oh, this dude ain't got no backing. He ain't got nobody over here. He don't know the game. I'ma try him. You see what I'm trying to say? But first things first, when the first thing happened, the thing happened like 4 or 5 times. Like the 6th time, that's when he called me. They said, I got somebody. By the time I called somebody to go over there, they was telling me, oh, that man right there, but they say he been doing this thing. The only time he cried wolf is when it got that bad. So I'm trying to help you, look out for you, and you keeping me in the dark? Or you know your thing. You smart. You see what I'm saying? I'm smarter than these people. I know better. See, you get into some big trouble, then you come running. That's the frustrated part right there, where a lot of people fail. Like I could look through some of what some of these people went through, and I was like, Why are you trying to keep a distance? Okay, if you and Africans in America don't get along, you know, at least talk to them like, hey, me and you don't get along out here in America, but I'm going over there. That's the last thing an African would do. I'm going over there. You see what I'm saying? I don't want to be out there on my own or whatever. You know? An African would say, okay, don't even worry about it. From the airport to any office you go, to anywhere you go, I got people from the police, army, people in different government offices, local government, even people that sell land, all that. They could break you off and say, just if you hang on to my wing, and I recommend you, I endorse you. But you don't want no endorsement from us. You want to go out there and do your own thing. Then you lead me to think like, oh, you were telling me over here that I don't know how to speak English. I don't know nothing. So I'm not good here. I don't know nothing. I can't teach you nothing here. Then I can't teach you nothing over there either. That's the vibe I get. You see what I'm trying to say?
There you go, brother. Break it down. Break it down.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm trying to say. All Africans are doing, they're trying to help, man. You see what I'm trying to say? In America, you got to pay for stuff like that. Every step of the way you paying. It ain't free. They build a Rolodex of contacts and people to talk to, people that give you things on the low, people that, you know, there are people that owe favors. They owe me favors. There are people that owe me money they never paid. You see what I'm saying? I send you to them people, they be like, oh no, that man, I owe that man. Yeah, so don't even worry about it. You see what I'm trying to say? You know how many people are out there like that? You know how many the resource Africans got? But you cut us off and y'all, man. That's why we sit back there and watch the whole show. You see what I'm saying? We'll watch the whole show because it stands from America. Because you look at it, man, they don't know nothing, man. They don't know nothing. They come to America, they don't know how to speak English, they don't know nothing or whatever. So they don't know nothing over there either. In their own doggone place. Man, it's a mindset, bro. It's a mindset problem. A mindset. That's a killer problem. I'm gonna go back to Africa. Me and my wife was watching the whole thing. I say, watch this, babe. Watch this dude fall from grace. You goes over there. The only reason they let you go to a school on the privileged kids is one, because you're American. They think because you're an American or diasporan, you can tell other people, your friends and co-workers or whatever, look at what I'm working on. Look at the kids that are going through this. Can we all make a donation? That we need X, Y, and Z. School supplies, you know? Maybe a cafeteria don't have this much food. Can we donate? That's the only reason why they let you into school in the first place. Because they think you're going to leverage. You go over there talking about, the government should do this, government, they walk away. That's the last time they ever hear from me. You think they're going to let you in the next time? No. All that rhetoric and talk, Africa, we don't do talk, we do. When you want to be my brother, let me see what you can do for me first. Then after I see what his brother can do, now we real brothers. Yeah, I'm proud of you. You'll be my brother. Yeah, that's the kind of brother I want. Yeah. But you come in and run your mouth, you ain't did shit. Like, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Africa, they cut you off real quick. They want to see what you do. They ain't gonna talk all that talk about whatever. Then when you check the man, did they see how much the man spending on dinner? They see how much the man spending where he live. But when it comes to talk other people's problems, he's talking about, oh yeah, brothers, we're supposed to do this, we're supposed to do that, but you spending your money somewhere else. You know, you could have skipped dinner, one of them dinners, and made a donation to one of the kids. But you out there eating top-notch dinner. You see what I'm saying? Spreading the table, cocktail, and then some big ones coming out your mouth. Oh, we're supposed to do this, da-da-da-da-da. We're supposed to be all brothers, and you're supposed to, the government ain't supposed to do this. I mean, they'll be like, man, get the fuck out of here. You eating, we ain't eating. They can see that from a mile out. So Africans, they pick you up quick. They pick you up quick. Quick. So, you know, we're like your guardians. Before they see you, we're trying to intervene like a wedge. School you, so when you go over there, they'll be like, yeah. Yeah, these people are really up to what they say they is. You see what I'm trying to say? Yeah, that's all I'm trying to say, man. I'm telling you, Africa, there's no way nobody one African be a millionaire and his brother homeless. That's a lie. It never happened. Never, ever. Never. I mean, you can go with a mindset like, if I'm giving my money away, what we're gonna get? Yeah, you break it off. You know, don't say make other people rich. The thing is appreciation. Like I told you, my first check, it wasn't much. I got what was my first check? My first check was like $1,300. $1,300. I took like $600. Broke it up. Some dudes got $50. Some dudes got $30. So you know, it's just the fact that you looked out. It ain't gonna make them rich. It ain't gonna make nah. But you told me today, yeah, bro. You told me today, yeah, man. I pray for you, man. Anytime I pray, bro, I pray for you. And anytime you're needing something, man, I'm looking out there and I bought running to something that you know you might like. I'm gonna let you know, man. If that's the first fresh off the pot, they about to sell the first set of things, man. I tell the man, hold it off, man. My bro over there. You know, you need to get stuff on it. You got an army of people looking out for you. Army of people looking out for you. You talking about 1, 2, 3rd eye? You got 1,000 eyes looking out for you. Looking out for you. But when you see that's why you ever been in America when you go to a gas station and you trying to pump your gas and somebody walk up to you, hey bro, man, I ain't got nothing to eat, man. Can you break me off a couple dollars? And you be like, nah. I ain't got no extra money or nothing like that. You see, an African, instead of an African going up to you like that and getting turned down like that, they'll swallow their pride. Because that's why they'll talk to me like that, because they know, yeah, they can have that conversation and have the answer they want. Then when they go up to you, be like, bro, nah, man, I ain't got no money, bro. Man, go look for a job somewhere else, man. Go out there and cut some grass or, you know, man, haul some trash, man. See what I'm saying? They're going to pay you, man. You need a job, man. Go find a job somewhere. They don't want that answer. So they'll swallow their pride instead of asking you what they ask me. They talk to me. You know what I'm saying? You like, bro, yeah, man, hey, I don't pay for this, and that, but, man, I'm kind of short on this, bro. You don't think you can break me off a little bit? I give back to you. You see what I'm saying? They can have that conversation with me. They can't have you like, you see, that's all black and not equal because it's the way you were raised and the way you think. It's the mindset you got. That's why they can, if you think they can hold a conversation with me, but they can't hold it with you, that's the reason why. That's the reason why, because they're gonna have different answers, you know? So that's what it is right there, man. So I see people go over there and fail or whatever. You got a whole bunch of Africans over here. They got families everywhere where they open doors for you. You don't even have to pay nothing just because I sent you. But anyway, that's it. That's it. So, you know, I mean, people do their thing or whatever, and people don't got a problem with criticism. You see what I'm trying to say? If criticizing you or whatever, or I'm pointing out a couple of things, I do that out of love. Because I like you. Because if I don't like you, I see them watch. Like them other dudes that don't want to mess with after go to Ghana or wherever and fail. And go back to them, oh, it didn't work for us. It didn't work for us. Dude, I sit back there and watch them like a can of paint. I don't know you. I know you act all bougie and whatever. Then feel like talking to me or thinking I don't know nothing. So, hey, you're on your own. Shit. The hard-headedness, that's the problem right there. See, you gotta have a clear, open mind. You know, even if people speak with an accent, they know where they come from. You might not understand everything that words that come out of their mouth or whatever. You can more relate to somebody that speaks the same accent or grew up the same way or do the same thing with you. But a smart person is gonna peek through that accent, whether it's thick or not, or whatever, and make sense out of it. You see what I'm saying? Use that to his advantage. That's what a smart person would do. It won't cut you off, man. I don't even understand what the man's saying, man. What you talking about? I don't even understand you, bro.
Yes, Amara. Appreciate you breaking it down, brother. Appreciate you breaking it down.
Yeah, but I'm just, that's what it is. So in Africa, man, you don't go out there and show anything, they're not going to take you serious, bro. They're not going to take you serious. They're going to take you serious. Like when my wife got a store down there, right? She come over, she replenish her stock over here. Every time she come over here, replenish her stock. And once she replenishing her stock, different people, you know, she look around and be like, oh, that lady down there that just had a baby. You understand what I'm saying? These clothes might look good on that baby. Boom. She buy it, put it to the side. You know, little things like you come over and give, you know, before there's a baby shower, you go over there and be like, oh, I said, she was there saying, the kid, hot kid. And she and the lady was, you know, playing arguing. They're laughing at each other and, you know, playing arguing, whatever. Say, well, I bought this for my kid. Africa is the little things. Little, it'll be little things that don't cost any number $5. Little things. The fact that you just thought of me, you know, they're humble people. But just the fact that, hey, man, like my principal, he like Hennessy. Although I'm Muslim, I buy him Hennessy. You see, he try to drink Hennessy the way he want to drink it. He can't drink it in Sierra Leone. So I pass by the ABC store. Although I'm Muslim, I do go out the way for him outside the month of Ramadan. You know what I'm saying? I get, like, my last bonus I had before I quit my job, I had $5. I passed by, I see ABC store. I picked up 3 of them things for the man. Wrapped it up, took it over there. We had a conversation, and I said, man, let's walk to the car. Popped the trunk over, gave it to him. Man, that principal was it was my teacher, now he's my principal. Man, that dude was so happy. It's little things like that, man. I just thought of you, man. I seen these on sale, bro. So they was about to go out, and I know you was needing these. You was always talking about you want these, but, you know, so I picked like 2 of them for you. You like, man, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. You see what I'm saying? Shit don't cost that much. Just the fact that I'm thinking about you. I'm thinking about, you know, you got people over there, man. Anything go down, but they're the first ones to call you. Be like, such and such ain't going the way it is. You have people out there looking out for you. That's how Africa works. Yeah, man. You try to school people, they'll be like, oh, your accent thick. They don't understand what you're saying, and they know this, they know that, Go ahead. Bump your head. Go ahead and spend your money, man. They got something for you. Go ahead. So, it's the mindset. So, that's all it is, bro. Mindset. Mindset. You got to put your African hat on when you go over there. And when you come back to America, that's what I do. You know, certain things that I'm comfortable in America, even when we're on a farm. We have you understand how people work over there. Over here, you pay somebody, you hire somebody on the spot. Okay, you hire somebody, bring in a resume, and do X, Y, and Z. Your job requirements are X, Y, and Z. Okay, so I'm gonna pay you. You get paid at the end of the week. Over there, those people that work at our farm, they want an advance. They're not gonna work if you don't give them an advance. They want an advance. They do the work. At the end of when you work, if you like it, you give them the rest of their money. That's the way they roll. Now, some people I give them an advance. That's why I like some of my dudes that I went to school with. A lot of them in the police. I just send them after them. You see what I'm saying? I send them after them. They don't hold on to their word. But I try to change the thing, telling them, hey, no, man, I'm going to pay you every week, man. When you work 5 days a week, just like in America. Dude was like, no, bro, that ain't going to work. That ain't going to work. So I've had to put my African hat on and get the dude in advance. The other dude did his job. The other dude ran away. The other dude did his job. Then I'm not finished paying them for the job done. You know, certain things they got it their way. And, you know, so that's just it, bro. But you need somebody over here to school you before you make that move. Get as much. You see, that's what sorry to say it is, but that's why the white man's always ahead. Because the white man do what they call do your homework. When they say do your homework, talk to as much people as you can. You understand what I'm saying? Not just your people because you understand them. Talk to Africans, talk to as much as information you can get. Then come up with a plan and break it down little bit by little bit. What I'm gonna do first, you know, how much money I'm gonna spend first. If I don't see this go, I'm gonna hold off. You know, come back, get some more feedback. They do that. But with us, you know, you don't see none of that going on. You know? You don't see none of that. So, I mean, that's why there's number one reason people get frustrated. That's all. All right, bro, I'm out, man. Let me go home. I'll talk to you some of the time. Bomani?
Yes, brother. Yes, brother.
Yeah, I say I'm out, man. We'll do some other time, man. I got big responsibilities, bro.
Yes, brother. You have shared and lectured and explained.
Yeah.
So appreciate you breaking it down. Yeah, when you came on, me and Kala was closing, so appreciate you adding to it. So I'm gonna close out with some closeout music, brother, and you enjoy your night. And thank you for answering the question that was the show was about celebrating Independence Day.
All right. All right, man.
Right, so this is the Sankofa Bird and the Sons of Africa.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go forward. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go bird.
A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Sun, cold, bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Connect your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard.